are cozy.
It will be difficult for us to convince the captive.
Business taxes was always so all-consuming.
Without it. If they are left to shift for themselves in lands already burdened with surplus population, they will not be able to find work and will be disillusioned about the meaning of Western democracy. As their disillusion grows and word of it spreads, it will be difficult for us to convince the captive populations behind the Iron Curtain that the free world is interested in their fate. With our aid, other countries are trying to make possible a new life for these escapees. But these efforts do not by themselves meet the need. To welcome escapees to the United States on a scale impossible under the present quota restrictions would be a vital step in making our policy toward the satellite peoples effective. End quote. Professor Philip E. Mosley, president of the East European Fund set up by the Ford Foundation and member of the Russian Institute of Columbia University, testified, quote, "I feel that we will strengthen our own country and the free world if we will open a door, or rather, if we will reopen a door to the people who under intolerable pressure are escaping every day and every week from the Iron Curtain countries." End quote. American foreign policy toward the countries behind the Iron Curtain, particularly the satellites, is to emphasize that their people would be better off on our side. But in connection with escapees, a most vital aspect of the, quote, Cold War, end quote, American immigration law lies directly athwart our foreign policy. End of section 7. Section 8, of whom we shall welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phyllis Vincelli. Whom we shall welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 2, Chapter 3.
Hi.
Rigid immigration law prevents meeting special needs. The foreign relations of the United States.
Hi, Rahul. Welcome.
Not only our needs and desires, but also those
Rahul.
of other nations. One of the most acute special needs of some key foreign countries today is for relief of overpopulation. At present, they cannot make constructive use of all their population. Serious overpopulation problems exist in two separate areas of the world. One, certain countries of Western Europe, and two, Southern and Eastern Asia. However, the problems and needs of these areas differ widely. The needs of the overpopulated European countries are for migration as well as economic development. The needs of the overpopulated.
You are very rich. Oh, we do have 2 dogs.
Except perhaps Japan.
That pup sucks. Hi. Where are you from? This is Missouri. Missouri.
Europe. 7 years after the end of hostilities in World War II, Western Europe is still beset with a serious problem of excess population, concentrated principally in the Netherlands, West Germany, Italy, and Greece. Hugh Gibson, director of the Intergovernmental Committee for European Migration, gave the Commission an estimate of some 3,500,000 people, including refugees, who cannot be absorbed into the economies of the countries in which they find themselves. The Netherlands. The overpopulation of this country has become so serious that in September 1951, Queen Juliana wrote to the President of the United States to urge his initiative in finding international means to deal with the whole European overpopulation problem. With the highest birth rate in northwestern Europe,
They are
the Netherlands
cozy.
needs migration opportunities for its young people at least
You're a student,
to
what are
the
you studying?
of 25,000 per year, in addition to the current immigration program. West Germany. The overpopulation problem is indistinguishable from the refugee, expellee, escapee, displaced persons problem. According to the Bonn government, some 1,350,000 of its people are potential emigrants. Italy. This nation's situation is the most acute of all in Europe. Its already overburdened population has been augmented by some 480,000 Italians repatriated from former colonies and other areas in the Mediterranean not presently open to Italian emigrants. Another 125,000 Italians fled to Italy from land ceded to Yugoslavia in the peace treaty. Italy's excess population is concentrated primarily in the agricultural southern part of the peninsula and in Sicily. It is in those areas that the neo-fascists have their greatest strength. In the same areas, the communists are currently making a strong bid for adherence. In the same areas, one finds also the most frequent and general expression of popular demand for emigration as the only hope for betterment. Prime Minister De Gasperi made a special plea to the United States government in 1951 for cooperation in providing migration opportunities for Italy. The failure of our immigration law to accord such cooperation has, in the judgment of competent and objective observers, weakened the pro-democratic forces in Italy. The critical nature of this matter can be seen from the reports of competent American observers in Italy to the effect that the population problem and its consequences may be crucial in elections to be held in the spring of 1953. Italy's geographic position in the Mediterranean makes it of the greatest importance to our security and to world peace. It is not without significance that the NATO conference in Lisbon, early in 1952, adopted a resolution concerning the importance of emigration, particularly for Italy, but also for other countries. Nor is it an accident that the country with the most serious overpopulation problem, Italy, has the largest communist party in Western Europe. Overpopulation, in addition to its political effect of stimulating unrest and the search for radical remedies, has clear economic consequences, most of them stemming from unemployment. Our immigration restrictions work against our foreign policy in Italy. Unemployment in Italy has been high ever since the war and remains today at about 2 million totally unemployed. These people are a burden on the public economy, since the state pays unemployment benefits which might otherwise be productively invested or used to build stronger military defenses. In addition to unemployment, underemployment in Italy is estimated in the neighborhood of 2 to 2.5 million people. Underemployment constitutes an obstacle to the private economy, and that an excess of hands reduces the impetus to raise farm and factory productivity. As long as the United States continues to support the Italian economy, a significant part of our effort will be nullified by these factors. Relief of the overpopulation and of the consequent underemployment and unemployment would permit more efficient and effective use of United States economic and military aid to Italy. A frequent issue in connection with Italian overpopulation is the mistaken belief that the country has an unduly high birth rate. Actually, Italy's birth rate is lower than that of the Netherlands. It is lower than that of France, the traditional example of a country whose birth rate is alarmingly low. Surprisingly, but nevertheless true, the Italian birth rate is now lower than that of the United States. Italy's birth rate has been declining for several generations, and if this decline continues for the next 15 years, it will no longer exceed the death rate. Italy's population growth will then cease, but its overpopulation crisis is now. Italy needs migration opportunities for another 170,000 people a year as a supplement to the even greater additional number for whom resettlement opportunities are already in prospect. Greece. Greece has a triple problem of internal refugees uprooted during the recent civil war, refugees from abroad, and native population growth. The Greek government believes that emigration opportunities must be provided for 30,000 of its surplus population a year. The situation in Western Europe has been described by Hugh Gibson, director of the Intergovernmental Committee for European Migration, as follows, quote, "While the refugee and surplus population problem faced by individual countries of Western Europe varies in its nature, the situation as a whole presents certain common features. For all the countries, it is a problem which causes deep concern to the governments by reason of its damaging effect upon political, economic, and social conditions. The situation as a whole is one of the most serious obstacles to the stability of Western Europe in general." End quote. The refugee overpopulation situation in Western Europe has the following
Show me a
general
entire room. This is not a room, this is a living room.
1. Overpopulation exists in certain countries and causes unemployment and underemployment. 2. Unemployment provides a fertile field for extremist agitation of right and left. 3. It constitutes a drain on the economy of these countries in a variety of ways. 4. The objectives of American programs of aid to these countries, whether economic or military, are hampered by the consequent political and economic instability. 5. A small amount of immigration can have lasting and successful effect in resolving the difficulties that arise from overpopulation in all these European countries. Asia. Except for Japan, which resembles the European countries in this respect, the situation in Asia is completely different. The problem of refugees, where it exists, is predominantly internal and cannot be distinguished from the problems of overpopulation. The structure and birth rate of the Asian populations and the stage of economic development of their countries are all quite different from those of the European countries. Only in Japan, with its rapidly declining birth rate, can migration offer real relief for population pressures in the next few years. The best scientific and professional advice available to the Commission is to the effect that migration offers no solution to overpopulation on the Asiatic mainland. No conceivable migratory movement could provide substantial relief for present Asian surplus population, much less for the annual growth of some 10 million a year in non-communist Asia. For the Asian mainland, the need is for better use of resources and economic development where the people now live. On the other hand, for Western Germany, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, and perhaps Japan, the need is different. Emigration can serve as a safety valve for transitory problems of critical population pressures. These countries have reached a stage of economic development and population structure at which both the need and desire for migration is most acute, and where its result would be soon effective. This is not to say, of course, that economic development is not also equally important in these particular countries. However, a concerted international effort to deal with the burden of present overpopulation would serve to bring about a relatively manageable situation in which the natural population increase of such countries can be readily absorbed for productive use within their own economies. These countries need and can have substantial results from immediate international efforts to move some of their surplus population. All reliable scientific evidence indicates that effective international migration programs can and will have a lasting and successful effect for these countries. The contrary is true for the Asian mainland. The same general situation prevails as to refugees. In Europe, the problems of refugees, expellees, escapees, and displaced persons are now finite. With a coordinated international effort in which the United States would play its part, the end of these European refugee and related problems is in sight. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the refugee situation in Asia, where the dislocations of World War II have been equaled, if not exceeded, by the dislocations of the post-war period. Apart from the Arab refugee situation in the Near East, the refugee problem in Asia is not distinct from the general problem of overpopulation in those areas. For example, the partition of India set in motion 18 million refugees, an exchange of Hindu and Muslim. This occurred principally in the Punjab and in Bengal. However, the acute political, social, and economic problem in India is not in the Punjab, but in South India, especially Madras, where there is no refugee problem. The problems of overpopulation and refugees in Asia are of vital importance to world peace. Their solution, however, cannot, as it can in Europe, find major relief through migration. The remedy. No one has suggested that emigration is the only or whole solution of these population problems, nor has anyone suggested that the United States alone should try to meet them. They are international problems. However, the Commission is convinced that the inflexibility of our present immigration law prevents the United States from making any special contribution to the solution of these issues. Anything which has the effect of weakening our partners, as overpopulation certainly does, has also the effect of weakening the security of the United States. Since our foreign economic and military policies are devoted in large measure to building the strength of these very countries, failure to help them solve the problem of overpopulation quickly works against their strength and our safety. Each of the 4 European countries mentioned is part of NATO, or involved in plans for Western defense, and therefore is essential to our own security protection. And Japan occupies a critical role in Asian problems. The Secretary of State advised the Commission, quote, "A special effort to reduce the overpopulation problem to manageable proportions would be a most effective step toward our foreign policy goals," end quote. In a joint declaration of May 1950, the foreign ministers of France and the United Kingdom and our Secretary of State said, quote, "In the course of their discussions The foreign ministers have recognized that the excess of population from which several countries in Western Europe are suffering is one of the most important elements in the difficulties and disequilibrium of the world." End quote. In a special statement to the Commission, Hugh Gibson, Director, Intergovernmental Committee on European Migration, wrote, quote, "The establishment of the committee, as a result of American initiative based on broad-mindedness and imagination, was the first attempt to approach on an international basis a problem which has been one of the most serious causes of insecurity and conflict in Europe for some years past. It has driven certain countries, for lack of international understanding, to seek purely national solutions and to adopt policies, the international implications of which were highly dangerous. International cooperation and the solutions to this problem, thereby made possible, are essential for mutual understanding between the members of the Atlantic community as well as between the members of the European community. In that connection, the refugee problem, while it has economic, demographic, and social aspects, is obviously related to the defenses of freedom and therefore highly political in character." End quote. 3 facts are obvious in this situation. 1, the United States alone cannot solve the problem of European overpopulation. 2, the problem is one of international concern in whose settlement the United States is deeply involved. And 3, the present United States immigration law impedes our participation in international migration efforts and thus prevents us from exercising the kind of leadership that would encourage other countries to admit a larger number of European immigrants. Temporary visitors. Many applicants for visas desire to visit the United States for only a short time. They may be students, teachers, writers, scholars, businessmen, lecturers, concert musicians, tourists, or other visitors. They may plan to visit for a day or so, for example in the case of a scientist to address a meeting, or stay a few weeks or as much as a year, or even just to pass through the United States on the way to a destination in Canada, Mexico, or another country. In any event, they must have a visa from a United States consular officer abroad before leaving on their trip. And even if they are to be in the United States only for several hours, they must satisfy substantially all the health, financial, security, and other requirements that apply to permanent immigrants. In recent years, an increasing number of visitors have been subjected to denials, difficulties, and delays in getting visas. In practically every case, the problem is one of security clearance. The process of security investigation has become more rigorous and time-consuming. And even where the visa is finally issued, the nature of the process may diminish international goodwill toward the United States. From testimony before the Commission, it would appear that the greatest number of current cases involve foreign scientists, although businessmen, journalists, technical assistants, team members, artists, and writers have also been affected. It should be remembered that, as to foreign authorities in the arts and sciences, many of the applications for visas are prompted by urgent invitations from distinguished American institutions. The number of people involved in the problem is probably small, although no definite statistics have been made available to the Commission. The international repercussions, however, are disproportionate to the number for the simple reason that the persons affected generally occupy prominent places in the social, commercial, or intellectual life of their countries. Their opinions carry more than ordinary weight, and their prejudices are likely to be more widely reflected in the views of the country's press and official documents. If it becomes known that any of them has been denied a visa to visit the United States, the fact makes the headlines in both the communist and non-communist press. If the individual concerned believes the denial to be mistaken or unjust and chooses to complain about it, he wields a good deal of influence on the attitudes of his friends and associates. In the light of our desire to exercise leadership among free nations, it is especially important to the United States that the favorable impression these people have of America be not unnecessarily diminished, and that they be not subjected to petty annoyances, irritations, and embarrassment. Among scientific groups abroad, particularly in the United Kingdom and France, comparisons have been voiced between the Soviet Iron Curtain and the American, quote, uranium curtain, end quote. This reaction is reflected to a certain extent in some of the most influential foreign newspapers. The Manchester Guardian of England, in particular, has commented on at least 2 occasions, concluding one editorial with the statement that, quote, "This visa business is doing the United States incalculable harm and is undoing all the lavish propaganda about its noble leadership of the free world," end quote. Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, an influential French journalist who is usually friendly toward this country, last September wrote that the new immigration law, quote, "is stupid, inefficacious, and does more harm to United States prestige than all the Soviet propaganda," end quote. Another consequence is that international scientific congresses are beginning to avoid the United States. The International Congress of Psychology, for example, was originally scheduled to meet in this country in 1954. It has been shifted to Montreal, Canada, specifically in order to avoid embarrassment to members who might be denied visas to this country or whose visas might be delayed until months after the meeting was over. Similar reasons governed the decision of the International Congress of Genetics to meet in Italy in 1953, and probably in Canada the following year, rather than in the United States. The International Astronomical Union declined an invitation to hold its next meeting in this country because of the visa situation. Although the International Federation of Documentation and the International Physiological Congress gave other reasons for declining invitations to meet here, it is understood, the Commission was told, that similar considerations figured in their decisions. A third consequence, more important for national security than foreign relations, but not unrelated to the strength of the Western world, flows from the denial of visas to foreign scientific visitors. For example, Enrico Fermi, the refugee Italian scientist who played a crucial role in the development of atomic energy during the war, would probably have great difficulty entering this country today. Some of America's most distinguished scientists warned the Commission that such intellectual strangulation was dangerous for our own national security. Dr. Vannevar Bush, president of the Carnegie Institution of Washington and former director of the Wartime Office of Scientific Research and Development, testified as follows, quote, "My principal criticism of our law in regard to immigration and naturalization, as far as the scientist is concerned, is that the shoe has always seemed to be on the wrong foot. Instead of placing our emphasis on the desirability of attracting the right individuals, most of our emphasis has been on the problem of keeping the wrong ones out. I am quite sure that this has given a bad impression throughout the world of our attitude in this country toward scientists generally. Even where there has been no exclusion, the impression has been very bad indeed." End quote. Dr. Alan T. Waterman, director of the National Science Foundation, advised the Commission as follows, quote, "I would like, Mr. Chairman, to submit for the record the written statements on this subject by the Department of Defense, the Atomic Energy Commission, and the Department of Agriculture. Upon the basis of information available to the Foundation through these channels, it is clear that the provisions of the present immigration laws governing the temporary admission of aliens to this country and the administration of these laws have created a problem. If the solution to this problem is long delayed, a seriously detrimental effect on the strength of science in this country may be expected. Any such handicap to our progress in science will in turn unquestionably react adversely on our welfare and security in the years ahead. A further consequence would be a weakening of cooperative relationships with friendly countries in an important component of our common defense, namely scientific research and development." End quote. The statement from the Atomic Energy Commission read in part as follows, quote, "The Commission has always encouraged visits by foreign scientists to the United States when such visits would make a constructive contribution to the atomic energy program insofar as they were consistent with security requirements. We are particularly aware that the development of atomic energy is based in large part on discoveries which took place in foreign laboratories, and we still have need for the many fundamental contributions which foreign science can make. Nuclear physics and chemistry, for example, are fields where more basic knowledge is urgently needed, and where the traditionally free exchange of basic scientific information is essential to maximum progress. Foreign science can and does make really significant contributions to these fields. It is important, therefore, that this source of help not be denied the United States. Certainly, any legislation which denies to the United States the free exchange of basic scientific information may impede the research and development programs of the Commission and its contractors." End quote. Howard A. Meyerhoff, representing the American Association for the Advancement of Science, advised the Commission, quote, "I have no wish to leave with the Commission the impression that scientists have a distorted perspective on the visa question. The colleagues who have supplied me with information have mentioned as many cases in which foreign scientists have entered this country without trouble or delay, as they have cases where unwarranted difficulty or outright refusal was experienced. They are rightly concerned, however, with the imperfections of the law and its administration, because these imperfections are creating ill will that is being reflected in the increasing number of decisions on the part of international scientific bodies not to schedule meetings in the United States. If this trend continues, American science faces the threat not merely of becoming provincial, but also of becoming atrophied to the point where the national welfare and national security will suffer. Security and welfare are founded on knowledge, only part of which originates within the confines of the United States." End quote. The Federation of Atomic Scientists made similar representation to the Commission in several of its hearings. Professor Edward A. Shills of the University of Chicago, who edited a special edition of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists for October 1952, devoted to visa policy, testified that the subject had, quote, very great import for the United States and America's foreign relations, end quote. He said of our present visa policy, quote, now this is not only injurious to American science and injurious therefore to American development and welfare and to American intellectual achievement. It is injurious to the achievement of the ends of foreign policy. Every time a visa is refused to an eminent European scientist or scholar, and many times when it isn't, it gets into the communist press. Of course, communists believe what they believe, and we can't do much about that. But there are a large number of people in Europe who are not communists, who are pro-American and want to be. And they find it difficult to defend the American policy when America behaves in this way, end quote. The situation is broader than the admission of scientists. The American Academy of Arts and Sciences took formal action through its council as follows in part, quote, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences is gravely concerned by the formidable barriers which now exist to the entry of our foreign colleagues in the arts and sciences into this country. These barriers are a serious threat to the progress of American science and learning. The present restrictions on the entry of foreign scholars to this country are actually dangerous even from the point of view of national security. Moreover, the obstacles to the admission of distinguished foreign visitors to this country have results that are often extremely damaging to American prestige abroad. They diminish, among some of our best friends in foreign countries, the trust and respect in which we are held, and thereby tend to nullify some of the major aims of our foreign policy, end quote. This same embarrassment to our foreign relations was called to the Commission's attention by Dudley T. Easby, Secretary of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Dr. Henry Allen Moe, Secretary of the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation, and Professor Sidney Painter, Director of the American Council of Learned Societies, among others. Conclusions. The Commission is convinced that our present immigration law has a detrimental effect upon our foreign relations in a variety of ways. Discriminatory racial and national restrictions in immigration law have made enemies for the United States in the past and will continue to lose us friends as long as they remain in the law. In this respect, our immigration law conflicts with American propaganda abroad, an important arm of our foreign policy, which emphasizes equality and mutual interests among the free nations. Present immigration law causes large areas of the world of greatest importance to our own national security and welfare to resent us and view us with growing distrust. The immigration laws of the United States frustrate our foreign policy by hindering our efforts in friendly and allied countries to encourage their political stability and unity, rebuild their economies, and strengthen their military power. Rigidity in the national origins quota system prevents the United States from acting quickly and effectively in helping to relieve refugee and overpopulation problems when and where they arise. Population pressure gives rise to economic and political instability, and thus augments the very conditions which foreign aid programs of the United States are designed to ameliorate. Moreover, the inability of the United States to deal flexibly with refugee and overpopulation pressure reduces the influence this country might exert on other countries to help solve these problems. Our present national origins quota system prevents the United States from giving asylum to escapees from the Iron Curtain countries. Besides being contrary to American traditions, this barrier tends to disillusion the escapees and denies us the value of their help in organizing effective pro-democratic appeals. The present immigration law is inconsistent with the aim of our foreign policy to uphold the values of freedom in contrast to the chains of communist dictatorship. The effect is to blunt one of our most important psychological weapons in the Cold War. Our immigration law and procedures have had the effect, in some instances, of keeping out temporary visitors who should be welcomed to this country. The testimony has shown that important circles in friendly foreign countries are growing resentful of American immigration policy and are losing confidence in the sincerity of American professions of devotion to democracy. The Commission's study of the effect of the present immigration laws upon our foreign relations leads to this conclusion. In order to advance our national interests, strengthen our security, and contribute to the achievement of our foreign aims, American immigration policy should be free from discrimination on the basis of nationality, race, creed, or color, and should be flexible enough to permit the United States to engage fully in such special migration efforts as may be important to the security of the free world. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Whom We Shall Welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whom We Shall Welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 3, A Unified Quota System. Chapter 4, The Annual Immigration Quota. Until 1921, there was no numerical limitation of immigration into this country. The first national census in 1790 recorded a population of slightly under 4 million. Immigration continued to mount gradually. Some have estimated that between 1790 and 1820, approximately 250,000 immigrants entered the United States. From 1841 through 1920, immigration into the United States averaged some 411,000 persons per year. The largest annual number of immigrants to enter the United States was 1,285,349 in 1907. The 1921 Act placed the first maximum ceiling upon immigration. It limited the number to 357,800 a year, of which 198,000 were to come from Northern and Western Europe, and 156,000 from Southern and Eastern Europe. Each country's quota was limited to 3% of the number of people born in that country who were reported in the United States Census of 1910. The 1924 Act further restricted the number of immigrants and had two separate formulas. The first and temporary formula authorized the admission of 165,000 a year. Of this number, 141,000 a year were to be from Northern and Western Europe, 20,000 from Southern and Eastern Europe, and 4,000 were non-Europeans. In this formula, the 3% of the 1921 Act was reduced to 2%, and the 1910 census was changed to the 1890 census. The second formula of the 1924 Act became effective in 1929, and with slight changes continues to the present time. This authorized the admission of 153,714 immigrants, based on a total of 150,000 plus minimum quotas of 100 for all countries. By 1952, this figure had become 154,277 by virtue of minor changes. The total approximated 1/6 of 1% of the white population in the 1920 census, the last available at the time the 1924 Act was passed. Ever since the Act of 1924 became effective, immigration for permanent residence in this country has been divided into two classes, quota and non-quota. Quota immigration is that which, under existing law, is limited by the total number assigned annually to each nationality, area, or country. The practice in such cases is to admit an alien by assigning a number to him from the quota allotted to his nationality, area, or country, and no quota visa is issued unless a number is available. In addition to the quotas, both the 1924 and 1952 Acts authorize the admission without numerical limitation of non-quota immigrants for permanent residence. These principally include alien spouses and children of American citizens and natives of the independent nations of the Western Hemisphere. Under the Immigration Act of 1924, ministers and teachers were also permitted to immigrate to the United States as non-quota immigrants. However, under the 1952 Act, teachers are required to obtain a quota number and to wait until that number is reached. The most recent step in the legislative declaration of a maximum quota was in the Act of 1952, which set a maximum authorization of 154,657. This figure was based on a flat 1/6 of 1% of the white population in the 1920 census, excluding Negroes, American Indians, and other non-white persons in the population. A comparison of the quotas allotted to individual countries under the 4 different versions of the quota system is indicated in the following table. Table 3, annual immigration quotas by country under successive immigration laws 1921 to 1952. 1921 Act, 3% of the 1910 census. Total 357,803. Asia, 492. Africa and Oceania, 359. Europe, 356,952. Northern and Western Europe. Belgium, 1,563. Denmark, 5,619. France, 5,729. Germany, 67,607. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 77,342. Irish Free State, none. Netherlands, 3,607. Norway, 12,202. Sweden, 20,042. Switzerland, 3,752. Total, Northern and Western Europe, 197,630. Southern and Eastern Europe. Austria, 7,342. Czechoslovakia, 14,357. Greece, 3,063, Hungary, 5,747, Italy, 42,057, Poland, 30,977, Portugal, 2,465, Romania, 7,419, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, 24,405, Turkey, 2,654, Yugoslavia, 6,426. Total Southern and Eastern Europe, 155,585. 1924 Act, 2% of 1890 census. Total 164,667. Asia 1,424. Africa and Oceania 1,821. Europe 161,422. Northern and Western Europe, Belgium 512, Denmark 2,789, France 3,954, Germany 51,227, Great Britain and Northern Ireland 34,007, Irish Free State 28,567, Netherlands 1,648, Norway 6,453, Sweden 9,561, Switzerland 2,081. Total Northern and Western Europe 140,999. Southern and Eastern Europe, Austria 785, Czechoslovakia 3,073, Greece 100, Hungary 473, Italy 3,845, Poland 5,982, Portugal 503, Romania 603, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics 2,248, Turkey 100, Yugoslavia 671. Total Southern and Eastern Europe 20,423. 1929 national origins. Total 153,714. Asia 1,423. Africa and Oceania 1,800. Europe 150,491. Northern and Western Europe, Belgium 1,304, Denmark 1,181, France 3,086, Germany 25,957, Great Britain and Northern Ireland 65,721, Irish Free State 17,853, Netherlands 3,153, Norway 2,377, Sweden 3,314, Switzerland 1,707. Total Northern and Western Europe 127,266. Southern and Eastern Europe, Austria 1,413, Czechoslovakia 2,874, Greece 307, Hungary 869, Italy 5,802, Poland 6,524, Portugal 440, Romania 295, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics 2,784, Turkey 226, Yugoslavia 845. Total Southern and Eastern Europe 23,235. 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act. Total 154,657. Asia, 2,990. Africa and Oceania, 2,000. Europe, 149,667. Northern and Western Europe: Belgium, 1,297. Denmark, 1,175. France, 3,069. Germany, 25,814. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 65,361. Irish Free State, 17,756. Netherlands, 3,136. Norway, 2,364. Sweden, 3,295. Switzerland, 1,698. Total Northern and Western Europe, 126,131. Southern and Eastern Europe: Austria, 1,405. Czechoslovakia, 2,859. Greece, 308. Hungary, 865. Italy, 5,645. Poland, 6,488. Portugal, 438. Romania, 289. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, 2,697. Turkey, 225. Yugoslavia, 933. Total Southern and Eastern Europe, 23,536. The Commission's recommendations. The Commission believes that there should be a maximum ceiling on the number of quota immigrants who should be admitted into the United States each year. The Commission recommends continuation of use on a non-discriminatory and current basis of the formula in the 1952 Act. The maximum quota to be authorized for admission into the United States in any year thus would be 1/6 of 1% of the total population in the last available census. Specifically, this means for the present the use of the 1950 census instead of the 1920 census. And it means that the population base to which the 1/6 of 1% ratio is applied shall include Negroes, American Indians, and other non-white peoples. The last total population of the United States and its distribution by white and non-white is shown in Table 4. 1950 enumerated population of the United States by race. All races, 150,697,361. White, 134,941,622. Negro, 15,042,692. American Indian, 343,410. Other, Asiatics, 369,637. 1/6 of 1% of the total 1950 population of the United States is 251,162. Since the proposed percentage indicates a relationship between an annual maximum volume of immigration and the population of the United States, that percentage should apply to the latest available population data. The House Judiciary Committee in 1952 stated that it recognized the fact that revision of immigration quotas might be necessary on the basis of a later census, and requested the United States Bureau of the Census to undertake the necessary studies. A fixed volume of immigration each year means a constantly declining ratio of immigrants to the total population because of the natural increase in the population. On the other hand, if the immigration quota is a fixed percentage of the population, then the amount of immigration would increase proportionate with the growth of the total population. The Commission finds no justification for the elimination of Negroes, American Indians, and other non-white residents from the population base to which the 1/6 of 1% is to be applied. It is a discriminatory and unwarranted provision which should be eliminated from the law. The Commission recommends that the population base include the total number of people in the United States without regard to color, race, or national origin. The United States can absorb 250,000 quota immigrants annually. The capacity of the United States to absorb and profit by substantial migration is discussed in Chapter 2. Many expert witnesses addressed themselves to the question of the number of immigrants the country can safely receive. The Secretary of Labor, in his testimony before the Commission, stated, "We could safely absorb substantially more than the 155,000 quota immigrants that are authorized by Public Law 414. The peak immigration in recent years was approximately 250,000 in 1950. I am not aware that it caused any economic or social dislocations, or that American workers were adversely affected." Subsequent to the Commission's hearing, the Secretary of Labor stated in a public speech, "Our experts in the Department of Labor have tried to estimate the effects on our population of a larger number of immigrants in the years immediately ahead. I want you to know that their figures and their analysis show this nation could absorb several 100,000 every year under present conditions, adding only the most negligible percentage to our population and placing no burden on our economy." The Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, testifying for the United States Department of Agriculture, noted that the department had supported legislation which would admit 100,000 persons a year for 3 years, in addition to the normal 154,000 allowed under the quotas. He informed the Commission that benefits would result from such additional immigrants to our country as a whole and to agriculture in particular. Some of the leading population experts of this country testified before the Commission. The director of the Office of Population Research of Princeton University, Professor Frank Wallace Notestein, advised the Commission as follows: "Within the scope of a reasonably small migration, one of the general order of 5 million within 10 years, it is possible that a program might be designed that would work to our own advantage as well as to the advantage of selected regions of origin." He stated that there was no proof that it would do the slightest harm to our economy. The former acting director of the Bureau of the Census, Professor Philip Hauser of the University of Chicago, testified, "The present numerical limitation is absurdly low and is unrelated to the needs of the United States. This figure of 250,000 by no means represents the upper limit of immigrants which we could safely absorb." Organized labor testified before the Commission in its various hearings around the country. Labor's views are especially significant in this regard, not only because of its obvious desire to protect the interests of American labor, but because of its historical attitude of opposition to liberal immigration legislation. But its views are different now. Philip Murray, late president of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, submitted his views to the Commission. After pointing out that until 1924, immigration amounted to 1% of the current population, he stated, "I do not believe that any evidence has ever been adduced that immigration on that scale adversely affected wage scales in this country or the economy of the country. If anything, the evidence seems to be directly to the contrary. Hence, it appears that this country could, without danger to its wage scales or economy, absorb each year a substantial number of immigrants." The American Federation of Labor also testified before the Commission. It pointed to its earlier espousal of legislation which would have increased the total authorized quota and special immigration to over 250,000 a year for 3 years, and then stated, "At best, we can only say that under the prevailing economic conditions, a total annual rate of normal as well as emergency immigration of between 200,000 and 250,000 a year would not be excessive or lead to serious dislocations. Professor Arnold C. Harberger, staff member for the President's Materials Policy Commission, testified that an authorized immigration of even 400,000 a year could easily be absorbed without any lowering of our standard of living. Dr. Harold G. Moulton, retired president of the Brookings Institution, published in 1949 a book entitled Controlling Factors in Economic Development, in which he reached the conclusion that so far as natural resources and productive capacity are concerned, the United States could double its population within the next 100 years, and that we could enjoy a standard of living 8 times as high as that prevailing in 1949. Of particular interest in the Commission's hearings was the unanimous view of the major religious faiths of America, Protestant, Jewish, and Catholic, that the United States could safely absorb some 250,000 immigrants a year. These church groups had vigorously supported the now terminated Displaced Persons Program, with its authorization of some 100,000 persons annually for 4 years, over and above the regular immigration quota of 154,000. Some of these church groups testified that a 250,000 annual ceiling was a desirable one for permanent legislation. Others testified that at least for the next 3 years, if not permanently, an annual rate of 250,000 should be established by law. For example, Dr. Walter W. Van Kirk, testifying on behalf of the National Council of Churches of Christ in the United States of America, recommended an annual admission rate of approximately 250,000 immigrants a year for the next 3 years, including regular immigrants and refugees of various categories. This view was specifically supported by Dr. Joseph M. Dawson, representing the Baptist World Alliance, Reverend Harold H. Henderson, representing the Presbyterian Church USA, and the Very Reverend Francis B. Sayre, Jr., Dean of the Washington Episcopal Cathedral. A similar view was expressed by Ms. Cordelia Cox of the National Lutheran Council. The experience in immigration under the Displaced Persons Act gives evidence that there is room in the United States. We admitted somewhat more than 250,000 in 1951, and so far we haven't felt any ill effects. What we have been doing up until 1951 was a mere trickle. She went on to describe the situation in her own organization. Comparatively, these numbers were so small that they neither disturbed the balance of the labor market nor met the existing need for labor. In our national office and in our 36 area offices, there are thousands of requests for farm and domestic workers. We can place any number of precision workers, engineers, doctors, and nurses. The need for more workers is documented daily in agencies like ours, which are known to be interested in immigration. These sample experiences of one agency indicate something of the possible total needs of the United States. Monsignor Edward E. Swanstrom, Executive Director, War Relief Services, National Catholic Welfare Conference, testified that instead of the present law, a figure of more than 300,000 per year would be reasonable. We might well establish an annual admission figure in ratio to our population. For example, 1 new immigrant to every 500 people in our country. Various Jewish organizations advocated this same general figure as a minimum annual quota for permanent legislation. The United States Commissioner of Labor Statistics indicated to the Commission that a net annual immigration of 250,000 persons would result in an increase in the labor force by 1955 of less than 0.5%. And this increase, it should be added, would be distributed throughout the entire area and among all the approximately 30,000 occupations of the United States. The Commission recommends an annual immigration quota ceiling of 251,162 based on the 1950 census. which on the evidence presented is fully within the capacity of the United States in the foreseeable future. End of section 9, recording by Maria Casper. Section 10 of Whom We Shall Welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whom We Shall Welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 3, Chapter 5, National Origins System, Background. The immigration laws can limit the number of immigrants who may enter the United States each year without reliance upon national origins as the method of selecting such immigrants. The total number and the method of selection within that number are two separate issues. The quota, or ceiling, was introduced into our law in 1921. The concept of the national origins as a means of selection within a quota was introduced in the Immigration Act of 1924, which became effective on July 1st, 1929. Each of these devices had its own unique objective. The national origins system has been justified as an attempt to guarantee that particular ethnic, racial, or nationality groups would have preference for entry into the United States, on the assumption that they were more adaptable to American culture. The avowed purpose of the national origins system, therefore, was a qualitative one. It was concerned with the kind of persons coming into the United States rather than with their number. The test it applied was not the individual worth of an immigrant, but rather the presumed superiority of people from certain areas of the world. Place of birth, not individual capacity or actual cultural background, was the test. This concern with the caliber and quality of immigrants is naturally not new to our people. However, in most of our history, qualitative selection was designed to keep out the obviously undesirable individual and not to distinguish between peoples or races. There have been 5 historical stages in the development of our immigration policies. Colonial period. In colonial times, there were no national immigration policies, but only those of the individual colonies and of the mother country. These policies differed from colony to colony and accounted for major differences in regional development, as for example, between the northern states, which early encouraged free labor from Europe, and the South, where a plantation economy encouraged the importation of slaves rather than of free workers. The general problem of the colonial period was that of peopling an empty land. The population of the colonies was small, and the continent was a vast, unexplored and unsettled domain. Yet even in those early days, the antagonists of new immigration asserted that there was no room for more immigrants, and that the new arrivals were introducing an alien element and philosophy into the established communities. What may be new immigration to some is old immigration to others. For example, of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, 8 were first-generation immigrants. The earliest colonists were predominantly British, although the Dutch, Swedes, French Huguenots, and some Spanish and Portuguese Jews were settled in certain areas. When the Scotch-Irish came, shortly after 1714, they aroused considerable uneasiness. They were followed by a migration of Germans, whose arrival was resented and feared by many. During these early years, arguments which seem strikingly familiar today were developed against immigration. There was a fear that the new immigrants' differences in speech, customs, and antecedents would disturb the cultural unity of the American people. Many objected to the caliber of the immigrants, particularly to those who were paupers and criminals. Other opposition grew out of religious prejudices. In general, however, immigration was encouraged during the colonial period, and some 750,000 people came to these shores from 1600 to 1770. The charters of Virginia, 1609, and Massachusetts, 1629, granted the right to abide and live not only to our loving subjects, but to any other strangers that will become our loving subjects. In the Declaration of Independence, the colonists declared that one of their chief grievances was that the government of the mother country had hindered the free flow of people into the colonies. The Founding Fathers continued the tradition of encouraging immigration. The Continental Congress, for example, invited the Hessian mercenaries of George III to leave his service and settle in the Americas. The Constitution states that Congress shall have the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, necessarily implying that newcomers would join the community. In 1783, George Washington declared, "The bosom of America is open to receive not only the opulent and respectable stranger, but the oppressed and persecuted of all nations and religions, whom we shall welcome to a participation of all our rights and privileges, if by decency and propriety of conduct they appear to merit the enjoyment." The federal government used the principle of religious freedom to stimulate immigration, as the guarantee of religious freedom in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 exemplifies. Alexander Hamilton, who was born in the British West Indies, wrote in his Report of Manufactures in 1792, "A perfect equality of religious privileges will probably cause immigrants to flock from Europe to the United States." Tench Coxe, Assistant Secretary of State in 1790, compiled notes for the information of the immigrant, in which he listed all religious faiths in the United States and definitely offered assurance of religious liberty as an inducement for immigration. Early 19th century. The second stage of our immigration history occurred approximately from 1800 to 1875. Immigrants were still welcome and sought for, but concern was beginning to be expressed for the qualitative aspects of immigration. As early as 1819, legislation was passed to improve the condition of immigrants on vessels bound for the United States. Although the policy of the nation was to encourage and welcome newcomers, efforts were made to bar paupers, criminals, and others clearly undesirable. The restrictionist sentiments of those who opposed free immigration were sharpened by the steady rise in the tide of immigration. This so-called Native American movement was first crystallized in the Native American Party, launched about 1835. About 1850, this group became known as the Know-Nothings, and in later years it emerged as the American Protective Association. With the expansion of this faction's support and influence, there were recurrent manifestations of anti-alien feeling, some of which were accompanied by acts of violence against foreigners. Yet an 1841 message from President Tyler to Congress stated, "We hold out to the peoples of other countries an invitation to come and settle among us as members of our rapidly growing family." The platform of the Republican Party, then called the Union Party, which Abraham Lincoln helped to write in 1864, stated, "Foreign immigration should be fostered and encouraged by a liberal and just policy." Through World War I, the third stage of immigration in America was in the period of 1875 to 1920. There was a sharp rise in the volume of immigration commencing in the 1880s, with immigrants coming from every country in Europe. This period saw the first general federal immigration statute, which barred convicts, lunatics, and persons likely to become a public charge. The Chinese Exclusion Act, which virtually shut the gates of entry to Chinese, the Contract Labor Act, designed to end wholesale importation of cheap labor, and other acts providing for the exclusion and deportation of aliens, In this period, Congress set up the Immigration Commission of 1907. This commission submitted a voluminous report in 1911, which discussed the desirability of limiting immigration and favored a literacy test as the most feasible single method of restricting undesirable immigration. Bills prescribing a literacy test for immigrants were passed at various times by Congress, but were vetoed by Presidents Cleveland, Taft, and Wilson. A fourth bill was vetoed by President Wilson, but his veto was overridden by Congress in enacting the Immigration Act of 1917. In addition to establishing the literacy requirement, the 1917 Act codified and extended previous restrictions. In addition, it established a so-called Asiatic barred zone, which was intended to bar Orientals. There were numerous other statutes which imposed supplementary restrictions on immigration. In general, all the legislation during this period concerned itself with improving the quality of individual immigrants and with shutting out Orientals. Since World War I, the fourth major stage of our immigration history was the period from 1920 to 1950. The United States had emerged from the First World War anxious to return to normalcy, but now the United States, with some 106 million people, was filled up, and the prevailing doctrine of the open door to European migration was challenged from several directions. Politically, the nation was suffering a sharp revulsion against the war. Implicit in much of the thinking was the desire to forget the conflict and all it meant in terms of United States responsibilities in Europe and the world. The country turned its back on President Wilson, on the internationalists, and on the League of Nations. It indulged in reaction against foreign influences. Fear of the Bolshevist menace resulted in various forms of legislative and administrative suppressions. There were strong undercurrents of racial and religious prejudices, most dangerously expressed in the Ku Klux Klan, which ultimately gained millions of members. Ideologically, the more extreme rationale of this dramatic nationalist revival was the gospel of Nordic white supremacy. These views did not go unchallenged, but they had a marked influence on American attitudes toward immigration. Economically, there were more immediate causes for concern in the situation after World War I. The country entered a prosperous period in late 1915, mainly as a result of the war in Europe. The economy hesitated briefly in the first few months after the armistice, then boomed in earnest. The labor market was very tight and prices soared to a peak in mid-1920. Strikes became numerous as workers were affected by inflation. The collapse was swift. Wholesale prices dropped and manufacturing production fell. Unemployment mounted rapidly. Labor saw immigration as a potential threat to its standards of living. Socially, the crowding of immigrants in the cities and the slums had created serious concerns about housing, health, crime, and assimilation, problems undoubtedly accentuated by the large number of immigrants in the pre-war era. Many bills prohibiting or restricting immigration were introduced in the House and Senate of the United States Congress in the years from 1918 to 1921. Rumors were afloat that a flood of European immigrants, including many alleged undesirables, were getting ready to engulf the country. This reported prospective invasion was said to number millions. The sheer physical limitation of steamship facilities and of financial means, not to mention political and legal restrictions at home, seemed to play little part in reducing these rumors to a reasonable perspective of the actual conditions. The House Committee on Immigration and Naturalization reported favorably on December 6, 1920, a bill to prohibit all immigration, with very limited exemptions, for a period of 2 years. Finally, out of all this came the 1921 Act, which limited the aliens of any nationality who might be admitted each year to 3% of that nationality resident in the United States in accordance with the 1910 census. This was the beginning of a legislative theory that people themselves were not as important as their ancestry. The 1921 Act was intended as emergency legislation for 1 year, but in due course was extended for 3 years. In the meantime, discussions continued on proposals which ultimately became the Immigration Act of 1924. This act not only established a ceiling quota or a maximum of 150,000, subject to certain minimum quotas, but also established the basic present pattern of the national origin system. It sought to establish a rigid racial and nationality formula for immigration. The curious part of this development was that the major controversy leading up to the national origin system was not on that system itself, but on the literacy test. As has already been stated, 3 presidents vetoed this test for admission. There is considerable mystery shrouding the development of the national origins plan. There was no extended debate in the Congress on it. It seemed to come in as an afterthought without any major public discussion. Of the some 500 pages of the congressional record devoted to debate on the Immigration Act of 1924, a total of approximately 14 pages were given over in both the House and the Senate to the consideration of the national origin system. Only a small minority of the senators and congressmen participated in this discussion. What started out as a debate on the literacy requirement developed into a move to end all immigration, became a temporary emergency measure, and ended up without much discussion as the national origin system. Present law. The 5th and current stage of American immigration dates from the discussions in 1950, culminating in the enactment of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952. The 1952 Act retains essentially the national origins quota system, which was introduced by the 1924 Act. However, it does add some important racist provisions, which in fact depart from the basic theory of the national origins system itself. The 1952 Act requires the establishment of separate sub-quotas for colonial dependencies in the Western Hemisphere, a provision which has generally been regarded as discriminatory against the colored people of the Caribbean area. The 1952 Act likewise defines a special geographic area known as the Asia-Pacific Triangle. The people of that area are given a special limited racial or oriental quota, regardless of the place of their birth, a departure from the origins principle. A discriminatory law. The United States is the only major English-speaking country in the world which has written discrimination into its national immigration laws. Great Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, the other great English-speaking countries, all of them immigrant-receiving countries, have neither a national origin system nor an inflexible quota limitation. The national origin system is also unique among the laws of English-speaking nations in the candor of its purpose. The legislative history, the statements by its sponsors, and the nature of its operation all point to the fact that the 1924 national origin system was designed and intended to discriminate on the basis of national origin, race, color, and, in effect, religion. It was designed to favor immigrants from Northern and Western Europe and to discriminate against those from Southern and Eastern Europe and against Orientals. 3 groups were set up in the 1924 National Origins Law. 1, the people of the Western Hemisphere, who were granted non-quota status and permitted to enter the United States without regard to any numerical limitation. 2, Orientals, who were completely excluded. And 3, Europeans and others from the rest of the world, for whom some 154,000 quota numbers were allocated for distribution on the basis of place of birth. Some deny that the intent of the national origin system is to discriminate against particular nationalities and races. Perhaps the best answer is the view held by the senator who in 1924 proposed and succeeded in enacting the national origin system. Senator David A. Reed introduced the National Origin System Amendment on the floor of the Senate. His views are clearly stated in the following quotation from a colloquy occurring in hearings before the Senate committee in 1924. I think most of us are reconciled to the idea of discrimination. I think the American people want us to discriminate, and I don't think discrimination in itself is unfair. We have got to discriminate. The only question that I think worries the committee is whether the use of the 1890 census or the use of the method based on naturalization is the more plausible method of attaining that discrimination, which is the object we are all seeking. The question we are tackling is which is the more plausible, the more reasonable, and the more defensible method of attaining that end. Practically all of us are agreed that that is an end that should be attained. The Senate Judiciary Committee, which conducted the study and submitted the bill, which is now the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, specifically considered this same question. That committee rejected proposals seeking to ameliorate the discriminatory provisions of the national origin system in the following terms. It is obvious, therefore, that the plan would disrupt the national origin system, since the quotas for Southern and Eastern Europe have a higher percentage of usage than the quotas for Northern and Western Europe. To distribute the unused quotas on the basis of the registered demand would shift more quota numbers to the countries of Southern and Eastern Europe. In its conclusions, the committee states, without giving credence to any theory of Nordic superiority, the subcommittee believes that the adoption of the national origins formula was a rational and logical method of numerically restricting immigration in such a manner as to best preserve the sociological and cultural balance in the population of the United States. There is no doubt that it favored the peoples of the countries of Northern and Western Europe over those of Southern and Eastern Europe, but the subcommittee holds that the peoples who had made the greatest contribution to the development of this country were fully justified in determining that the country was no longer a field for further colonization, and henceforth further immigration would not only be restricted, but directed to admit immigrants considered to be more readily assimilable because of the similarity of their cultural background to those of the principal components of our population. Many of the considerations which lay behind the passage of the national origins quota law have now become of little significance. The fact remains, however, that the national origins system has established a rigid formula for allocating the overall number of quotas determined by Congress to be the maximum number to be admitted annually. Quotas thus established by law are definite and automatically resist the pressures of special groups. It is the rigidity of the formula, however, which also causes much concern, since it eliminates the selection of the immigrants on the basis of their potential worth to the United States. The 1952 Act intentionally perpetuates the national origin system, principally to preserve what the committee stated was the sociological and cultural balance in the population of the United States. This is merely a gentle way of saying that its purpose was to continue racial and national discrimination. That racial and national discrimination is the essence of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 is shown in several other ways. For the first time in American history, a sub-quota is created for immigrants born in colonies or dependent areas of the Western Hemisphere. This substantially reduces immigration of Negroes from the Caribbean area. For example, it shrinks immigration from Jamaica from an average of 1,000 annually to a statutory maximum of 100 annually. A second indication of the intentionally discriminatory character of the Act of 1952 is the fact that although the law repeals the Japanese Exclusion Act and sets up a minimum quota for Japanese, it establishes a racial quota under which Orientals are to be charged to the Asia-Pacific Triangle on the basis not of place of birth, as is true in all other cases, but of their own racial background. This is the national origin system. Until 1921, the United States followed its great tradition of regarding all peoples as being equal and of examining the intrinsic worth of immigrants in terms of their prospective individual contributions to the American scene. In 1921, in 1924, and even more emphatically in 1952, our immigration laws abandoned our traditional faith in the individual human being. End of section 10. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 11 of Whom We Shall Welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whom We Shall Welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 3, Chapter 6. National Origins System, Assumptions. There is a great deal of official documentation as to the assumptions and basic philosophies which motivated adoption of the National Origins System by Congress in 1924. In particular, the Congress relied upon the findings of the Immigration Commission of 1907, which reported its conclusions in 1911, and upon a report prepared by Dr. Harry Laughlin of the Carnegie Institution for the House Committee on Immigration in 1922. These studies were conducted without public hearings, and it is clear that some of their conclusions ran counter to the evidence they themselves include. In the Commission's hearings, the people of America, the scientists, the scholars, the social workers, the clergy, leaders of business, labor, and agriculture, and others, have for the first time had a substantial opportunity to present evidence and views on the validity of the national origin system. The preponderant testimony is that the underlying assumptions of the system are wrong. Scientific and other studies and an enormous amount of additional research completed since the 1924 Act was passed corroborate this conclusion. Assumptions behind the national origin system. The fundamental assumption of the national origin system is that the place of birth of prospective immigrants is a reliable indication of their possible contribution to the United States and the likelihood of their becoming good citizens. To those holding this theory, the so-called old immigrants from Northern and Western Europe are better than the so-called new immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. There are three large areas of assumption behind the national origin system. One, that there are inferior and superior races. Two, that immigration is harmful, particularly to the economic life of America. And three, that the so-called new immigrants have inferior personal qualities. The theory of superior races. The Immigration Commission's report of 1911 sought to classify races in a pseudo-scientific manner as having group and defined characteristics. Its theory was that all races can be combined into two clear-cut categories: the superior, those that were predominant in immigration prior to 1880, and the inferior, all others. An interesting contrast between scientific viewpoints then and now is available. The whole argument behind the national origin system was given forceful expression by a former anthropologist of the American Museum of Natural History, Madison Grant, in a book published more than 35 years ago. He said, These new immigrants were no longer exclusively members of the Nordic race, as were the earlier ones. The new immigration contained a large and increasing number of the weak, the broken, and the mentally crippled of all races drawn from the lowest stratum of the Mediterranean basin and the Balkans, together with hordes of the wretched, submerged populations of the Polish ghettos. Our jails, insane asylums, and almshouses are filled with this human flotsam, and the whole tone of American life, social, moral, and political, has been lowered and vulgarized by them. Compare this with the views of a present distinguished anthropologist of the same institution, Margaret Mead. In her testimony before the commission, she said, "All human beings from all groups of people have the same potentialities. Our best anthropological evidence today suggests that the people of every group have about the same distribution of potentialities. When you add to that it is, on the whole, the enterprising who immigrate, and those who care more about freedom and are willing to risk their skins for freedom in many parts of Eastern Europe, you realize that any such point of view is artificial and cuts off good ancestors for our great-great-grandchildren. We want that ancestry in good human stocks from wherever it comes in the world." Another comparison of scientific evidence in 1924 and 1952 is also illuminating. In 1920, Dr. Harry Laughlin was asked by the House Immigration Committee to study the relation of biology to immigration, particularly as it bore on the problems of social degeneracy. His report, submitted in November 1922, includes the following comment: "We in this country have been so imbued with the idea of democracy, or the equality of all men, that we have left out of consideration the matter of blood, or natural inborn hereditary mental and moral differences. No man who breeds pedigreed plants and animals can afford to neglect this thing." Congressman Albert Johnson, then chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, examined this report and stated, "I have examined Dr. Laughlin's data and charts and find that they are both biologically and statistically thorough and apparently sound." However, the presently accepted scientific views appear in testimony before the Commission by Professor Ralph L. Beals, Professor of Anthropology, University of California, and formerly President of the American Anthropological Association. He said, "All scientific evidence indicates that all peoples are inherently capable of acquiring or adapting to our civilization. Upon this point, the American Anthropological Association has unanimously endorsed an official statement by its executive board. But the peoples who have grown up in and been adapted to a quite different way of life, that is, a different culture, to use anthropological language, may find it difficult as adults to adjust to new conditions. The degree of difficulty will vary according to the way of life in which people have developed. To put it in simple terms, because of their training and experience, some people may find it slightly easier to adapt to American civilization than do others, but this difference does not lie in any inherent qualities attaching to a particular group." He informed the Commission that there is no scientific verification for any belief in inherited difference in the ability of different peoples to be assimilated into the United States. He stated that there were individual differences in this regard, but no demonstrable scientific differences in the group. Other expert witnesses testified to the same conclusion. Professor Albert Grazia, Executive Officer for the Committee of Research in Social Sciences at Stanford University, stated, "The fact is that the doctrines that were rather widespread about ethnic superiority and inferiority in the early 20s have been systematically refuted by every branch of science that concerns itself with those presumed inherent superiorities of different ethnic groups. Now, the surprising thing is that it is rather difficult to put one's finger on this literature, because the fact is so well assumed by anyone of any competency in the field that we haven't bothered to build up a great literature dispelling these myths." Professor Philip M. Hauser, Department of Sociology, University of Chicago, and former acting director of the United States Bureau of the Census, testified of the 1952 Act that 3. It perpetuates a doctrine of racism based on unwarranted assumptions in respect to the differential quality and potentials of various ethnic and national groups. 4. It is blind to the historic example afforded by the experience of the United States of the capacity for any people to rise to positions of high social, economic, and political level when provided with the opportunity to do so. In attempting to support its distinctions between races and its belief that some races are inferior to others, the 1907 Immigration Commission looked to individual motives for immigration. First, it argued, the new immigrants came here only temporarily and not to stay permanently. However, it presented no evidence that the new immigrants were less likely to become citizens than the so-called old immigrants. On the contrary, its data proved only what the Displaced Persons Commission has since found, that the percentage of immigrants becoming citizens increased with the length of their residence in the United States. The participation of aliens in the armed forces of the United States in 3 wars since the 1911 report is evidence enough of the invalidity of the report's conclusions. The 1911 report also contended that the new immigrants came here for a less worthy reason than the old immigrants. There is no evidence in its report to justify this conclusion. The motives which have brought people to the United States have been much the same since the discovery of the New World: political and religious persecution in their homelands, economic opportunity, and freedom's call in the New World. History shows that much the same motives and hopes brought the English and Scots in the 17th and 18th centuries, the Irish, Germans, Scandinavians, Orientals, and French Canadians in the 19th century, the Italians, Jews, and Poles in the early 20th century, and the present refugees and escapees from communism and other forms of totalitarianism. The impulse to emigrate, which affected people, may have arisen in different countries at different times. The same desire for freedom which motivated the German refugees of 1848 seems now to be inspiring the Iron Curtain refugees of 1952. All the reliable evidence refutes this conclusion of the 1911 report. Perhaps Theodore Roosevelt best described this situation when, in his autobiography, he said that the term settler is a euphemistic name for an immigrant who came over in the steerage of a sailing ship in the 17th century instead of the steerage of a steamer in the 19th century. National policy should be formulated on the basis of accurate and reliable information. The best scientific evidence available today is that there is no evidence of any inborn differences of personality, character, intelligence, or cultural and social traits among races. The basic racist assumption of the national origin system is scientifically invalid. The theory of economic harm. The earliest arguments for the national origins quotas relied heavily upon predictions of economic harm likely to develop from immigration. In Chapter 2, the Commission discusses the economic aspects of immigration. The evidence not only repudiates the theory of economic harm, but actually shows that immigration is economically desirable and necessary for the United States. In the arguments of 40 years ago, various reasons were adduced to support the 1911 report's conclusions. 1, that a larger percentage of the new immigrants were unskilled labor. This was not substantiated in the report. 2, that the new immigrants pushed the old immigrants out of the labor force by lowering the conditions of labor. This was not substantiated by evidence before the 1907 Commission. Perhaps the best proof of the continuing unsoundness of this reason is the present attitude of organized labor in urging an increase in the number of immigrants to be permitted to come into the United States. and in recommending the abolition of the national origins system. 3. That immigrants weakened labor unions. The history of organized labor in America proves that this was not true then or since. 4. That immigration increased the number of industrial accidents. There was no objective evidence to support this reason. 5. That the new immigrants created no new industries. This is clearly erroneous in the light of the contributions by immigrants to the development of the American economy. 6. That immigration caused or aggravated unemployment during Depression. The 1911 report contained no proof to support this reason. On the contrary, Chapter 2 of this report reviews evidence which indicates that there is no relationship between immigration and unemployment. Whatever may have been the situation caused by unrestricted immigration in 1911, immigration of the size contemplated by this commission cannot be a factor in aggravating unemployment or depressions. 7. That the new immigrants did not go into agriculture. To an extent, this was true, but it was an incident of the industrialization of the United States and of the demand for services in commerce and industry, rather than an indication of national and racial differences. Generally speaking, the evidence before this commission shows that a reasonably limited amount of immigration would have no adverse effect, and that on the other hand, there would be considerable economic gains and advantages to be derived from such immigration. The theory of inferior personal qualities. In this area, several factors were constantly discussed by supporters of the national origins theory. 1. It was stated that illiteracy was greater among the new immigrants than among the old immigrants, and that this was due to inherent racial capacities. All reliable evidence shows that illiteracy is more closely related to opportunity than to any other single factor. The literacy of persons admitted under the Displaced Persons Act showed a surprising degree of similarity to that of the American people as a whole. The theory of inherent racial tendencies to illiteracy is completely disproved by the 100 years experience of the American public school system, which shows that there are no substantial differences in the capacity of different groups to be educated and Americanized. 2. It was alleged that there was more criminality among the foreign-born than among the native-born. This is not true. When the 1907 Commission turned to the only existing source of information, the census report on prisoners, it discovered that immigration has not increased the volume of crime to a distinguishable extent, if at all, that the percentage of immigrants among prisoners had actually fallen between 1890 and 1904, and that Native Americans exhibited in general a tendency to commit more serious crimes than did the immigrant. Similar conclusions emerge from the studies of criminality during the past 25 years. As to the total inclination to crime, President Hoover's National Commission on Law Observance and Enforcement, the so-called Wickersham Commission, found in 1931 that the foreign-born committed fewer crimes than the native-born in proportion to their respective numbers in the total population. The best available scientific information indicates that criminality has no direct relationship to racial or ethnic affiliations. 3. The 1907 Commission's data and conclusions relating to the evidence of insanity showed that no objection could be made to the new immigrants on that ground. In summary, it would appear that there was no reliable evidence that new immigrants were inferior to old immigrants in terms of personal qualities. Assimilation of immigrants. It is natural and proper to be concerned about the assimilability of new immigrants. The preponderant weight of testimony before the Commission was to the effect that immigrants have made a satisfactory adjustment to the American scene. Helen M. Harris testified on behalf of the National Federation of Settlements and Neighborhood Centers, a group of social institutions which has had first-hand experience for more than 65 years with immigrants from almost every country of the world. Ms. Harris testified that her organization has found no essential difference in the capacity of different groups to assimilate. The question of assimilability of new immigrants has arisen at every stage of our history. Even before our own revolution, some people already here were complaining about the strange newcomers from Scotland and Germany. And of course, during the Revolutionary War, there was serious complaint against the more recent immigrants from England who were loyal to that country. Before the Civil War, there were fears that Irish and Germans would never be assimilated. These complaints were similar to those before World War I, that the Southern and Eastern Europeans could not be assimilated. Each new group or category of immigrants evoked fear that they could not assimilate. But nonetheless, with the passage of time, each of the various succeeding groups became full participating members of the American community. Distinguished witnesses who testified before the Commission made this point on various occasions. Dr. Carl Whitke, Dean of the Graduate School of Western Reserve University, Cleveland, Ohio, who is an eminent historian on American immigration, testified as follows. Now, the other point I want to make is that many of the things that were said in later years in criticism of the Italian, the Pole, the Czech, and so on the ground that they were an unassimilable group and represented a very foreign custom and ideology, they were all said 100 years ago about these so-called representatives of the older immigration group. Let me again pick the Irishmen by way of example, because I think of no immigrants who more quickly became a 100% or 300% American than the Irishmen. But in the 1850s and 1800s, if you read the newspaper comments and all the literature, you will find that the Irish immigration, which came in such terrific volume, alarmed the old-time Americans. The Irishman spoke a peculiar brogue, and he had a peculiar dress. He was forced to live in the slum tenements, in the garrets and in the cellars, and the Irish shanty towns developed in all our big cities. He was charged with being intemperate and loving liquor too much, or being a kind of boisterous, riotous person. He was depressing the labor standards of the average American. A lot of the Americans said, here we have an unassimilable group here in America, more interested in its homeland, in its foreign church, and so on, than in becoming good Americans. I select this simply to indicate that within a short time, these Irishmen who came out of the garrets and the cellars and the slums rose up in the scale socially, economically, politically, to become as enthusiastic and patriotic Americans as any native Yankee who had come over on the Mayflower. The whole political situation was introduced 100 years ago, much as you have heard it introduced today. My whole point in saying these things is to emphasize the fact that if you take the broad historical point of view, I have heard nothing said by way of criticism of more recent immigrants that cannot be duplicated from the record as to what has been said about older immigrants of more than a century ago, but who in due course and with a proper American attitude towards them became quickly assimilated and represented an excellent economic and social contribution to this developing America. The national origin system is based on false assumptions, unsubstantiated by physical science, history, sociology, economics, or anthropology. The Commission found substantial evidence to corroborate the Senate Judiciary Committee statement that many of the considerations which lay behind the passage of the National Origins Quota Law have now become of little significance. The Commission recommends, therefore, that since the basis of the national origins system is gone, the system itself should go. End of section 11. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 12 of Whom We Shall Welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whom We Shall Welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 3, Chapter 7. National Origin System, Operation. The National Origin System has been in effect for more than 23 years. and some of its results are clearly discernible. It achieved its restrictive purpose of drastically cutting total immigration from quota countries. In particular, it discriminated against people from Southern and Eastern Europe and from Asia. It failed in its positive purpose of channeling immigration in accordance with a statistical pattern. Actual immigration from 1930 to 1952 bears little resemblance to the ethnic and racial ratios incorporated into the national origins quota system. The quotas. The individual country quotas under the national origins system are shown in Table 5. The quotas under the 1924 and 1952 Acts differ in only two regards. One, the assignment of minimum quotas to certain Asian and African countries, and two, a slight pro rata reduction of all other quotas other than the minimum as a result of a slight change in the method of computation. The principles and the net effect of the national origin system are retained in the 1952 Act. Table 5. Annual immigration quotas under the 1924 Act and the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952. 1. Afghanistan. 1924 Act quota 100. 1952 Act quota 100. No loss or gain. 2. Albania. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 3. Andorra. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 4. Arabian Peninsula. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 5. Asia Pacific Triangle. 1924 quota none. 1952 quota 100. Gain of 100. 6. Australia. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 7. Austria. 1924 1413. 1952 1405. Loss of 8. 8. Belgium. 1924 1304. 1952 1297. Loss of 7. 9. Bhutan. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 10. Bulgaria. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 11. Burma. 1924 none. 1952 100. Gain of 100. 12. Cambodia. 1924 none. 1952 100. Gain of 100. 13. Cameroons. Trust Territory, United Kingdom. 1924 1952 100. No loss or gain. 14. Cameroon, Trust Territory, France. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 15. Ceylon. 1924 none. 1952 100. Gain 100. 16. China. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 17. Chinese, racial. 1924 105. 1952 105. No loss or gain. 18. Czechoslovakia. 1924 2874. 1952 2859. Loss of 15. 19. Danzig, Free City of. 1924 100. 1952 100. No loss or gain. 20, Denmark, 1924, 1,181, 1952, 1,175, loss of 6. 21, Egypt, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no loss or gain. 22, Estonia, 1924, 116, 1952, 115, loss 1. 23, Ethiopia, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no loss or gain. 24, Finland, 1924, 569, 1952, 566, loss of 3. 25, France, 1924, 3,086, 1952, 3,069, loss of 17. 26, Germany, 1924, 25,957, 1952, 25,814, loss of 143. 27, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 1924, 65,721, 1952, 65,361, loss 360. 28, Greece, 1924, 310, 1952, 308, loss 2. 29, Hungary, 1924, 869, 1952, 865, loss 4. 30, Iceland, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 31, India, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 32, Indonesia, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 33, Iran, Persia, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 34, Iraq, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 35, Ireland, 1924, 17,853, 1952, 17,756, loss of 97. 36, Israel, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 38, Japan, racial and non-racial, 1924, 100, 1952, 185, gain of 85. 39, Jordan, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 40, Korea, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 41, Laos, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 42, Latvia, 1924, 236, 1952, 235, loss of 1. 43, Lebanon, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 44, Liberia, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 45, Libya, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 46, Liechtenstein, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 47, Lithuania, 1924, 386, 1952, 384, loss of 2. 48, Luxembourg, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 49, Monaco, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 50, Morocco, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 51, Muscat, Oman, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 52, Nauru, Trust Territory, Australia, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 53, Nepal, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 54, Netherlands, 1924, 3,153, 1952, 3,136, loss of 17. 55, New Guinea, Trust Territory, Australia, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 56, New Zealand, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 57, Norway, 1924, 2,377, 1952, 2,364, loss of 13. 58, Pacific Islands Trust Territory, United States, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 59, Pakistan, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain 100. 60, Palestine, Arab Palestine, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 61, Philippines, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 62, Poland, 1924, 6,524, 1952, 6,488, loss of 36. 63, Portugal, 1924, 440, 1952, 438, loss of 2. 64, Rwanda-Urundi Trust Territory, Belgium, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 65, Romania, 1924, 291, 1952, 289, loss of 2. 66, Samoa, Western Trust Territory, New Zealand, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 67, San Marino, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 68, Saudi Arabia, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 69, Somaliland, Trust Territory, Italy, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 70, Southwest Africa Mandate, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 71, Spain, 1924, 252, 1952, 250, loss of 2. 72, Sweden, 1924, 3,314, 1952, 3,295, loss of 19. 73, Switzerland, 1924, 1,707, 1952, 1,698, loss of 9. 74, Syria, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 75, Tanganyika, Trust Territory, United Kingdom, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 76, Thailand, Siam, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 77, Togo, Trust Territory, France, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 78, Togoland, Trust Territory, United Kingdom, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 79, Trieste, Free Territory of, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 80, Turkey, 1924, 226, 1952, 225, loss of 1. 81, Union of South Africa, 1924, 100, 1952, 100, no gain or loss. 82, Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, 1924, 2,798, 1952, 2,697, loss of 101. 83, Vietnam, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. Yap and other Pacific Islands, 1924, 100, 1952, none, loss of 100. 84, Yemen, 1924, none, 1952, 100, gain of 100. 85, Yugoslavia, 1924, 938, 1952, 933, loss of 5. Total, 1924, 154,277, 1952, 154,657. Losses, 1,005, gains, 1,385, net gain, 380. That the quota system discriminates against Southern and Eastern European countries is evidenced by the fact that 81.6% of the quotas are allocated to the Northern and Western European countries, while only 16% are allocated to Southern and Eastern European countries. Results of the national origin system. It reduced immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe. From 1900 to 1919, immigration from Northern and Western Europe averaged some 145,000 persons annually, and from Southern and Eastern Europe, some 488,000. The 1921 and 1924 Acts cut back particularly the quota immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe. After 1929, quota immigration from this area became a mere trickle compared to the flow immediately after the turn of the century. The following table shows what happened. Table 6. Immigrants admitted by area, 1900 to 1951. Period 1900 to 1909. Northern and Western Europe, yearly average 181,156. Index with 1900 to 1909 set as 100%, 100%. Southern and Eastern Europe, 1900 to 1909, yearly average 582,287. Index 100%. Period 1910 to 1919. Northern and Western Europe, yearly average 111,264. Index of 61% compared to the previous decade. Southern and Eastern Europe, yearly average 394,392, index of 68% compared to previous decade. Period 1920 to 1929, Northern and Western Europe, yearly average 127,390, index of 70% of the first decade. Southern and Eastern Europe, yearly average 130,281, index 22% of first decade. Period 1930 to 1939, Northern and Western Europe, 25,815, index 14%. Southern and Eastern Europe, yearly average 18,712, index 3%. Period 1940 to 1949, Northern and Western Europe, yearly average 37,270, index 21%. Southern and Eastern Europe, yearly average 10,035, index 2%. Single year 1950, Northern and Western Europe, yearly average 75,909, index 42%. Single year 1950, Southern and Eastern Europe, yearly average 135,603, index 23%. Single year 1951, Northern and Western Europe, yearly average 51,481, index 28%. Southern and Eastern Europe, yearly average 114,600, index 20%. The rise of immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe in 1950-1951 reflects the operation of the Displaced Persons Program. Through mortgaging of future quotas, the Displaced Persons Act permitted immigrants chargeable to small quotas to enter without regard to quota availability in any given year. Further effects of the national origin system. It reduced the immigration of Asiatics. The official statistics also show a sharp cutback in immigration of people of Asiatic origin after the National Origins Law went into effect in 1929. Table 7, Reductions in Immigration of Asiatics, Quota and Non-quota, 1900 to 1951. 1900 to 1909, Chinese 19,182, Indians 3,989, Japanese 142,536, Korean 7,749. 1900 to 1919, Chinese 18,885, Indians 3,184, Japanese 77,267.
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
996. 1920 to 1929, Chinese 25,523, Indians 1,286, Japanese 40,482, Korean 643. 1930 to 1939, Chinese 2,687, Indians 179, Japanese 2,367, Korean 85. Some single years from that decade. 1930, Chinese 970, Indians 51, Japanese 796, Korean 27. 1931, Chinese 748, Indians 65, Japanese 626, Korean 21. 1932, Chinese 545, Indians 50, Japanese 503, Korean 19. 1933, Chinese 44, Indians 1, Japanese 60, Korean 2. Decade 1940 to 49, Chinese 7,764, Indians 153, Japanese 904, Korean 86. Single years: 1947, Chinese 1,128, Indians 36, Japanese 9, Korean 1. 1948, Chinese 3,574, Indians 42, Japanese 316, Korean 36. 1949, Chinese 2,490, Indians 55, Japanese 492, Korean 39. 1950, Chinese 1,289, Indians 70, Japanese 45, Korean 6. 1951, Chinese 1,083, Indians 74, Japanese 206, Korean 24. Unused quotas. The 1924 Act established national quotas for immigration. The total authorized quota ceilings for the 28-year period since then, fiscal years 1925 to 1952, is 4,362,354 quota numbers. Of this, a total of only 1,923,509 was used. In other words, since the 1924 Act, 56% of the available quota is not used. Or, to summarize, total quota numbers available, fiscal years 1925 to 52, 4,362,354. Total quota numbers actually allotted for use, 1,923,509, 44%. Total quota numbers unused, 2,438,845, 56%. A picture of what happened to quotas in the two most recent years may be illuminating. Total quota numbers available fiscal year 1951, 154,285. Total quota numbers actually allotted for use fiscal year 1951, 76,730, includes 9,579 numbers allotted to displaced persons under the Displaced Persons Act as amended. Total quota numbers unused, 77,755. Total quota numbers available fiscal year 1952, 154,277. Total quota numbers actually allotted for use, 92,181, includes 16,021 numbers allotted to displaced persons under Displaced Persons Act as amended. Total quota numbers unused fiscal year 1952, 62,096. Waiting lists. Despite large quantities of unused quota numbers assigned to some countries, there are lengthy waiting lists of people in other countries who were not able to obtain quota numbers because their country's quota was oversubscribed. The following are the 5 largest quotas. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, 65,721. Germany, 25,957. Ireland, 17,853. Poland, 6,524. Italy, 5,677. Only the British and Irish quotas are undersubscribed or open. The other 3 are oversubscribed or closed in varying degree. Thus, as of August 26, 1952, only those applicants registered under the German quota prior to July 1, 1952 could have expected quota numbers for the quarter October 1st through December 31st, 1952. So far as the Polish quota applicants were concerned, only those registered prior to October 1st, 1948 could be allotted quota numbers for that quarter in 1952. Registrants under the Italian quota who were in non-preference categories and who registered prior to January 1st, 1950, were eligible to receive numbers for that quarter, provided, as always, that preference demands did not intervene. The State Department has provided the Commission with the following list of oversubscribed quotas and the total registration thereunder, as reported by consular offices on August 1st, 1952. There is also listed the year through which quotas were mortgaged under the Displaced Persons Act as amended. Table 8. Waiting lists for quota numbers. Albania, present annual quota 100, total registration 2,265, year to which quota mortgaged 1956. Australia, present quota 100, total registration 2,836, year to which quota mortgaged not applicable under Displaced Persons Act. Austria, present annual quota 1,413, total registration 27,163, year to which quota mortgaged 1955. Bulgaria, present annual quota 100, total registration 1,665, year to which quota mortgaged 1964. China, white, quota 100, total annual registration 1,665, quota mortgaged to 1964. Chinese, racial, quota 105, total registration 2,495, quota mortgaged to 1964. Czechoslovakia, present quota 2,874, total registration 34,515, quota mortgaged through 1958. Danzig, quota 100, registration 4,842, quota mortgaged to 1961. Denmark, present quota 1,181, total registration 4,842, quota mortgage under Displaced Persons Act not applicable. Egypt, present quota 100, total registration 3,400, quota mortgage not applicable. Estonia, present quota 116, total registration 3,908, quota mortgaged to the year 2146. Finland, present quota 569, total registration 3,119, quota mortgage not applicable. France, present quota 3,086, total registration 4,716, quota mortgage not applicable. Germany, present quota 25,957, total registration 262,598, quota mortgage not applicable. Greece, present quota 310, total registration 24,227, quota mortgaged through the year 2014. Hungary, present quota 869, total registration 20,697, quota mortgaged through 1989. India, present quota 100, total registration in India 6,320, outside India 1,501, quota mortgage not applicable. Iran, present quota 100, total registration 4,730, quota mortgage through 1956. Iraq, present quota 100, total registration 7,008, quota mortgage not applicable. Israel, present quota 100, total registration 4,050, quota mortgage through 1954. Italy, present quota 5,677, total registration 32,107, quota mortgage not applicable. Latvia, present quota 236, Total registration, 9,104. Quota mortgage through the year 2274. Lebanon, present quota, 100. Total registration, 2,895. Quota mortgage not applicable. Lithuania, present quota, 386. Total registration, 11,946. Quota mortgage through the year 2090. Netherlands, present quota, 3,153. Total registration, 42,265. Quota mortgage not applicable. New Zealand, present quota, 100. Total registration, 710. Quota mortgage not applicable. Norway, present quota, 2,377. Total registration, 16,381. Quota mortgage not applicable. Palestine, present quota, 100. Total registration, 4,394. Quota mortgage not applicable. Philippines, present quota, 100. Total registration, 4,217. Quota mortgage through 1954. Poland, present quota, 6,524. Total registration, 166,244. Quota mortgage through the year 2000. Portugal, present quota, 440. Total registration, 14,871. Quota mortgage not applicable. Romania, present quota, 291. Total registration, 23,807. Quota mortgage through the year 2019. Spain, present quota, 252. Total registration, 6,208. Quota mortgage through the year 1956. Syria, present quota, 100. Total registration, 2,113. Quota mortgage not applicable. Trieste, present quota, 100. Total registration, 623. Quota mortgage through 1958. Turkey, present quota, 226. Total registration, 8,874. Quota mortgage through 1964. Union of South Africa, present quota, 100. Total registration, 697. Quota mortgage not applicable. USSR, present quota, 2,798. Total registration, 46,292. Quota mortgage through 1980. Yugoslavia, present quota, 938. Total registration, 56,068. Quota mortgage through 2014. Reduction of quotas through special provisions. Quotas under the law are reduced by virtue of the effect of certain provisions of general or special laws, thereby further limiting the number who may immigrate to the United States. These reductions of the total quota came about by suspension of deportation. The general immigration law authorizes, under certain circumstances, the suspension of deportation of persons already in the United States. In each case, the quota for that person's country of origin is reduced by 1. By special acts, Congress may pass private bills for particular individuals. In each such case, the quota is reduced by 1. And by Section 4 of the Displaced Persons Act as amended. A special section of the Displaced Persons Act permits certain aliens already in the United States to convert their status to that of permanent resident. In each such case, the appropriate quota is reduced by 1. The total of all quotas affected by changes of status is indicated by the following figures, which show quota charges through the second session of the 82nd Congress. Table 9, quota charges for adjustment of status. 1945, suspension of deportation, 5,429. 1946, suspension of deportation, 3,273. 1947, suspension of deportation, 2,981. Special Act, 26. Total charges, 3,007, or 2% of total quota. 1948, suspension of deportation, 1,652. Special Act, 27. Total charges, 1,679, or 1.1% of total quota. 1949, suspension of deportation, 1,392. Special Act, 83. Total charges, 1,475, or 1% of total quota. 1950, suspension of deportation, 833. Special Act, 133. Total charges, 966, or 0.6% of total quota. 1951, suspension of deportation, 1,506. Special Act, 289. Total charges, 1,795, or 1.2% of total quota. 1952, suspension of deportation, 1,780. Special Act, 192. Displaced Persons Act, Special, 3. Total charges, 1,975, or 1.3% of total quota. 1953, suspension of deportation, 1,360. Special Act, 233. Displaced Persons Act, Special, 29. Total charges, 1,622, or 1% of total quota. Future years, suspension of deportation, 1,781. Special Act, 92. Displaced Persons Act, Special, 1,443, or total charges of 3,316. Failure of the national origin system. Racial and national pattern of immigration. The purpose of the national origin system is the selection and admission of immigrants in accordance with a basic racial and nationality ratio. In this regard, the national origin system has failed. For the period July 1st, 1929 to June 30th, 1951, during which the national origin system actually has been in effect, a total of 2,010,887 immigrants were admitted to the United States, or an average of 91,404 per year. The quota immigrants averaged 54,095 per year, and the annual average for non-quota immigrants was 37,309. Considering only the quota countries, the distribution of actual immigration, quota and non-quota, varies considerably from that of the quotas themselves. The quota pattern did not prevail. Under the quota allocation, 81.6% were to come from Northern and Western Europe. Actually, only 55.8% of the quota immigrants came from this area. Under the quota allocation, only 16% were to come from Southern and Eastern Europe. In fact, of all quota immigration in the 22-year period, 1930 to 51, some 42.4% came from Southern and Eastern Europe. The following table shows the picture of the failure of the national origins to accomplish its fundamental avowed purpose. Table 10, United States immigration 1930 to 51 by regional origins. Quotas under 1924 Act. Northern and Western Europe, 81.6%. Southern and Eastern Europe, 16.0%. Asia, 1.2%. Africa, 0.8%. Pacific, 0.5%. Total 100%. Total immigration, Northern and Western Europe, 38.7%. Southern and Eastern Europe, 34.2%. Asia, 1.7%. Africa, 0.2%. Pacific, 1%. Non-quota, Western Hemisphere, 24%. Quota immigration, Northern and Western Europe, 55.8%, Southern and Eastern Europe, 42.4%, Asia, 1.1%, Africa, 0.3%, Pacific, 0.4%. Mrs. Helen F. Eckerson, Chief of the Statistical Branch of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, wrote in the Immigration and Naturalization Service Monthly Review for October 1945, the pattern set by the admission of immigrants during the period 1930 to 1944 did not at all resemble the national origins plan set up by Congress. Although the national origins system did not establish a prefixed flow of immigration, the limitation on numbers did maintain a racial status quo in the United States, both in terms of nationality and racial characteristics. In terms of nationality origin, the following table, from data provided by the Bureau of the Census, shows that the status quo was maintained. Table 11, white population of the United States by origin, 1920 and 1940. Northern and Western Europe, 1920, 79.1%, 1940, 77.9%. 20-year difference, a loss of 1.2%. Southern and Eastern Europe, 1920, 15.1%, 1940, 15.9%. 20-year difference, gain of 0.8%. Western Hemisphere, 1920, 5.6%, 1940, 5.9%. 20-year difference, gain of 0.3%. Other, 1920, 0.3%, 1940, 0.3%. 20-year difference, none. The maintenance of the general status quo is shown in the following table on the three major racial groups. Table 12, population of the United States by race, 1920 and 1950. Numbers rounded to thousands. 1920, total, 105,711,000. 1950, 150,697,000. White, 1920, 94,821,000, 89.7%. 1950, 134,942,000, 89.5%. Negro, 1920, 10,463,000, 9.9%. 1950, 15,043,000, 10%. American Indians, 1920, 244,000, 0.2%. 1950, 343,000, 0.2%. Other non-whites, including Orientals, 1920, 182,000, 0.2%. 1950, 370,000, 0.2%. Thus, what succeeded in maintaining a racial status quo was not the arbitrary and unsuccessful national origins formula, but the reduction in the total amount of immigration. This was done by the quota ceiling, which kept immigration so low that the resulting increment to our population could have no significant effect on the national origins and racial composition of a country of our size. Congressional recognition of failure. The inflexibility of the national origins system brought about its failure in another respect. This rigidity prevented the accomplishment of certain desired national objectives and required the Congress to bypass the national origins system on many occasions through special immigration legislation. Among such legislative bypassing of the national origins system are the following: war fiancés. Ancillary to the War Brides program, legislation was enacted to permit the temporary entry of fiancés in order that they might marry veterans who were citizens of the United States. Upon the performance of the marriage, they were permitted to remain in the United States permanently. By June 30th, 1950, a total of 8,538 aliens were admitted under this legislation without regard to the established quotas. Displaced persons. As a result of special legislation enacted in 1948 and in 1950, the Congress authorized the entry of certain designated displaced persons and other refugees without regard to the current availability of quotas, and subject to charges made against future annual quotas. Some 393,542 persons were admitted under this program by June 30th, 1952. Skilled sheep herders. Congress made special provision for the admission of skilled sheep herders by special quota arrangements as noted in Chapter 2. Intelligence operatives. Under legislation enacted in 1949, entry is authorized each year outside of the established quotas under certain conditions for 100 aliens and members of their immediate families who are certified as useful in executing the intelligence mission of the Central Intelligence Agency. Overseas enlistees. Special legislation sanctions the admission into the United States outside of the established quotas under specified conditions of certain aliens who enlist in the armed forces of the United States in foreign countries. The 1950 enactment fixed the limit of such admissions at 2,500. This ceiling was increased in 1951 to 12,500. Private bills. In recent years, there has been a growing disposition on the part of Congress to enact private relief legislation exempting designated individuals from the requirements of the immigration laws. When granted, such relief is without regard to current availability of quotas. Eliminating the duplications resulting from introduction of the same bill in both houses of Congress, 2,465 private bills were introduced in the 81st Congress for the relief of 4,145 persons. Of these bills, 505 were enacted for the benefit of 835 persons. 5 bills were vetoed by the President, 3 of which were subsequently reintroduced and reenacted. In the last Congress, the 82nd, 3,302 bills were introduced for the relief of 5,784 persons, of which 732 bills were enacted affecting 1,364 persons. 2 bills which were vetoed were subsequently reintroduced and reenacted. Conclusions. The national origin system failed in its avowed purpose because it was arbitrary and did not conform to the facts. Immigrants do not come to the United States in the proportions set up by the national origins formula, and therefore it could not succeed in its purpose. The failure grows out of several factors, including the following. 1. The favored quota countries did not send immigrants in proportion to their quota ratio. 2. The national origin system did not apply to non-quota immigration, which was substantial. This included people from the Western Hemisphere and the families of citizens of any national origin. During the 22 fiscal year period from 1930 to 1951, immigration totaled 2,010,887. Of this total, more than 40%, or 820,795 persons, was non-quota. 3. Congressional recognition of the necessity for ignoring the national origin system through special legislation, such as the Displaced Persons and the War Fiancé programs and private bills, which together admitted almost 500,000 people since the war. End of Section 12. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 13 of Whom We Shall Welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whom We Shall Welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 3, Chapter 8, National Origin System Suggestions to the Commission. In discussions of the National Origins Quota System over a period of years, many alternatives have been proposed. Following are some of the suggestions made to the Commission as to possible courses of action. Proposals concerning a total annual quota. To stop all further immigration to the United States. Such proposals have been advanced from time to time without success during our national history. In fact, the 1921 Act developed from just such a proposal. Some few urged this extreme measure during the Commission's hearings. To abandon any numerical limitations. This is the pattern of free immigration subject to qualitative limitations, which prevailed in the United States before 1921. No one has seriously urged this position upon the Commission. To abandon numerical limitations, but to require assurance of financial responsibility. While this plan would not proclaim any specific maximum limitations, its sponsors argue that it would, in effect, operate as a self-limiting guarantee against excessive immigration. The qualitative restrictions in the present law would in substance be retained. In addition, each prospective immigrant would have to furnish firm and legally enforceable assurance that he would not become a burden on the community. This is a plan for qualified immigration similar to that in effect in some other countries. To allow free movement of peoples in designated areas of free trade. This proposal has been advanced by Fortune magazine and envisages specific identification of the immigration policy of the United States with revised economic and foreign policies. To adopt flexible annual quotas based on national need and capacity. The advocates of this plan argue that the present immutable annual maximum number that may be admitted makes no allowance for national needs and changing world conditions. They point out that the quotas have remained fixed despite alterations in the requirements of the United States and of the world situation. They favor periodic revisions in the immigration quota maximum based on an evaluation of current needs and the national capacity to absorb immigrants. This proposal could be combined with any formula for allocating visas within the annual numerical limitations, either the national origin system or any substitute plans. Some have suggested that an administrative agency be given authority under standards established by Congress to determine the number of immigrants who would be received in the United States each year within a designated range. Proponents say that flexible authority to determine the number of immigrants to be admitted annually is conferred upon administrative agencies in other countries. Proposals to retain the national origin system. To retain the national origin system without change. This course of action was followed by the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 and approved by some witnesses at the hearings. To retain the national origin system, but make adjustments and revisions in its operations. Among those who urge this course are persons who support the national origin system in principle, but admit that some modifications in the current statutory design are desirable, and also persons who oppose the national origin system in principle, but who have not devised any workable substitute pattern, or who believe that legislative strategy dictates interim measures. A number of revisions have been suggested. Pooling of unused quotas. This plan has had strong support. It is predicated on the recognition that high proportions of certain quota allotments have not been utilized, particularly by Great Britain and Ireland. It proposes to assign such unused quotas to other countries. The supporters of this plan argue that it merely makes possible the full utilization of the quota numbers authorized by Congress, which have to a large extent been wasted in the past. The opponents contend, on the other hand, that Congress did not guarantee that the quotas would be fully used, but rather established a maximum authorization. They also assert that any pooling plan would unbalance the national origins pattern. A major problem is the determination as to how to apportion such unused quotas. Some would allocate the unused quota numbers solely on the basis of precedence in applications, or in proportion to registered demand for quota members. These suggestions have aroused the objection that the entire pool would, in effect, be appropriated by nationality groups with high demand for immigration. Another proposed plan would reserve such unused quotas for the countries with low quota allotments, and assign them in proportion to the original quotas. Another plan would assign the unused quotas to regional areas, the unused European quotas to Europeans, and the unused Asian quotas to Asiatics. Still another plan would apply the unused quotas to designated groups of immigrants selected on the basis of preferences, such as our national needs, family ties, and personal hardship of the applicants. Adjustment of the basis of computation. Many have suggested substituting the current census for that of 1920 as the basis for determining national origins quotas. Such a modification would increase the total quota and make possible the admission of a somewhat larger number of immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, where needs are great and quotas small. Another suggestion is to include Negroes, Indians, and other non-white persons in the population base on which the percentage is computed in order to arrive at the total quota. Under the present law, Negroes and American Indians have been excluded from the population base. Were they to be included, this modification alone would result in an increase in the quotas under the Act of 1952, based on the 1920 census, from approximately 155,000 to approximately 171,000. If both these suggestions were adopted, the aggregate quotas on the 1940 census basis would approximate 230,000, and on a 1950 basis, aggregate quotas would become 251,162. Eliminate special racial quotas for Asiatics and also special quotas for colonies in the Western Hemisphere. It is alleged that these limitations constitute a survival of racial discrimination and are unnecessary in achieving limitation of immigration. The proponents of such special racial quotas urge, however, that they must be retained in order to preclude excessive immigration of Asiatics from Western Hemisphere countries. Moreover, they contend that the inhabitants of dependencies should not be permitted to utilize the quotas of their mother countries. Rescind the mortgaging of quotas inaugurated under the Displaced Persons Act. Such mortgaging commitments are claimed to be an unwarranted burden on the future. In its final report, the DP story, the Displaced Persons Commission made this recommendation. Many witnesses at the hearings urged it strongly. Eliminate reductions in quotas through private bills, suspension of deportation, and adjustment of status. It is argued that by granting relief in such cases, Congress recognizes that they present special meritorious circumstances, and that such action should entitle the alien to admission outside the quotas. Assign future quotas on the basis of the proportionate use of quotas during any specified period. Such a plan would gear future quotas to the proportions of past immigration. Assign national quotas on basis of national origin percentage in military service of the United States rather than on percentage of total population. This suggestion is intended to reward services rendered to the people of the United States. To retain the national origin system, but substitute regional quotas for the present national quotas. Under this proposal, the quotas for all European countries would be pooled into a single quota for Europe. Likewise, the quotas for the countries of the Asiatic area could be pooled into a single quota for Asia. This plan bears some resemblance to the Asia-Pacific Triangle device introduced in the Act of 1952. It would afford greater flexibility in utilizing the quotas for Europe. The supporters of the national origins principle would probably object to the failure to reserve the major proportion of the suggested European quota for the countries of Northern and Western Europe. On the other hand, many of the opponents of the national origins system would probably argue that this new device would merely continue racial discriminations under another guise. However, this suggestion would accomplish a pooling of presently unused quotas. To retain the national origins system in principle, but bypass it in practice through emergency legislation to admit additional persons on a non-quota or quota mortgaging basis. The Displaced Persons Act was an example of such an approach. Quota mortgaging was used to evade the restrictions of the national origins system. Senator McCarran's special sheepherder law, the War Fiancés Act, Congressman Walter's bill for specialists, and President Truman's emergency proposal for 300,000 refugees and others during a 3-year period, as embodied in the bills of Senator Hendrickson and Congressman Seller, are additional examples. Some oppose this proposal, who may agree with the objectives of a specific program so advanced, but argue that the way to deal with such recurring emergencies is through enactment of a sufficiently flexible basic immigration law, rather than through crisis legislation. Others in opposition object to the specific program. Proposals to abolish national origins system. To repeal the national origins formula and substitute a flexible allocation within a maximum quota established by law. This proposal would establish a maximum annual quota and would authorize the selection of immigrants within that total quota without regard to their nationality, race, color, or religion. Several different proposals have been advanced for selection within the single quota maximum. A, some urge a first-come, first-served basis. B, others suggest a system of preferences for the selection of immigrants within the maximum quota. Various criteria have been suggested for such preferences. The following are some preferences that have been suggested to the Commission. 1. Relatives of American citizens and of alien residents of the United States. 2. Persons with special skills. 3. Refugees, escapees, expellees. 4. Immigrants from overpopulated areas. 5. Persons left in the displaced persons pipeline. 6. Immigrants to satisfy needs in the United States. Opponents of this plan claim that it would virtually preempt the entire quota for particular nationality groups. The proponents argue that this is the only formula that is morally defensible and completely fair. Furthermore, the proponents argue a proper system of preferences would prevent undue favoritism to any one nationality, and flexibility would permit adjustment to meet the domestic and foreign policy needs of the United States. End of section 13. Recording by Maria Casper. Section 14 of Whom We Shall Welcome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Whom We Shall Welcome. Report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization. Part 3, Chapter 9. A Unified Quota System, the Commission's Recommendation. The Commission recommends the complete abolition of the national origins system. In its place, the Commission recommends a unified quota system. The Commission's recommendation contemplates a maximum annual number of quota immigrants to be determined by the Congress and a flexible method of allocating visas within such annual maximum. Visas should be allocated on the basis of statutory categories best serving the interests of the United States, and without regard to national origin, race, color, or creed. This allocation should be made periodically by an administrative agency established for that and other purposes, and would be subject to review by the President and the Congress. The National Council of Churches of Christ testified before the Commission that the national origins system is an affront to the conscience of the American people. The Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese of Boston stated to the Commission, "The theory of national origins cannot be defended without recourse to the discredited and unchristian tenets of racism." The Synagogue Council of America testified that the national origins system flies arrogantly in the face of everything we know and have learned, and stands as a gratuitous affront to the peoples of many regions of the world. These representatives of the major religious faiths throughout the United States were joined by spokesmen from all walks of life in this country: the sciences, the arts, the professions, education, agriculture, business, labor, law, and social service, as well as by civic leaders and individual citizens. The Commission believes that its recommendation to abolish the national origin system accords with the convictions of the majority of informed people in the United States. The principal characteristic of the unified quota system is that it selects prospective immigrants without regard to national origin, race, color, or creed. In this regard, it is in line with the attitude expressed by George Washington in 1784. Writing to a former aide-de-camp, Washington asked assistance in getting several immigrants for his plantation and gave the following qualifications. If they are good workmen, they may be of Asia, Africa, or Europe. They may be Mohammedans, Jews, or Christians of any sect. The Commission recommends a ceiling on quota immigration into the United States based upon the formula figure used in the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, namely 1/6 of the population of the United States. However, that population base should be the latest available census figures and should include all persons in the United States without regard to national origin, race, color, or creed. On the basis of calculations shown in Chapter 4, under the 1950 census, this quota ceiling would total 251,162 visas annually. A unified quota system. Allocation of visas within annual maximum. The selection of immigrants who may enter the United States should be made on the basis of considerations which advance our national interest, strengthen our economy and culture, protect our security, and win and keep friends for us among other nations. The Commission's proposed substitute for the national origins system is a unified quota system. It is a unified or single quota of 1/6 of the total population of the United States, instead of the 85 national quotas required under the 1952 Act. The Commission recommends that within the annual maximum, the allocation of visas should be made in accordance with the following 5 categories, in the order determined by the proposed administrative agency. The right of asylum. One of our national traditions is that we have provided asylum and haven to the oppressed of other lands. This we were able to do until 1924 because our law was flexible enough to meet such situations. Asylum for the oppressed is thwarted by the national origins system. For example, Congress had to bypass that system by enacting the Displaced Persons Act of 1948. The United States is one of the few major democratic countries of the free world whose present laws impede and frequently prevent providing asylum. This is harmful not only to the cause of freedom and peace in the world, but to our own selfish best interests within our own borders. The Commission recommends that one of the categories should be based on the right of asylum, available for refugees, escapees, expellees, and other persons suffering from political, religious, and economic persecution. The Commission realizes that such problems are of international scope and responsibility, which the company of free nations must jointly assume. However, our present immigration law hinders the United States from playing its reasonable part in such efforts. The Commission believes that these categories normally should be subject to flexible application. However, in connection with this category, and as a temporary statutory priority to go into immediate effect, the Commission recommends that provision should be made for the annual admission over a 3-year period of 100,000 such refugees, escapees, expellees, and remaining displaced persons. Under this recommendation, the entire recommended increase in the annual number of visas would, for a period of 3 years, be used to help solve an existing emergency situation. In this way, a basic immigration policy can be established which would promptly help solve the existing emergency and still remain within a flexible immigration pattern, obviating the need for periodic emergency piecemeal legislation. Within the foreseeable future, this recommended category would apply principally to Europe rather than to Asia. The outstanding exception to this may be Japan. The Commission's recommendations are based on existing world conditions. As shown in Chapter 3, American participation in a coordinated international effort to provide migration opportunities for refugees, expellees, escapees, and the remaining displaced persons in Europe could bring substantial alleviation to the emergency problem there caused by World War II and its aftermath. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the refugee situation in Asia, where the number of persons affected by dislocations of World War II have been equaled, if not exceeded, in the post-war period. Reunion of families. The great American success story records that we are a nation of immigrants, and that a great part of our moral and spiritual fiber grows out of the sacred place of the family in American life. The Commission recommends that one of the categories should be for immigrants whose admission would result in reuniting families. Needs in the United States. Our immigration law should encourage entry into the United States of persons whose skills, aptitudes, knowledge, or experience are necessary or desirable for our economy, culture, defense, or security. The Commission recommends that one of the categories should be for persons of skills or occupations to fill needs certified by the Secretaries of Agriculture, Commerce, Defense, or Labor, or by other appropriate officials, to be necessary in or desirable for the national welfare. Special needs in the free world. The security and welfare of the United States are linked with the stability of other free nations in the world. The economic, political, and social conditions of other nations directly affect our capacity to preserve peace and freedom, develop international trade, and promote friendship among nations and peoples. An important problem facing the free world today is overpopulation. Wherever it exists, the stability of the nation affected is threatened, and that nation's contribution to the defense against the totalitarian menace is lessened. For that reason, among others, all free nations, and especially the United States, are deeply concerned with the existence of such conditions and with efforts to reach solutions. In the interest of world peace and security, there is an urgent need for a cooperative international effort to move surplus people to parts of the world where they can more effectively and constructively participate in the national economy. The Commission recommends that one of the categories should be for persons from countries of the free world where immigration to the United States can meet special needs and can provide substantial alleviation of hardships which threaten economic, political, or social stability in such countries. Obviously, the United States cannot solve the entire world's overpopulation problem. This category should meet special needs. One, where population pressure is causing hardship and political discontent dangerous to the peace and stability of the free world. And two, where a reasonable amount of emigration would be effective in providing relief and alleviating tensions. Since the application of this category should depend upon the existence of special needs which can effectively be dealt with by migration, the circumstances and special needs of the particular country are significant. For Western Germany, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, and perhaps Japan, emigration can serve as a safety valve for transitory problems of critical population pressures. These countries have reached a stage of economic development and population structure where both the need and desire for migration is most acute, and where its result would be soon effective. A concerted international effort to deal with this situation would serve to bring about a relatively manageable situation in which the natural population increase of such countries could be readily absorbed for productive use within their own economies. Consequently, the category would provide some migration possibility for overpopulated countries of Europe, but not at this time, except perhaps for Japan, for overpopulated countries of Asia, where the need is not for migration, but for improved use of resources and greater economic development. General immigration. There are aliens who may be desirable immigrants merely because they are good people whom we would be happy to welcome. These aliens may not be refugees or relatives of people in the United States or from overpopulated countries or possessed of special skills. They are the kind of immigrants the United States traditionally has received, and they can contribute substantially to our development. It is distinctly in our interest to keep alive the opportunity for enterprising immigrants to come here. The Commission recommends that one of the categories should be for general immigration of all other qualified persons, without regard to national origin, race, color, or creed. The Commission gave consideration to the desirability of applying this category on a first-come, first-served basis. Although in theory this might seem to avoid any taint of discrimination, the Commission believes that in practice it may bring about the kind of discrimination which should not result from our immigration laws. Conceivably, a few countries of the world, through early registration for visas, might monopolize this part of the quota. A better plan, the Commission believes, is to use this category for the allocation of visas among such areas or regions of the world as may be determined by the agency for the purpose. Within any area or region, as defined by the agency, the number of visas may vary from year to year and should be issued on a first-come, first-served basis. The Commission suggests that the considerations to guide the agency in the exercise of its judgment in prescribing areas or regions should include, but not be limited to, benefits to the United States from granting the desires of peoples who are anxious to become permanent residents and citizens, and the opportunity to satisfy general needs of the United States for immigrants who do not qualify under any of the other categories. The standards to be applied under this category should not be rigid. The agency charged with such a responsibility should have a reasonable latitude in reaching a fair, impartial, and workable result, and should safeguard this category so that no one country, group, or area would obtain unfair advantages under its operation. The Commission recommends that the allocation of visas within the proposed annual maximum quota, in accordance with the statutory standards, should be made by an independent administrative agency established by Congress for that purpose, among others, described in Chapter 10. The Commission recommends, 1, that such agency be headed by a commission, 2, that the proposed agency be authorized to determine, in the first instance, the number of visas within the total maximum to be assigned to each of the categories. 3, that there be public hearings before these determinations are made. 4, that such determinations be submitted to the President and thereafter sent with any changes he deems proper to the Congress. 5, that such determinations become effective unless within a specified time Congress should disapprove of them by joint action of both houses. 6, that categories so approved shall remain effective for a period of 3 years, provided that during the interim, the proposed agency may, at the direction of the President, submit other allocations to meet emergencies. Such new interim allocations should be subject to the same procedure as those originally made. The Visa Division of the Department of State has advised the Commission that on the basis of present visa control experience, and from the point of view of administration, a unified quota system is practicable and can be operated. Other aspects of immigration policy. Other aspects of immigration policy are related to the national origin system and quota limitation. Non-quota immigrants. Neither the national origins quota system, nor the proposed unified quota system, nor numerical limitations upon immigrants to be admitted into the United States, covers all immigrants. Immigrants admitted for permanent residence, to whom neither applies, are called non-quota immigrants. The Commission recommends non-quota status for all persons born in independent countries of the Western Hemisphere, regardless of race or color. The Commission recommends that all discriminations and restrictions against colonies in the Western Hemisphere as a special class should be eliminated. The Commission recommends reinstating the previously applicable non-quota status for professors, clergymen, and other persons, as such status was defined prior to the passage of the Act of 1952. The Commission recommends non-quota status for close relatives of citizens, with close relatives defined to include A, spouses, B, children, including adopted and stepchildren, C, parents and grandparents. Restrictions upon immigration. It is intended that the Commission's proposed unified quota system will include qualitative restrictions upon individual immigrants. Such grounds for exclusion relating to security.
Yeah? Oh, I turned it off.
No.
Yeah.
No. We'll just turn the volume down a little bit. Top notch.
Health, public charge, criminal record, and other personal qualifications are considered in chapter.
Yeah, a little lower than that.
Babe, you're being a little too rosy.
No, I'm just being the right amount of cozy. Just even a little lower than that, then so.
But look how good our dogs are being. Babe, look how good our dogs are being. Don't you see how good they're being? The report on immigration. What is it exactly? Whom we shall welcome, report of the President's Commission on Immigration and Naturalization.
Do you have any information about Donald Trump shitting his pants?
Alright, how about I go down to the history of prostitution? That sounds a lot more interesting.
Is there one that just plays silence? That might be cool.
I know you've complained about that particular voice.
But,
Rrr.
babe, I don't know if you know this, but having that going in the background is awful.
Oh, it's like one of your spicy books.
It's like someone's playing the music to a Jack in the Box, and you keep waiting for it to go off or become interesting, and it just never does.
Section 15, Chapter 13.
Okay, you're trying to do this left right now.
Conventional life in 1780. Depravity of women. Laws against adultery and rape. Venereal disease. Illegitimacy.
Looks like somebody might have
Founding
pulled
hospitals
over.
of Lisbon and Oporto. Singular institutions for wives.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
A writer on Portugal in the year 1780 complains of the scandalous licentiousness of the monks and nuns, of whom there were no less than 250,000 in a population of 2 million.
Could've gotten a rat.
It is said that the convent of the Wellas, the harem of the monarch John V, contained 300 women, accounted the most beautiful and accomplished courtesans in the kingdom. The great Marquis de Pombal suppressed many of these convents and was a general reformer of the religious orders.
Yeah, but I don't get it.
Of the effect of such an example from such quarters on the population at that time, some, as they
Maybe you're
were,
doing something different than me.
still ignorant, little need be said. The women of Portugal were reputed to surpass all European females in gallantry, and their attractions were such that only one interview was necessary to complete conquest. To this condition of common immorality, the rigor of their husbands and male relations may have contributed not a little. They are said to have been outrageously jealous, and to have made no scruple of murdering any stranger who gave them even the weakest grounds of suspicion. In the fundamental laws of Portugal, promulgated in 1143, it is enacted that if a married woman commit adultery, and the husband complain to the judge, and the judge is the king, the adulterer and adulteress shall be condemned to the flames. But if the husband retain the wife, neither party shall be punished. In the case of rape perpetrated on the person of a lady of rank, all the property of the ravisher went to the lady. And in case the females were not noble, the man, without regard to his rank, was obliged to marry her. The writer whom we have already quoted speaks of the venereal disease as being, at the time he wrote, 1770 to 1780, habitual in Portugal, and that the Portuguese, not knowing how to cure it, its malignity had become so intensified that, in some cases, individuals who had contracted a peculiar form of the malady had died in a few hours, as though struck down by an active...
Dude, aren't they the coziest dogs?
This is most probably the exaggeration of popular
In all the
opinion
land.
on the subject. More recent writers are chary of information and avoid the mention of matters so offensive to those polite.
Dude, aren't they the
The
coziest
manners
dogs
and
in all the
morals of
land?
the higher ranks of society must have undergone a material
Dogs in
change
all the
for the
land.
better
They're
in
the
the present
coziest
century.
dogs in all the
For
land.
an English
They're the
nobleman,
coziest dogs in all the land.
Worcester, since Earl of Carnarvon, speaks in very favorable terms of the propriety, amiability,
Oh God,
and
what?
excellence
I
of the
seem to be
Portuguese
missing
ladies,
something out of here.
which, excepting in the matter of intellectual education,
How do you know?
left them in no wise behind
Which
worthy
is funny,
of their
because I
sex
also
in other
remember
countries of Europe.
forbidding you from
Among
using
the lower
those.
classes, however, it would not seem that the terms
Uh-huh.
had been very much amended. Whether we consider their regard for female virtue, or their cultivation of maternal tenderness and solicitude
Is that
natural
Willa and
to
Jett?
all created beings.
That's
In the
cozy, huh?
neighborhood of Oporto, country women may be met conveying little babies to the foundling hospital, 4 or 5 together in a basket. These helpless creatures are the illegitimate children of peasant girls, openly deserted in the villages, and thus forwarded by the authorities to the care of those pious strangers who undertake their nurturing and preservation. In these cases, said Mr. Kingston, the females are not treated by their parents with any
That's what
harshness
you
or rigor.
use.
They are rather compassionated for their misfortune, and are only sent away from home
No
when
wonder
found
you use that one
obstinately
superior
persistent
to
in
the
the course
rest
of
of
evil.
these drinking ones
As
that
may
I
be
use.
supposed, the foundling hospitals have abundant claims on their funds. A Real
I put like a
Casapia
quarter
at
of that
Bella near
amount.
Lisbon, and another hospital in Lisbon attached to the Casa de Misericordia, received together nearly 3,000 children who are brought up to different callings and otherwise prepared for active life, as is usual in such institutions. There is a similar asylum, equally frequented in Oporto. In this city, there is also an asylum in which husbands may place their wives during their own absence from home. It often happens that ladies, on such occasions, enter the asylum of their own accord. There
What red
is
stuff?
also in Oporto an establishment in the nature of a penitentiary, in which husbands may you or their faithless wives, even those who give ground to suspicion. It is presumed that in the 19th century, even in Portugal, this must be done under color of some legal authority. End of section 50.
Section 16 of The History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 16. Chapter 14. Algeria. Prostitution in Algiers before the conquest. Mezonar. Unnatural vices. Tax on prostitutes. Decree of 1837. Corruption. Number of prostitutes and population. Nationality of prostitutes. Cause of prostitution. Brothels. Clandestine prostitution. Baths. Dispensary. Syphilis. Punishment of prostitutes. A pamphlet has lately appeared in France on the subject of prostitution in Algiers. Its author, Dr. E.A. Duchesne, has rendered service by collecting a large number of important facts and statistical data. When the French conquered Algiers in 1830, they found prostitution established there and prevailing to a large extent. So far as we are able to ascertain, it had always been a leading feature of Algerian society. Travelers had noticed it in the 17th and 18th centuries. In 1830, it was estimated that, with a population of 30,000, Algiers contained 3,000 prostitutes. We have already had occasion to notice the unreliable character of similar estimates in general, but there is no doubt that the number of lewd women at Algiers under Arab rule was inordinately large. They were mainly Moors, Arabs, and negresses. All were under the control of the chief of the native police, the Mezonar. He kept a list of them and laid a tax amounting to about $2 per month on each. As he paid a fixed sum to the government for the privilege of collecting this tax, it was to his interest to increase the number of prostitutes as much as possible.
Babe, Willa's being so good.
Have done so. He kept in his employ a number of spies who watched women suspected of immoral habits and denounced them whenever they were detected, in which event they were inscribed on the Mezonar's list and became prostitutes for life. He was empowered to compel every prostitute to discharge the duties of her calling, and was frequently applied to by strangers to supply them with women. He was not allowed, however, to lease women to Christians or Jews. Twice a year, the Mezonar gave a public fete to which all the male inhabitants of Algiers were invited. The prostitutes formed the female portion of the assemblage, and the public officer profited by the increased patronage they obtained during the festivities, as well as by the sale of tickets.
Babe, look how good the dogs are being. Look how good they're being. Don't you see how good they're being?
Feature of Oriental manners.
Don't you see how good they're being?
Developed at Algiers.
Don't you see?
The cafes, the streets, the baths, the public places were full of boys of remarkable beauty.
who more than shared with the women the favor of the wealthier natives. Owing to a
They're
criminal
being the best dogs in all the
on the part
land.
of the French authorities,
What's all that fluff from?
no systematic endeavor
No
has
one's
ever
tearing up
been
a
made
freaking
to
rug.
eradicate this
That's not from
shameful
a new couch
vice,
cushion, because that looks like a
which
different kind of
appears
stuffing than
still
what's
to
on the ground.
prevail to an alarming
It is
extent.
definitely the same type of
The
cushion.
influx of population, mainly
Here, that
soldiery,
help.
into
They're
a
side by
city
side, babe.
thus steeped in immorality produced natural results. A few weeks after the invasion, the French general was compelled to establish a dispensary and to decree that all dissolute women must undergo an examination there once a week. A tax of 5 francs per month was laid upon prostitutes to defray the expenses of the establishment. Within less than a year, such grave abuses had crept into the collection of this tax that it was resolved to farm it out, and it was adjudged at auction to a man who agreed to pay 1,860 francs per month for its
Babe, aren't these the
proceeds.
best dogs in all the
In
land?
1832, the monthly tax was raised successively.
Babe, are these the
to
best dogs in all the land?
7.44 and 9 francs per girl, and on these rates it was farmed to one Bolray, who paid 1,666.80 for the privilege of collecting it. He was also entitled to levy and retain the amount of all the fines imposed by the police on prostitutes, and to charge women 10 francs each time they went to a fete outside the city, and 5 francs if the fete were within the limits. The profits of the farm were so great that in 1835, Bolray was able to pay the government 2,250 francs, $450 per month. Under this system, the gravest inconveniences occurred and became so troublesome that in November 1835, the governor promulgated a decree remodeling the regulations in force on the subject. It appears the farm system was then abandoned, and the government agents who were entrusted with the collection of the tax robbed both the prostitutes and the state shamefully. Hence, in December 1837, a new decree was issued by the governor repealing all former laws and regulations and placing the whole subject under the control of the Commissary of Police. The leading provisions of that decree were as follows. Quote, every public woman who desires to prostitute herself must declare her intention beforehand to the controller of public women, who shall enter her name in his register and present her with a passbook, which he shall sign. Every girl inscribed on the register shall place in the hands of the treasurer of the dispensary monthly a sum of 20 francs if she be a kept woman, and 10 francs if she be not kept. The treasurer shall give her a receipt for the same and record it in his account book. The mayor shall be authorized to remit this monthly due, as well as any fines that may have been incurred, when the girl owing the same can prove by a certificate from the controller, the treasurer, and the physician that she is indigent. Every girl who shall not have paid her monthly due, as well as her fines, within 10 days after the visit to the dispensary, shall undergo an imprisonment of not less than 5 days and not more than 3 months, unless she establish her indigence as aforesaid. Girls detained in prison shall, on the first symptoms of syphilis, be transferred to the dispensary for treatment, after which they shall be remanded to prison to serve the remainder of the time. The physician of the dispensary shall not only treat patients in that establishment, but shall pay periodical, accidental, and all necessary visits to the prostitutes who are hereby subjected to such visits. He shall visit the dispensary twice a day, from 7 to 9 a.m. and from 3 to 4 p.m. He shall enter upon his memorandum book and upon the passbook of the girl the result of all accidental or necessary visits. He shall receive a salary of 2,000 francs. End quote. This law is in force at the present time and is said to have led to great inconvenience. Police agents are accused of levying blackmail on the prostitutes to an enormous extent, in the shape of fines, dues for going to balls, hush money for escaping the visit to the dispensary, presents to the policeman on the birth of his children, etc. The product of the tax is inordinately large, amounting, independently of fines, to 120 francs or $24 per annum for each girl. Several administrators have recommended its diminution or total suppression, but it is still retained. In the year 1838, when the present law was passed, the number of women inscribed on the police register was 320, the total population of Algiers being 34,882, of whom 2/3 were Africans and 1/3 Europeans. But the mayor of the city gave it as his opinion that this figure was in reality far below the truth. In 1846, measures were taken for enforcing the police regulations more strictly than before, and some care was used to procure correct statistics of population and prostitution. We compiled the following table from several given by Dr. Duchesne. Year 1847. Registered prostitutes, average 442. Population, African, estimated 25,000. European, 42,113. Total, 67,113. 1848. Registered prostitutes, average 387. Population, African, estimated 25,000. European, 37,572. Total,
You'll open this for me next time.
62,572. 1849. Registered prostitutes, average 395. Population, African, estimated 25,000. European, 37,572. Total, 63,072. 1850. Registered prostitutes, average 479. Population, African, estimated 26,000. European, 29,392. Total, 55,392. 1851. Registered prostitutes, average 342. Population, African, estimated, no figure given. European, no figure given. Total, 55,392. To these figures, some of which are only approximative, must be added the number of French soldiers in the garrison at Algiers. At times, the effective force has been as large as 12 or 15,000 men. Another point of interest is the nationality of the prostitutes of
Alright,
Algiers.
I don't think we have another open, babe.
It is known that the native women are
I think I ate it all a few weeks ago.
in many parts of the interior. It is common for fathers
You'll
or
talk
brothers
to Liz
let
and
out
Steve.
their daughters or
Yeah.
sisters
Okay.
by the night or the week to strangers, and the young women themselves are only too willing to ratify a bargain which promises to gratify their unbounded sensuality. The following table gives the nationality of the registered prostitutes during the period 1846 through 1851. Years: 1847, Europeans, France 107, Ma'an 14, Italy 6, Germany 11, Great Britain 4, Spain 58, Holland 2, Africans, Arabs and Moors 203, Jewesses 26, Mulattoes 6, Negresses 16, total 451. 1848, Europeans, France 78, Ma'an 10, Italy 5, Germany 10, Great Britain 3, Spain 49, Holland no figure given. Africans, Arabs and Moors 181, Jewesses 28, Mulattoes 7, Negresses 16, total 387. 1849, Europeans, France 82, Ma'an 8, Italy 2, Germany 17, Great Britain 3, Spain 60, Holland no figure given. Africans, Arabs and Moors 183, Jewesses 22, Mulattoes 7, Negresses 17, total 401. 1850, Europeans, France 113, Ma'an 8, Italy 2, Germany 20, Great Britain 2, Spain 57, Holland no figure given. Africans, Arabs and Moors 248, Jewesses 19, Mulattoes 7, Negresses 17, total 493. 1851, Europeans, France 81, Ma'an 4, Italy 5, Germany 9, Great Britain 2, Spain 37, Holland no figure given. Africans, Arabs and Moors 170, Jewesses 12, Mulattoes 3, Negresses 13, total 336. On inquiring for the causes of prostitution at Algiers, Dr. Duchesne found that they might be summed up under 3 heads. First, poverty, mainly due to the French conquest and the wars which followed. To the present day, it appears that it is not unusual for an Arab chief to relieve his wants by sending his prettiest daughter to Algiers to perform a campaign as a prostitute. Second, the idleness in which all Arab and Moorish women are trained. It was proved that, while all the European women were capable of working at some calling or other, and did work during their stay in the hospital, not one of the native women had any idea of manual employment. A few could sing and had at one time gained a livelihood as street singers, but the immense majority were absolutely incapable of doing anything for a livelihood. Third, the Oriental idea that the woman is a chattel to be sold or hired out by her legitimate owner, father, brother, or husband. This idea, which prevails in many savage nations, among others, many of our own Indian tribes, is, of course, the best of all entering wedges for prostitution. There are 14 houses of prostitution at Algiers, all kept, it seems, by Europeans, and the greater part by retired prostitutes. The natives object to living under the control of a brothel keeper. They live alone in their own rooms. Sometimes 3 or 4 of them club together and form a partnership. Their rooms are generally shabby and ill-furnished. Arab prostitutes seldom appear in the streets, and when they do, they are veiled and dressed like modest women. They may be seen at their windows of an evening, peeping through small holes contrived for the purpose, and smoking cigarettes. Their customers are procured by means of runners, who are mostly small boys. As may be inferred from the amount of the tax on prostitutes, clandestine prostitution is very extensively practiced at Algiers. We have no details or even approximate estimates of the number of clandestine prostitutes, but it doubtless exceeds that of the registered women. Many of them are attached to the garrison and are handed from regiment to regiment, shielded from the police by being claimed as wives by some of the soldiers. Others, in like manner, prevail upon some colonist to afford them a temporary home, and so elude the visit of the physician. Dr. Duchesne had reason to believe that syphilis prevailed to an alarming extent among the secret prostitutes, and that, until the tax was removed and they were encouraged to register themselves on the police roll, it would continue to be general and virulent. Formerly, the baths were the great haunts of clandestine prostitutes. It is known that in most Eastern countries, the bath is not only a sanitary necessity, but a common ally of sensuality. At Algiers, before the conquest, men and women are said to have bathed promiscuously, and frightful scenes of debauchery occurred daily. Under French rule, this has been reformed. Men may not bathe from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., but Dr. Duchesne was led to believe that it was quite common for men to introduce women into the baths at night, with the connivance of the bath officials. Indeed, some of the latter appear to fill the same office to the Algerine bathers as the Roman bath servants did to the dissolute men of that day. It now remains to speak of the dispensary at Algiers. It was established, as has been stated, within a few days after the capture of the place. For nearly 10 years, it was a scandal to the faculty and the authorities. The wards were too small, there were not beds enough for the women, everything was either deficient in quantity or objectionable in quality. In 1839, orders were given for the establishment of a proper and commodious dispensary. 3 old Moorish houses were hired and divided into wards. They contain at present 13 wards with beds for 77 patients. a bathroom containing 6 baths, a hall for the visits of prostitutes, and the necessary offices, etc. The staff of the dispensary consists of a director, treasurer, econom, physician, apothecary, clerk, cook, assistant apothecary, porter, 5 laborers, and 4 police agents. All the washing is done in the establishment. The commissariat is on the amplest scale. Meat, soup, vegetables of all kinds, rice, eggs, fruit, etc., being supplied in abundance to the patients. Every morning at 7 o'clock, the women are visited by the physician, assisted by the apothecary. Those who are able to walk are examined in the salle de visite, the others in their beds. The average number of patients during the year appears to be from 550 to 600. The average duration of the treatment is from 24 to 34 days. The cost to the dispensary averages from 1.5 to 1 3/4 franc per day for each girl, about 30 or 35 cents. The dispensary physician reported to Dr. Duchesne that, so far as his observation went, syphilis was more severe on the seacoast than in the interior, and in the months of September, October, November, and December than at any other period of the year. Prostitutes are punished for being more than 24 hours behind time in visiting the dispensary, for leaving it during treatment, for insulting the physician or other authorities, for continuing to exercise their calling after being attacked by disease. The penalty is imprisonment either in the ordinary prison or in the solitary cell. Formerly, the treadmill was used, and in bad cases, a girl's hair was cut off and her nose slit. But these savage relics of Moorish legislation were long since abandoned. Solitary confinement is found to answer every useful purpose. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Holmes. The History of Prostitution by William Steinman. Section 17, Chapter 15, Belgium. Hospitals and charitable institutions, town halls, estimate of a marriage ceremony, regulations as to prostitution, brothels, sanitary ordinances. Belgium takes a more prominent position in Europe than its mere extent would warrant. This influence is derived from the vigorous and effective stand made on behalf of rational freedom, and from the manner in which free institutions have been originated and maintained. The hospitals and other eleemosynary institutions in Belgium are of a magnificent character, supported at an annual expenditure of nearly $200,000. Almost every town and many of the larger villages have hospitals for the sick, sometimes maintained at corporation expense, sometimes by private endowments. The 318 hospitals during the 4 years from 1831 to 1834 inclusive, no less than 22,180 persons were treated. Founder hospitals are a marked feature of these charitable establishments. The turning table, which is formally in use in all such institutions, has lately been abandoned in most of them, but still remains in use at those of Brussels and Antwerp. The total number of children annually abandoned in Belgium is estimated to exceed 8,000.
out of 144,000 births, a ratio of about 1 in 18. The average expense dependent upon the maintenance of each infant is about 72 francs. Marriage in Belgium is, by law, simply a civil contract, requiring 15 days' notice, posted in front of the hotel to visit. Notwithstanding the simplicity of this ceremony, it is affirmed that an enormous extent of immorality and illegitimacy is to be met with, and that a virtuous servant program is altogether exceptional, there being scarcely one of them who has not an illegitimate child. While they maintain with the most unyielding confidence that, so long as the father is a barmaid, sweetheart, there is no moral turpitude in the case. Belgium is remarkable for its regulations with respect to prostitution and the spread of venereal disease. The defections of the latter arrangements are shown in the fact that, out of an army of 32,000 men, there were less than 200 cases of syphilis in the year 1855. The brothels of Brussels are of two kinds, les maisons de débauche and les maisons de passe. These are visited by les filles de garçons who keep their appointments there. The two classes of houses are distinguished by different colored lanterns hung over the doors. All classes of prostitutes are required to examine twice a week. Those who live in brothels of the first and second class are visited by the physicians, while the very poor women of the third class and all those who do not reside in brothels are obliged to attend at the dispensary. If they are punctual in their visits for 4 weeks in succession, they are exempt from all tax. But if, on the contrary, their attendance is irregular, they can be imprisoned for 1 to 5 days. Any woman who does not live in a brothel can be examined at her own residence, provided that she pays at the dispensary a sum amounting to about 85 cents. For this, she receives 4 visits, and the physicians will continue to call upon her as long as the payments are made in advance. Thus, the denizens of the aristocratic brothels are saved the inconvenience of attending at the dispensary, as also that portion living in private lodgings who can afford to pay the fee to release themselves from going to the office as common prostitutes, where the half-starved, ill-dressed pauper of the third class must wait at the dispensary until examined, and then return to her squalid home, where none but her companions and the police officers are ever seen. The medical staff at the dispensary is composed of superintendent inspectors, whose duty is to be present in the dispensary when examinations are being made, and to visit the houses once a fortnight at least. Of 2 medical inspectors, who, during alternate months, examine one the woman of the brothels, the other those who attend at the dispensary. The date and result of every examination are marked on a card belonging to each woman in the registers kept at the brothels and in the records of the dispensary. If a woman be found affected with syphilis or any other infectious disease, the owner of the brothel must send her immediately in a car to the hospital, and as soon as her cure is complete, the card is handed to her, and she is at liberty to resume her calling. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Cluckman. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 18. Chapter 16. Hamburg, Part 1. Ancient Legislation. Ulm. Legislation from 1483 to 1764. French Revolution and its effects on morals. Abendroth's Ordinance in 1807. Police Ordinance in 1811. Additional powers in 1820. Hootwalker. Present police regulations. Number of registered women. Tolerated houses. Illegitimacy. Age and nativity of prostitutes. The Hamburger Berg and its women. Physique, peculiarities, and diseases of prostitutes. Dress. Food. Intellectual capacity. Religion. offenses, procuresses, inscription, locality of brothels, brothel keepers, dance houses, Sunday evening scene, private prostitutes, streetwalkers, domestic prostitution, unregistered prostitution, houses of accommodation, common sleeping apartments, beer and wine houses, effective prostitution on generic organs, general maladies, forms of syphilis, syphilis in sequels, severity of syphilis among unregistered women, the Kurhaus and general infirmary, male venereal patients, sickness in the garrison, treatment, mortal diseases of Hamburg prostitutes, Hamburg Magdalen Hospital. The ancient legislative enactments respecting prostitution in Hamburg seem to have been of the same character, and based upon the same principles as in other continental cities, namely, a partial toleration of a necessary evil for the sake of preventing injurious excesses. This may be traced in the oldest extant law on the subject, dated in 1292. In the public account books for 1350 are entries of charges which imply that public brothels were built by the corporation, though we find no satisfactory information as to whether they were managed by an appointed official, as in Cologne, Strasbourg, or Avignon, or released by the city to an individual, as in Ulm. It will be interesting to get a sketch of the regulations of prostitution in the latter city before proceeding with the investigation concerning Hamburg. The laws of the city of Ulm in 1430, or at least that portion of them called woman house laws, provided that the houses should be leased, and the lessee, on becoming tenant, swore to serve the city faithfully, to prevent all foul play or concealment of suspicious goods in his house, to provide clean, healthy women, and never to keep less than 14. He was bound to observe a fixed dietary scale. The daily meals were to be of the value of 6d. On meat days, every woman was to have 2 dishes, soup with meat and vegetables, and a roast or boiled joint as most convenient. On fast days and in Lent, they were to have the same number of dishes, which, out of Lent, might consist of eggs and baked meat. As a change to this, they might have herrings and eggs, or fishes, probably fresh water fish, which they could cook for themselves, and to which the keeper must add white bread. If a woman refused the food provided, he was bound to give her something of the value of 6d. He was also to sell them wine when they required it. If a woman was pregnant, he was to put her out of the house. In the woman's house, there was a chest for general purposes, and a money box for the accounts between the host and the women. Every woman who kept company with a man at night must pay the keeper a third, the remainder of the fee being her own property. All money the women obtained in the day was to be put into the general chest. The third of this belonged to the host. The balance was paid to the women at the end of the week, less any debts they had contracted in the meantime. A woman resided in every house who made financial arrangements between inmates and visitors. If a woman received a present in addition to the stipulated fee, she was at liberty to spend it on clothes, shoes, or personal matters to which nobody could lay claim. The keeper could not supply the women with clothes, etc., without the knowledge and consent of the master of the beggars, a local functionary who seems to have combined the supervision of brothels and of known vagrants and beggars. The host was required to provide, at his own cost, a cook and a cook's maid. Girls or women could, with their own consent, be apprenticed to the women keeper by their parents or husbands. But if one was apprenticed against her will, and she or her friends wished to cancel the agreement, the keeper was bound to release her without requiring the repayment of any money he might have disbursed for her. If a woman who had accumulated a guilder of her own wished to quit her sinful life, she was allowed to tender it to the keeper in discharge of all her liabilities, and must then be permitted to leave the house, wearing the clothes she wore when she entered it, or, if they were worn out, in her common Monday clothes. A woman who desired might leave without this payment if she had nothing to give. But if subsequently detected in any other house, the keeper could enforce his demands against her, the discharge not affecting his claim under such circumstances. Every Monday, each woman had to contribute 1 penny, and the host 2d, to the money box to purchase tapers for the Virgin and the saints, to be offered in the cathedral on Sunday nights. If any of the women were sick or could not support themselves, they were to be provided with necessaries from the money box, to which, for greater security, there were 2 keys, one kept by the host and the other by the master of the beggars. Each woman had to spin daily for the keeper 2 hanks of yarn, or, in default, to pay 3 hellers for each hay. On Sunday, Lady Day, and 12th Day, after Vespers, and in Passion Week, the house was not to be opened. If the keeper broke any of these regulations, the council could dismiss him. The oath taken by the master of the beggars required him to visit the women houses every quarter day, to read the laws to the women, and to report to the council any offenses he found existing. In Hamburg, in 1483, the calling of brothel keeper was limited to certain streets, apart from the ordinarily frequented thoroughfares, a rule which would imply that the authorities had discontinued building public brothels and relinquished the business to individuals. In the 17th century, a different course of action was adopted, and, in place of toleration and limitation of brothels, strict laws were made in reference to visiting suspected places and the custody of persons of bad character. The women houses were pulled down and the women expelled. The criminal records contain frequent instances where the pillory or exile was inflicted for the crime of prostitution. In 1764, and again in 1767, the Hamburgers enacted very severe laws against offenders, under the title of Delicta Carnis, by which both sexes were subject to pains and penalties, but men seem to have been allowed to clear themselves on oath. The officers of justice were directed to make domiciliary visits in search of offenders, and the pillory, bread and water, the house of correction, or banishment are the penalties threatened on habitual evildoers. In Germany, prostitution received a terrible impulse from the French Revolution, when the general disruption of public obligations paved the way to unbounded private license. Probably the licentiousness of Europe at the end of the last and commencement of the present century was more extravagant than at any other time. The eruption of immigrants at the fall of the French monarchy flooded Hamburg with Parisian morals and customs. Places of entertainment and sensual gratification arose in all directions. The homely, simple manners of the Vaterland were subverted, and a less rigid line of conduct took their place. In the words of a writer of the day, our eating houses were metamorphosed into restaurants, our dancing rooms into saloons, our drinking shops into pavilions, our cellars into halls, our girls into demoiselles. In short, we were thoroughly polished up by the immortal shoal of immigrants. Quick and unrestrained strode the crowd over our pleasant streets, and modesty and respectability fled with averted faces, to the sorrow of the few good men. The name demoiselle was granted to many of the common women, their places of resort being called mademoiselle houses. In those days, the Hamburgers saw, with astonishment, houses fitted up and furnished in the style of mansions, with costly upholstery and cabinetry. Among the women were the femmes entretenues, who received their friends at certain hours, and whose favors were dispensed for a louis d'or or a ducat. They frequented the first and second boxes of the German and French theaters, and drove through the public streets in handsome carriages. Some of the keepers of this class of houses had physicians in their care, whose services were always available by the inmates. Petits soupers were given here, and sometimes a ball took place. These were literally the aristocracy of prostitution. The second, third, and fourth grades resided in the inferior streets or in the suburbs, differing in their attractions according to the rank which they assumed, but all equally shameless and unequivocal in their conduct and appearance. Notwithstanding this rapid spread of prostitution, the police of the city cannot justly be charged with neglect of duty, any public outrage being followed by condign punishment. At one time, a whole shipload of nymphs of the pave was dispatched to the colonies. At another, a raid was made on the most conspicuous houses, some of the inmates alarmed into decency of conduct, and the incorrigible publicly exhibited in the streets, decorated with inscriptions signifying their offenses. The voice of the few was powerless against the corruptions of the many. The pamphlets and papers of the time teemed with the proffered services of goat twins, and even the Hamburg ladies themselves were far from perfection, if we may credit the evidence of a fictitious petition, praying, among other things, that the ladies restrict the indecency of their costume and not make such a liberal display of their charms. It was impossible such an extravagant state of society should long exist. A reaction was inevitable, and we find, accordingly, an ordinance enacted in 1807 by the Proctor Absorptive in reference to the matter. It recognized brothel keeping and prostitution as a calling, and permitted it under certain restrictions. A tax on the class was imposed, and means were prescribed by which a register of all persons engaged therein was to be kept, and their health and general good conduct maintained and enforced. The official justification of the tax is found in the order itself, which declares that, for the purposes aforesaid, police register and supervision, medical examination, maintenance and sickness, poverty, etc., and in order that the public shall be at no charges, each housekeeper shall, for every woman residing with him, pay 2 marks to the proctor's treasury. The surplus of this treasury shall go to the hospital. During the French occupation in 1811, the police renewed and enforced the stringent regulations on the subject of common houses and women. The preamble of their instructions, April 1811, is worthy of notice. Public and personal safety require a constant inspection, as well as the public houses dedicated to debauchery, as of the women and girls who frequent the same, live therein, or dwell there from time to time. This inspection must also be extended to those places which are not expressly appointed for dwelling houses, but which, nevertheless, must be included among the public houses, inasmuch as they serve for refuge to the women and girls who wander about the streets. The grounds of this inspection are twofold. In one respect, they belong to the maintenance of public order. It is needful that no one be withdrawn from the eye of the police, nor find an asylum in such houses. It is likewise expedient that the magistracy take note of disgraceful and disorderly proceedings, or prevent those which take place too often in the town. The other grounds respect the public health. The habits of debauchery have become so general, and inspection has for some years become so difficult, that the most dangerous maladies have increased to an unprecedented extent. All classes of society complain, and call loudly for regulations to restrain these evils. These considerations have moved the General Police Commissary to renew, in full force, the before enacted laws and regulations, and to order them to be enforced with rigor in the present state of affairs. After the withdrawal of the French, the vigilance of the police authorities seemed to have relaxed, if we are to judge by complaints published at the time, in which they are accused of complicity with the unfortunates who infested the streets of Hamburg, and are said, by the agency of a trifling bribe, to be able to ply their hideous trade unobstructed, and to the great annoyance of the virtuously disposed, who, after certain hours of the evening, are unable to pass along the streets. In 1820, the previously existing police regulations against prostitutes being proved very ineffectual, insomuch that they infest the public streets and ways, not only to the offense of decency and propriety, but to the endangerment of public order and safety, it was ordered that the regulations should be renewed, and additional powers were given to the police to enforce the registry of individuals coming within the scope of the law. At this time, we find some information as to the number of prostitutes, who are stated to be about 500, chiefly foreigners, and their receipts from their patrons, but we have no guide to the number of women who pursued their calling privately, which must have been large. The civic administration of the Senator Hutwalker is marked by earnest endeavors to control prostitution and restrict it within known bounds. Some of his views on the subject met much opposition. He wished to close up one end of a notorious street and to wall up the back windows, stationing a watchman constantly at the end left open. After great personal attention to the subject, he published the result of his experience. His principles are those upon which the present police regulations of Hamburg are based. He says, all brothel keepers and girls should be distinctly made to understand that their infamous and ruinous calling is only tolerated, not permitted, or authorized, or even well-wished. Still less can they feel that they have any right to compare themselves with worthy citizens as though their calling, because an impost is levied on them, can be put on a level with other permitted callings. They must remember that this impost is raised solely to defray the necessary cost of police supervision, and of the cure of maladies brought on the common women by their own profligate course of life. 2. Public or private brothel keeping to be notified to the police, the regulations to be read over and subscribed, offenders to be punished by bread and water and the house of correction. If an uninscribed woman have the venereal disease, the fact is prima facie evidence of prostitution. 3. Change of residence to be notified under penalty. 4. The concession may be withdrawn by the authorities at their pleasure. 5. Houses of accommodation will only be tolerated: A. Where the landlord is inscribed. B. Where a resident girl is inscribed. C. Where an inscribed girl is the party using it. 6. Women from abroad, kept by single men, must obtain the police resident's permission and should pay the tax for the first class, without, however, being subject to medical visits. They have the right of the free the general infirmary. Should such a girl be proved to have intercourse with several men, or being venereal to have infected others, she should be treated as a public woman. 7, 8, 9. Prescribe the identification of individuals subscribing, the details of their place of birth, the consent of parents when living. Also, that any brothel keeper detaining an innocent girl on false pretenses shall be punished with fine and imprisonment, and the concession be withdrawn. 10. Female servants or relatives of brothel keepers residing with them to be over 25 years of age. 11. No prostitute is suffered to keep children of either sex over 10 years of age. Even her own must be brought up elsewhere if she continues her calling. 12. Prohibits solicitation of passengers. 13. No common woman to be in the streets after 11 at night without a male companion. 14. Limits the places to which prostitutes may resort. 15. Young people under 20 years not to enter a brothel. 16. No music or gaming in brothels, nor liquor selling, except by special permission. 17. Noise and uproar in brothels punishable. 18. No brothel keeper or inscribed woman to permit extortion or violence to a customer, but they may detain persons who have not paid. Thefts or foul dealing prohibited. The landlord prima facie responsible. 19. No compulsion or violence of the women by the keeper, nor by guests with his cognizance. 20. A woman wishing to return to a virtuous life at liberty to do so, notwithstanding any keeper's claims. If they disagree as to such claims, the police to settle them, but in no case has the keeper any lien on her. Nevertheless, this privilege not to be abused. If a woman returns to her evil courses, the keeper's claims on her revive, and she may even be punished. Limitation, according to the class of a woman, of the right to borrowing money. 21. If parents or relatives will undertake the reclamation of a prostitute, the police will compel restitution of her person, irrespective of the keeper's claims, or even of the woman's own refusal. 22. A woman changing her residence and disputing any settlement with the keeper can have the same rectified by the police. 23. The women to be subjected every week to medical visitation. No woman, during menstruation, or with any malady in the sexual organs, to receive visits from a man. No woman to be approached by a man diseased, or reasonably suspected of disease. To this end, a statement of the signs of venereal disease to be furnished. 24. The orders of the public physician are imperative and must be strictly observed. Want of personal cleanliness increasing the virulence of syphilis, the directions of the physician on this matter to be imperatively followed. 25. The medical officer to report the result of examination to the police, and to enter the same in a book to be kept by each woman, to be produced on demand. 26. A woman finding herself to be venereally infected to report either to the keeper or the police. In other illness to report to the medical officer, who will direct her course of treatment at home, or, in venereal and infectious cases, at the hospital. In cases of to the medical officer. 20. A keeper punishable for the disease of a man in his house, and liable for the charge of cure. The remaining sections relate to the collection of the tax. The penalties for violation are fine and imprisonment. Having thus briefly sketched the progress of legislation on prostitution in Hamburg, based upon the principle that prostitution is a necessary evil and, as such, must be endured under strict supervision of the authorities, it seems an appropriate place to copy the following remarks of an eminent local writer. That brothels are an evil no one can deny. Still, the arguments against the sufferance of brothels are, except as to that incontestable truth, no answer to the necessity, which is the very gist of the thing, and which necessity is based on the uncontrollable nature of sexual intercourse, and on the circumstances of our social condition. The sufferance of brothels is necessary. 1. For the repression of profligacy, of private prostitution, as well as of its kindred crimes, adultery, rape, abortion, infanticide, and all kinds of illicit gratification of sexual passion. The latter cases occur very rarely with us. Of pederasty or sodomy we find but few instances, and of that unnatural intercourse of women with each other, referred to by Parent du Châtelet as common among Parisian girls, we find no trace. The sufferance of brothels operates to the suppression of private prostitution, insofar as brothel keepers and the inscribed women are, for their own interest, opposed opposed to it and are serviceable to the police in its detection. Unquestionably, private prostitution is an incalculably greater evil than public vice. 2. On grounds of public policy in regard to health, it is quite erroneous to suppose that these legalized brothels contribute to the spread of syphilitic maladies. This should rather be imputed to the private prostitution which would ensue on the breaking up of the brothels, and from which that medical police supervision that now limits the spread of infection would, of course, be withdrawn. The experience of all time proves that, by means of secret prostitution, the intensity and virulence of venereal disorders have been aggravated to the multiplication of those appalling examples familiar to every medical reader, and which cause one to shudder with horror, while numerically, disease and its consequences have been carried into every class of society. It is precisely our knowledge of these very facts which has induced the sufferance, or rather, the regulation of these brothels. 3. Suppression is absolutely impracticable, inasmuch as the evil is rooted in an unconquerable physical requirement. It would seem as if the zeal against public brothels implied that by their extinction a limitation of sexual intercourse, except in marriage, would be effected. This is erroneous, for reliable details prove that for every 100 brothel women, there would be 200 private prostitutes, and no human power could prevent this. In a great city and frequented seaport like Hamburg, the hope of amending this would be purely chimeric. Thus much for Hamburg legislation and the sound arguments in its favor. We will now give some facts illustrative of the vice as it exists at the present time, using a pamphlet by Dr. Lippert entitled Prostitution in Hamburg, 1848. It must be premised that, for the purpose, Hamburg is divided into 2 parts, the city proper and the suburb of St. Paul. The latter is under a distinct municipal authority and is the ordinary residence of seamen and those depending on a seafaring life. For many years, the police returns of the city proper would show about 500 of the registered common women, Eingeschrieben Dirnen, and 100 registered brothels. The police regulations requiring monthly payment of the personal and house tax, and also a renewal of the permission to keep brothels at the same time, is a very convenient method of obtaining a census of the class. The following is a statement of the largest and smallest monthly number of registered women for several years. 1883, largest number 550, smallest number 456. 1834, largest number 550, smallest number 450. 1835, largest number 481, smallest number 441. 1836, largest number 546, smallest number 473. 1837, largest number 514, smallest number 484. 1844, largest number 502, smallest number no reports. 1846, largest number 512, smallest number no reports. These monthly reports do not show any marked variation at any particular period, the rise and fall being arbitrary. The fluctuation is not very great in the aggregate, although from November 1834 to January 1835, there was a decrease of 86, or nearly 1/5, while between November 1835 and January 1836, there was a corresponding increase. Since that time, the numbers have remained steadily at about 1 point. The housekeepers' mortal worth return does not vary to the same extent. The average is 105, but it decreased in 1844 to 90. It decreased in 1845 to 93. It decreased in 1846 to 96. Of these housekeepers in the last named year, 1846, there were males 60, females 36. In December 1844, there were registered women 502, who were subdivided into those living in registered houses 294, living privately 208. In May 1845, there were registered women 505, who were subdivided into those living in registered houses 326, living privately 179. At this period, there were 4 registered houses without any women in them. In August 1846, there were registered women 512, who were subdivided into those living in registered houses 334, living privately 178. These figures show that the number of those living privately is gradually diminishing, more of them being concentrated in the registered houses. Dr. Lippert is of opinion that prostitution decreases in the summer and increases in the winter months. The statistics will certainly support this theory, but the difference is so small as scarcely to warrant its reception as a rule. Thus, the months of May and July, for 5 years, give a monthly average of 499 and 5/10, and the months of November and January for the same time give a monthly average of 501 and 1/10, showing an average increase in the winter months of 1 and 6/10, or about 1/3 of 1% on the average number of prostitutes. In reference to the classes from which the ranks of the common women in Hamburg are recruited, Dr. Lippert states that 4/5 are from the agricultural districts of the vicinity, that they live as house servants, tavern waiters, or in other callings for a time, and then become prostitutes as a matter of business. Without any desire to controvert his opinion on local questions, it may be doubted whether bad example, vicious education, ignorance of moral or religious obligations, or temptation are not sufficient to account for their fall. Aside from this sweeping denunciation, this commercial view of the question, opposed as it is to all experience in every civilized country where any inquiries on the subject have been made. The private prostitutes, whether registered or unregistered, are mainly seamstresses or others dependent on daily labor. These women seem to retain some natural sense of the disgrace attached to open and avowed courtesans, and in their secrecy and quiet retain a few feminine characteristics of which the common brothel woman is destitute. We have no reliable detail of private unregistered prostitution or of mere houses of accommodation in Hamburg, but an important fact is to be found in the number of illegitimate children and the decrease in proportion to the population of the number of marriages. The following results are taken from Nettermeyer's Statistics and Topography of Hamburg. In 1799, the marriages were about 1 in 45. From 1826 to 1835, the marriages were about 1 in 97. In 1840, the marriages were about 1 in 100. The proportion of illegitimate to legitimate children is about 1 to 5. The actual number of illegitimate births being as follows: 1826, 649 illegitimate births. 1827, 606. 1828, 723. 1829, 801. 1830, 786. 1831, 805. 1832, 926. 1833, 867. 1834, 846. 1835, 703. 1836, 807. 1837, 770. 1838, 762. 1839, 765. 1840, 754. 1841, 749. 1842, 702. 1843, 655. 1844, 797. 1845, 778. 1846, 779. The population of Hamburg was in 1826, 100,902. In 1840, 124,967. In 1846, 130,000 or upward was assumed as the number. We have now to examine the physiological and pathological peculiarities of the Hamburg prostitutes. The police regulations require that no registered woman shall be under 20 years of age, but in this they have a discretionary power, so as to keep under inspection and supervision some younger girls whom neither the workhouse nor prison can reclaim, the experience of the Hamburg authorities having convinced them that such punitive institutions are seldom successful in the work of reformation, a truth which will, ere long, be more generally acknowledged, especially in reference to abandoned women, than it is at the present day. The official list for 1844 shows that of the registered prostitutes there were, under 20 years of age, 16, from 20 years to 30 years, 401, from 30 years to 40 years, 74, from 40 years to 50 years, 11, total 502. In 1846, of women living in registered houses, there were, from 20 years to 30 years of age, 199. From 30 years to 40 years of age, 50. From From 40 years to 50 years of age, 8. Total 257. The birthplaces of the 502 women reported in 1844 included most of the countries in Germany. There were from Hamburg, 108, Hanover, 101, Prussia, 81, Holstein, 78, other parts of Germany, 129, Holland, 2, Russia, 2, France, 1, total 502. The nativity returns for 512 women in 1846 do not vary materially from the above. The difference in the foreign-born being that there were 4 instead of 5 born out of Germany. These tables show that about 1 in 5 are natives of Hamburg city and territory. Dr. Lippert notices this fact as a small proportion and accounts for it by enumerating the difficulties of local relationship, parentage, etc., which would be opposed to the registration of native women. These circumstances favor the presumption that many of the unregistered women are city-born. The Hamburger Berg, or St. Paul's suburb, is on the west side of Hamburg and has already been mentioned as the abode of seamen and their dependents. Brothels were tolerated here in deference to the wants of the inhabitants at a time when they were strictly excluded from the city proper. The women in the houses are of a different type from those of other parts of Hamburg. All the prostitutes live in registered houses, unregistered or private traffic in this quarter being rigorously opposed by the authorities. The brothels and their inmates are in the most flourishing condition at the end of autumn, when the home voyages are completed and the sailors paid off. For a time, mirth and excitement bear the sway. When the wages are all spent, things relapse into their old condition, and sometimes the keepers dismiss some of their women, the supply being in excess of the demand. During the year 1846, the number of registered women in this district was January, 186, May, 189, August, 181, December, 169. The 169 women registered in December were distributed among 19 tolerated houses. In 7 of these, music and dancing were permitted, and they contained, respectively, 21, 13, 11, 19, 20, 18, 29 women, leaving only 26 women to inhabit the remaining 12 houses. The ages of these women were under 20 years, 27, from 20 years to 30 years, 129, from 30 years to 40 years, 13, total 169. The places of birth do not vary materially from the proportions given already. Other matters relating to this particular class will be found hereafter. In their physique, the great majority of the registered women present no pleasing aspect. Generally taken from the rudest classes, they are coarse and unattractive in their appearance, and from the consequences of irregular indulgence and continual exposure, they soon lose the womanly characteristics they once possessed. But this is not a portrait of the whole. Among the unregistered private women may be found some of considerable beauty. The registered women who reside in private or in first-class brothels have some prepossessing members of their ranks, while the St. Paul suburb has few but of the roughest kind. Physical strength seems more in demand among the habitués of that section than a graceful form or a pretty face. In their bodily peculiarities and diseases, there is no difference between the public women of Hamburg and those of other cities. At the commencement of their career, they frequently become thin and emaciated, but after a time, probably owing to their idle life and good food, regain their substance. In their phrenological development, we find a marked preponderance of the animal instincts over the intellectual faculties. The effect of their mode of life will depend somewhat upon individual constitution. The teeth of women of the town are generally bad, but in Hamburg they are in excellent order, much better than the majority of the general population. Their complexion is pale, and they endeavor to remedy this by the constant use of coarse cloths, applications of eau de cologne, and other stimulants, but very rarely by painting, except among the lowest classes. They soon lose their hair from dissipation, the use of pomade, curling irons, etc. It is, however, in the rough, harsh voice that the most conspicuous result of their calling is shown. We will leave, for the present, the medical portion of this inquiry, and give a sketch of their domestic or everyday life. It must be borne in mind that the police divisions are into registered or unregistered, and public or private women. The public women, often like in Berlin, are under the special control and supervision of a police authority charged with this duty. Without its express cognizance and permission, they cannot be registered or written in, eingeschrieben. nor can they have liberty to change their residence, or to be written out, ausgeschrieben. This officer is the collector of the impost upon them, and upon the brothel keeper, Wardelworth, which is paid over to the fund, Werkzwijkenkasse. We cannot give the detailed application of this money, but, in general terms, it does not swell the revenues of the city, and, to avoid public scandal, is applied exclusively to the police and medical services required by the class. The keepers and women are of 3 grades. It does not clearly appear whether a woman can select the class with whom she will associate. We are inclined to think that magistrates decide this point, and allot her to the one for which she seems best adapted. In their apparel and food, there exists the usual difference that may be found in all places and ranks of life. The police regulations, and the generally sober style of dress among the hamburgers, restrict any immodest display of the person or extravagance of attire. The first-class women are generally costumed with taste and elegance, while among the lower ranks, plain and serviceable garments are in demand. In most cases of the registered women residing in brothels, the keeper supplies the clothes, and very often charges extravagant prices for them. Extortionate demands in this respect are a fruitful source of complaints to the police, who moderate the bills with no very tender sympathy for the creditor. The clothes and jewelry of some of the first-class women are hired from some clothes lender, Vermifying, but others seldom resort to this expedient, excepting for trinkets. The food of the housewoman is good and plentiful, varying according to the rate of the brothel in which they live. The old sumptuary laws are not in force, but the interest of the keeper induces him to desire a prudent popularity among his women, and to maintain the character of his house by the liberality of his entertainment, both in quantity and quality. A considerable portion of their liquids is coffee, of which they are very fond. Wines and liquors are supplied by the house only on holidays, but visitors can purchase them at any time they wish. Drunkenness is comparatively rare among the better class, partly owing to the care of the keeper, but more from dread of the police supervision and consequent punishment. In their intellectual capacity, there is nothing to distinguish the prostitutes in Hamburg. Few can read, and fewer still can write. Those who can read seek their amusement in the old romances of the circulating libraries, seldom perusing that libidinous style of publications known among us as yellow-covered literature. En passant, this seems the universal practice of the class, wherever any inquiries have been made. Like other ignorant persons, they are superstitious. Lippert mentions one particular omen connected with their calling. She who picks up any article which has been thrown away is sure to receive a visit from a man soon after. He does not say whether this has been verified by experience. End of section 18. Recording by Jeff Tucker, Plymouth, UK. Section 19, The History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Tucker. The History of Prostitution by William Sander. Section 19. Chapter 16. Hamburg, Part 2. Their ordinary routine of life is one of useless idleness. They rise about 10 and take breakfast, of which coffee is the staple. The morning is loitered away in dressing, reading novels, playing cards or dominoes, and kindred occupations. In some of the lower class houses, they dispel their ennui by assisting in domestic work, but this is a matter of favor which they are careful shall not become an obligation. By the middle of the day, they are ready for dinner. In the afternoon, they add the finishing touches to their dress and wait the arrival of visitors. Some resort to the public lounges or dancing saloons to form or cultivate acquaintances, where the aristocracy of the order hold it more becoming to their dignity to stay at home and wait for their friends. In that fine and peculiar quality of modesty, which adds the crowning grace to woman's charms, even the prostitute is not wholly deficient. Some trace of the angel attribute is visible, but mostly in the private life, where a regard for the decent proprieties of life yet lingers amid the wreck of character, and to such it frequently forms the chief attraction. Religion has an influence over some, strangely at variance with its dictates, as are their lives, but a large majority are entirely destitute of any such sentiment. Occasionally, biblical pictures may be seen in the rooms of brothels, but merely as ornaments, for they are neutralized by the contiguity of others more consonant with the place. In their relations to the male sex, there are differences between women residing in public brothels and those living privately, whether registered or unregistered. Partly from inclination, but mainly from policy on the part of the keeper, the former seldom own allegiance to any particular lover. It is true that anyone who is able and willing to pay liberally can come and go as he pleases, provided it does not interfere with the girl's business in other profitable quarters. Not so with the private women, who frequently have particular lovers to whom they show much kindness, although from them they often receive but little sympathy or protection, many of these men not scrupling to exist entirely upon the earnings of a woman whom they would publicly insult if they met her away from home. In their personal conduct toward each other, the women residing in one house are constrained and envious. In the first class, there is a ceremonious retention of the forms of politeness, but they are too frequently brought into personal rivalry to entertain much good feeling. In the lower classes, jealousy often finds vent in reproaches or blows, and frequently a conflict ensues, requiring the interposition of the host or of a neighboring police officer. Among those who live alone, warm friendships are not uncommon. Much timely assistance is afforded in times of sickness or want. Good offices are reciprocated, and it sometimes happens, in the delicate matter of their visitors, that a man who has been in the habit of favoring one woman will not find his attentions welcomed by others. Their crimes and offenses include the ordinary category, but it is asserted that theft is less common in Hamburg than elsewhere, and, when it does take place, it is more frequently committed by the irregular members of the body than by the duly registered women. It will be perceived that the system of registration offers too many facilities for detection, a fact to which the unusual honesty must doubtless be ascribed. Personal quarrels and assaults, or drunkenness among the older members, consign them to the house of detention, or house of correction. Those imprisoned from various causes generally amount to 100 or 120. The licensed brothels are supplied with inmates by females, Kublerinnen, whose services are recognized by the authorities. In case of any emergency, the keeper applies to one of the procuresses, and if the girl she offers suits him, the candidate is first subjected to a medical examination. Passed safely through this ordeal, she is taken to the police office and written in to her new keeper, who is bound to discharge certain of her debts, as the amount due his predecessor, for instance. If the medical officers report her sick, she is sent to the infirmary if she belonged to Hamburg, but if a foreigner, is dispatched out of the city forthwith. In cases where a woman thus applying to the authorities has not previously lived as a prostitute, she is usually exhorted by the magistrate to abandon her intention and return to the paths of virtue, a routine piece of benevolence which is usually fruitless. The ordinary police fee for registration is 2 marks, the physician's fee is 1 mark, and the agent's usual remuneration 4 marks. The registered women are thus kept strictly under the eye of the police, and, whenever they are disposed to quit their wretched life, have the special protection of that body. The keepers naturally throw all possible obstacles in the way of such a determination, especially if a girl is much in debt. But, by some means, whenever a woman is under any restraint, and is consequently unable to apply personally to the police, an anonymous note finds its way to the office, and speedily effects the desired object. The authorities do not sympathize in any way with the brothel keepers, but use all their energies to serve the women whenever any occasion offers. The registered women are designated as brothel women, Bordelldirnen, who live in licensed houses. As private women, Fyrsik Wonendedirnen, when they live by themselves, in which case their landlords are mostly mechanics, hucksters, or laundresses. And the common streetwalkers, Strassendirnen, ply their trade in the streets and find shelter in the abodes of indigence and misery. These last are the lowest grade of the registered women. Most of the brothels, bordel, are in the oldest parts of the city, to which they were originally limited, but the leading houses may be found in the Schreinerstrasse, a street of moderate traffic in a good neighborhood. Here the women are seated at the windows, conspicuously dressed up and prepared for the public eye, making themselves known to passengers by their gestures and salutations. Some of these houses accommodate as many as 14 inmates. They are well supplied with good mahogany furniture and fine draperies, and are neat and elegant throughout. The women are generally from 20 to 25 years old, and are attractively dressed and decorated. The venereal disease is very rare among this class, great attention being paid to personal cleanliness, and the bath very frequently used. The men who visit this neighborhood consist of merchants, the richer public and business employees, officers, and especially the numerous commercial men who resort to Hamburg at all seasons of the year. The denizens of the Dampferwall, the Drehbahn, and Ulrikestrasse lead but a dull life, as it is the custom in those localities for the women to sit at the windows all day. Their great diurnal event is the visit of the hairdresser, Friseurien, who, while contributing to the adornment of the person, a very serious affair, owing to the quantity of false hair required, and the necessity of making today's effect vary from yesterday's, also retails the latest items of interesting news or scandal. Whenever any of these women go out to walk, it is customary for the keeper to send together two who are at variance with each other, so as to establish a mutual check. The hairdressing and walk over, the next important occurrence is dinner, after which they spend their time solely at the doors or windows. The hours of closing in these first and second-rate brothels are not so strictly enforced by the police as in the lower parts. Occasionally, the women are allowed to visit the balls at the celebrated Hall of Mirrors, or other well-known dancing salons in the vicinity. In first-rate houses, the accounts between the keeper and the women are but little understood. As already observed, some of them hire their clothes. Others purchase from the landlord on credit, and he charges accordingly. But these matters trouble the women very slightly. If they leave one house to reside in another, the new keeper pays the old one's bill. If a woman abandons prostitution entirely, the host's demand is totally irrecoverable. In the second and third-rate houses, the charges for board and lodging are better understood. It will average about 20 marks, $5 a week, washing, fire, and light being extra charges. The keeper will supply fortunate or attractive women with articles of dress to any reasonable amount, but his liberality is restricted toward those who have fewer visitors. His endeavor is to keep all in debt, and in this he is usually successful. Their ornaments are usually the property of the landlord, and form a common stock distributed among his boarders in the manner best calculated to increase or display their powers of fascination, and resumed by him at discretion. Passing over some intermediate classes of brothels, which present no remarkable characteristics, to those in the ganga, we find the lowest grade of registered houses and registered women. Most of these are drinking shows, and the police exercise the right of determining the prices to be charged for liquors. Here may frequently be seen hosts, guests, and girls drinking and frolicking together in a small back room, where scenes of gross indelicacy, to use a mild term, frequently take place. The women in this district have literally to work hard, and are generally required to perform all the domestic labor of the establishment. In winter, it is a common occurrence for them to take a shovel and clear the snow and ice from the pavement in front of their domicile. Like others of their calling, they are seldom out of the landlord's debt, their board costing them from 10 to 14 marks weekly, say $3 to $4. Washing, fire, and light cost $1 more, and the hairdresser's charge is about 50 cents. In addition to this, they must pay the weekly medical and monthly police tax. They spend a miserably monotonous existence, seldom leaving the house for weeks or even months, except when they are required to visit the doctors or the police. Their visitors are from the roughest and most animalized of the population, and the treatment they receive is merely that of purchasable commodities, intended to supply the grosser wants of men whose lives are centered in sensuality. Like their compeers of the St. Paul suburb, they are usually women of great strength and endurance, but soon degenerate into mere passive, passionless tools. Could it be imagined that they were of reflective habits, it would be impossible to conceive a more severe punishment than their own sense of their degradation, the total loss of all womanly feelings exhibited in their daily existence. The brothel keepers, among whom are some Jews, have no striking peculiarities as a class. It has been already shown that both sexes are engaged in the hideous trade, and despite the police regulations and restrictions, the obligations and disabilities under which they are placed, it is undoubtedly a most lucrative occupation. The rental of a registered house is usually double the ordinary charge for similar tenements. There are some keepers who own the houses in which they live. In their liabilities must be included the regulation which makes them responsible for thefts committed in their houses, and for any violence or disorder which may take place there, the penalties for which are fine, imprisonment, and loss of license. They also sustain considerable losses from the repentance of some of their inmates, but, in spite of all untoward circumstances, they contrive to make money rapidly. The period during which they continue in business is uncertain, many of them continue in their houses from inclination long after they have accumulated sufficient property to retire. Of the female keepers, some are young and handsome, but these do not find much favor with their women, who dread the effects of an opposition. They are rarely married, but cohabit with some man for the sake of his protection. Among these pro-tempore husbands are some whose qualifications and previous positions render it surprising that they should consent to purchase existence from so polluted a source. The housekeepers of the Hamburger Berg are not only under a separate municipal jurisdiction, but are in themselves a different class of people. They are mostly men, their dealings being principally with sailors, and their visitors sometimes demanding more physical strength than a woman could command to restrain them within the prescribed limits. Their houses are but indifferently furnished, and the whole arrangements are very humble and unpretending in character. A few years ago, fatal quarrels were not uncommon among their customers, but this pugnacious tendency has been materially checked by a stricter and more constant police visitation. Even now, jealousy will sometimes cause a furious contest between two of the hardy sons of Neptune. The singular fidelity of some sailors to particular women will account for this. When a man returns from a long voyage, he is desirous of paying his attentions to the female who has before shared his affections and his wages, and if he finds her under the protection of another man, the natural result is a trial of strength as to who shall be the possessor of the beauty in dispute. These tournaments, or the general fray which sometimes arises at the close of the Sunday evening dance, require to be subdued by no gentle means. Hearty blows are more effectual peacemakers than words or threats. Some of these registered hosts have followed their calling for many years. One noble incident in connection with them must not be omitted. In the severe winter of 1846, the landlord of the Four Lions, a brothel keeper of 24 years standing, maintained at his own cost, for some months, nearly 100 poor families, many of them with 3 or 4 children each. In the dance houses, there is music every evening except Saturday, on weekdays from 6 to 11, and on Sundays from 4 to 11. At 11, the music is stopped, and at 12, the house is peremptorily closed. The evenings during the week are comparatively dull affairs, and male visitors are sometimes so scarce that the women are compelled to dance with each other, or sit in inglorious idleness. A scene of the wildest uproar and most uncontrolled mirth is exhibited on Sunday evenings. Every variety of national dance may then be seen. Cachucha, reel, jig, contre-dance, waltz, and hornpipe have each their several admirers. Songs and shouts are heard in every conceivable dialect, and the room becomes literally confusion worse confounded until the hour arrives for closing. Of the registered women living by themselves, there is little to note. They are more industrious than those in brothels. Many of them have a fixed occupation, but resort to prostitution to increase their income. Money earned in this way is occasionally required for the common necessaries of life, but is more frequently spent in personal gratification, in the way of fine dresses, ornaments, etc., or is appropriated to support the extravagance of some lover, who repays the generosity by a little flattering attention, or an occasional escort to some dancing salon in the suburbs. The visitors to these women are more select than those to the courtesans hitherto described. In the lowest ranks of prostitution, the common streetwalkers, to be met at all times and places, under all circumstances and of all ages, we find the most prolific sources of infection. A certain, though very small remnant of decency, seconded by the invaluable watchfulness of the police, secures the visitor from disease among the inmates of registered houses, but the streetwalker is under no such control. Young girls scarcely more than children, old women almost grandmothers, ply their frightful trade on the walls around the city, and in other obscure places, where a trifling present will purchase their caresses. Their principal customers are young boys and very old men. Their practice has been continued under the shades of evening, until the arrival of the night watch drives them to their wretched dens. The Hamburg police are perfectly cognizant of these proceedings, and wage perpetual war against individuals, but find it altogether impossible to suppress the class, among whom are the habitual tenants of the jail and the house of correction. No one could differ in opinion from Dr. Lipper, who says, "In this class of women, the most pernicious results of prostitution are to be found. Private or domestic prostitution, so widely extended in every great town, exists in less proportion in Hamburg than in other capital cities of the same extent. That disgraceful union of evil, occasionally met with on the continent, in which husband and wife mutually agree to follow their inclinations or lusts untrammeled by each other, is scarcely known. The kept woman is comparatively rare. The expense attendant upon such an appendage of luxury is a serious consideration, and none but the wealthy patrician or successful businessman venture on the step. It is assumed, on very good authority, that there are not 50 mistresses in Hamburg. Those residing there are under no police control, as in a public point of view they commit no breach of law. Under the second head of private prostitution, we find those who, having legitimate employment, increase their earnings in this manner. We have alluded already to the same class of registered women, but the greater portion keep themselves aloof from police observation as long as possible. They are composed of needlewomen, laundresses, hairdressers, shopgirls, and others, but it must not be supposed that they represent the majority of women dependent upon these occupations. The contrary is the fact, for in Hamburg, as everywhere else, are to be found many bright examples of chastity in the midst of poverty, of patient, persevering industry and integrity in unfavorable circumstances. Those working women who are willing to accept the price of sin are known in the streets by a peculiar gait, by their searching and inviting glances, or their treacherous but winning smile, and also by frequently walking in the same neighborhood. They are seldom seen abroad during the day, but in the afternoon, about change hours, they begin to resort to the streets near the Bourse, encountering the men as they hurry to and from the center of business. In the evening, they promenade in the vicinity of the hotels and theaters, on the Jungfernstig, the new walls, etc., when night helps their incognito and shrouds them in a little more mystery. They are fond of attending the theaters and dancing saloons on Sundays and holidays, like the Parisian grisette, in company with a lover, but the sum of their enjoyment is complete if they can participate in the annual Shrove Tuesday ball and masquerade at the Apollo Saal, the El Pavilion, or the theater. Another class of private prostitutes is known to the police by the term Refuting, hedge whores. These are of the lower class of female operatives. Servant girls, from their proximity to the junior members of families, often spread disease in the household of their employers. Dr. Lippert records as a medical fact that examinations have frequently shown the domestics in the highest families to be literally saturated with venereal disease, and he states his opinion that 6 out of every 10 servant girls who are found in the streets at night are accessible to pecuniary temptation. This ratio is very large, but as it is a local matter with which he is presumed to be well acquainted, it would be out of place to attempt either to sustain or controvert it. All these private prostitutes resort to the houses of accommodation, which exist in spite of the constant watchfulness of the police. When they are hunted up and rooted out of one place, they reappear under another guise elsewhere, or removal being facilitated by the slender nature of their equipment, which seldom consists of more than furniture for one room. For genteel delinquents, they are placed where the accommodation is veiled under the French disguise of petit souper, or some such flimsy artifice. To the question, what becomes of the prostitutes, Hamburg offers no special reply. Under favorable circumstances, they abandon their calling and become the wives of mechanics or small tradesmen, or they carry on some business for themselves and strive to become reputable members of society, or they become companion to some man and follow his fortunes, usually reverting to common prostitution. When their charms are entirely lost and no hope remains of earning a living from their sale, they sometimes, but very rarely, become brothel keepers, sometimes procuresses, and more frequently, servants in the registered houses. Some of the dancing saloons already mentioned have attained European celebrity. They stand in the same relation to common women as the exchange does to the mercantile community. Their female visitors are mostly prostitutes, a fact which deprives the scene of many fascinations existing in other cities. In the end of the last century, there was no public place expressly designed for dancing, until, with the many equivocal blessings disseminated by the French Revolution, they also became an institution. The Hamburg saloons are conducted with order and time, and are generally closed about 1 o'clock in the morning. One of the most important, the Bacchus Hall, was burned down some few years since, and the authorities have, as yet, refused to grant a license for its re-erection. As public places which in some degree facilitate prostitution, mention must be made of the common sleeping apartments locally called deep cellars, Tiefenkeller. These are roomy vaults many feet underground, in which the poor find nightly shelter at very low prices. They are provided with beds and bedding. In the depth of poverty to which some of their customers have fallen, they cannot afford to pay 2 shillings, about 4 cents, for the luxury of a bed, and these repose their weary limbs on some foul straw, or on the ground, at the charge of half a shilling. Some of these cellars are 15 or 20 feet below below the surface of the street, and it will not require a very vivid imagination to portray their horrors. The beer and wine houses of Hamburg are tolerably free from prostitution, but a new class has lately sprung up, called cellar keeping, Kellerwirthschaft, and in these the guests are served by females in fancy costume, Swiss, Polish, or Circassian, as the case may be. Many of these contain private rooms for prostitution, and although they are closely watched by the police, who sometimes ungallantly expel the fair foreigners and close the establishments, they still flourish, others being speedily opened elsewhere to fill up the gap. From this general description of prostitutes, their habitations, and customs, we will proceed to a consideration of their condition as to health, and the extent and virulence of syphilis among them, still taking the pamphlet of Dr. Lippert for our guide. It is generally imagined that the excessive action of the generative organs interferes with the power of procreation in common women. Dr. Lippert undertakes to controvert this opinion, with what success medical men whose professional experience has been among this class will be able to judge. He supports his views by general assertions rather than by specific facts, but refers, in corroboration, to well-known instances in which children have been born while the mothers were living in a state of open prostitution, as also to those cases where women who have abandoned their habit of promiscuous intercourse confine themselves to one man by marriage or cohabitation, and then become mothers. He attributes their sterility during prostitution to their wild and irregular life, their constant exposure to weather, etc., and argues that the powers of conception are suspended, but not destroyed thereby. He also introduces the fact that abortions are frequently produced in Hamburg by the common women themselves, or by some old crones who preside over their orgies, and are stated to have a long list of drugs applicable to this purpose, which they use in a reckless manner. The medical police are not unaware of these proceedings, but find them difficult to detect, as a woman will endeavor to avoid the state of examination by pleading excessive menstruation, or inventing some story she thinks likely to deceive, until all traces of the abortion are removed. The remarks of Dr. Lippert would lead to the belief that the excessive use of the female organs was more favorable to health than the disuse would be, a conclusion which most physicians will not be willing to admit. He adds, cancer of the womb occurred but once in my experience of 11 years at the general infirmary, and cases of prolapsus uteri are very rare. A disease incident to common women, colica scortorum, horus colic, happens in Hamburg as elsewhere, but is attributed to exposure to the weather more than any other cause. It consists of pain in the womb, extending across the abdomen round to the loins, and sometimes including the whole region of the stomach. It is frequently accompanied with gastric derangement, sickness, or diarrhea. The enlargement of the clitoris, so much insisted on by some writers, Lippert altogether doubts, except as a very exceptional case. Nor does he admit any effect of prostitution on the rectum unless induced by unnatural intercourse. As a general result of his observation, he concludes that, apart from syphilitic affections, the generative organs of a prostitute do not usually differ from those of a virtuous woman. We find some returns of diseases not directly connected with prostitution. Thus, cases of itch, which is now becoming rare, were in 1836, 62, 1837, 76, 1838, 87, 1839, 98, 1844, 38, 1845, 22, 1846, 36. Of other general maladies, including fevers, inflammation of the lungs, liver, womb, etc., rheumatism, smallpox, piles, jaundice, gout, dropsy, and diarrhea, the following are reported: 1837, 62, 1838, 90, 1839, 100, 1844, 85, 1845, 76, 1846, 77. Convulsions are more rare than in the female sex in general. Of hysteria there is scarcely a trace, and a few cases of epilepsy are ascribed to the use of ardent spirits. Delirium tremens seldom occurs. The vigilance of the police and the prompt committal to prison of every prostitute found drunk and disorderly may account for this. The proportion of cases of delirium tremens was only about 1 in 1,000. Mania sometimes shows itself. Remorse may produce this, as may a violent affection for some particular man. Of the actual extent of venereal disease in Hamburg, or any other city, it is impossible to speak with certainty. But the fact that in the general hospital, there it is of a very mild type, is an argument in favor of medical inspection. Dr. Lippert says, the usual form is gonorrhea, with its complications, bubo, inflammation of the scrotum, thymosis, paraphimosis, etc. Inflammation of the prostate gland and stricture are comparatively rare. Disease of the rectum is very rare, but there are examples. We have excoriations and irritations of the sexual organs. The simple canker is common, the indurated canker not unfrequent. The phagedenic canker is seldom met with. In general, the sores have a mild character and heal easily with simple treatment and regular topical applications. Herpes preputialis is extremely general. This is a group of small pustules, quickly healing up, but as quickly breaking out again, often in regular periodical recurrence. It is found especially on men who have suffered from gonorrhea or canker. Secondary syphilis, ulcers of the neck, eruptions, syphilitic inflammation of the eyes, tumors, etc. These prevail more at some times than at others. How far the genus epidemicum, the weather and season, the idiosyncrasy of the person, or the intensity of the infection operate, we have yet to learn. Tertiary syphilis is rare. In seaports, it is often observable that the disease takes peculiar aspects, and what may be called exotic forms are occasionally encountered. With sailors, syphilis is frequently latent or only partially cured, and is intensified by their habits and diet. Sexual intercourse with them will produce it in an exaggerated character. This is not so much the case in Hamburg, owing to the constant and prompt medical attention. Still, some distinction is observable between the venereal maladies of the city women and those of the St. Paul suburb. Among the latter, the cases of a malignant type generally occur. The Negro sailor is held in very bad repute by these women, and some keepers will not allow him to enter their houses, believing that infection from a colored man is of the worst kind and almost incurable. The medical returns for the year 1846 give the following tables relating to the women in the St. Paul suburb. In January, there were 186 women, of whom 15 were sick. The diseases were venereal disease, 9, itch, 1, colic, 1, gastric fever, 1, rheumatic fever, 1, catarrh of lungs, 1, calculus, 1, total, 15. In May, of 189 women, 21 were sick. Venereal disease, 9, itch, 8, gastric fever, 2, inflammation of lungs, 1, spitting of blood, 1, total, 21. In August, of 181 women, 17 were sick. Venereal disease, 13, colic, 2, itch, 1, rheumatism, 1, total, 17. In December, of 161 women, 18 were sick. Venereal disease, 6, itch, 6, sprain, 1, colic, 1, gastric fever, 2, disorder of digestive organs, 1, cold on the chest, 1, total, 18. This would give an average of about 10% of the women of the suburb sick. From the facts we have quoted, it is evident that the virulence of syphilitic infections among the registered women is unquestionably mitigated. Tertiary syphilis is rare. Secondary syphilis is occasional, while primary forms have lost their malignity. There is a marked aggravation of the disease during the summer months, when a considerable influx of strangers takes place. This was particularly observable after the Great Fire in 1842. The mildness of the disease and its easy control can be ascribed to nothing but the weekly medical supervision. The women are visited at their own houses, and any reluctance or refusal renders them liable to punishment. Contrasted with this state of affairs, we have the severity of syphilis among unregistered women who conceal their disease as long as they can. Of those arrested, many are found to be diseased in an aggravated form. In the year 1845, of 138 unregistered women sent to prison, 43 had syphilis, or nearly 1/3 of the whole. Parent du Châtelet says this proportion is exceeded by the same class in Paris, where the infected amount to 1/2 of the illicit prostitutes. The Kurhaus is a medical institution especially designed for bad characters who are arrested by the police, be they registered or unregistered. The General Infirmary has also a venereal ward. The police authorities contribute annually, from the amount raised by the impost on brothels and prostitutes, 5,000 marks, $1,500, to the funds of this infirmary. From the following facts, this would seem an inadequate amount. In 1844, there were received and treated 580 females with syphilis, the total residence amounting to 30.387 days, or a pro rata average of 53.5 days each. The stipend allowed for which service would be about 4.5 cents per day. The number of female cases of syphilis enrollments received into the same institution in 1843 was registered women 480, unregistered women 74, total 554. And in 1845, registered women 521, unregistered women 71, total 592. The state of the male venereal patients proves the same general amelioration of the character of the disease. The cases, however, are worse than among the registered women, which must be ascribed to the dislike of men into the hospital until such a course becomes unavoidable. The numbers received were, in 1843, 355, 1844, 335, 1845, 316. Some returns are given by Dr. Lippert of the amount of sickness in the garrison, but he has not stated the number of soldiers, so no comparison can be drawn from his information. The figures are as follows. 1843, gonorrhea, 90, canker, 67, secondary syphilis, 13, total 107. 1844, gonorrhea, 58, ulcers, 63, total 121. 1845, gonorrhea, 89, ulcers, 79, total 168. The treatment of syphilis adopted in the Hamburg hospital was introduced by Dr. Fricka, one of the first to apply the non-mercurial system. Ricord's practice is also followed, and hydropathy is returned. It would be out of place to enter into any arguments here as to the relative merits of these systems. The mortal diseases of the Hamburg prostitutes are incidental to their course of life. Exposure to the weather, alternate extremes of want and luxury, night watching and constant excitement, induced consumption, inflammation of the lungs, dropsy, internal and abdominal complaints, gastric, rheumatic, or nervous fevers, and these, or chronic diseases resulting from renewed venereal infection, lead to the last scene of all that ends this strange eventful history. Before dismissing this subject, we will give a sketch of the Hamburg Magdalene Hospital. This institution was founded in 1821 through the exertions of the burgomaster Abendroth and others, and was constructed on the model of a similar asylum in London. The object is to reclaim women from vice by means that can be applied only in a place expressly dedicated to the purpose. The number of inmates is small, only 12 can be received. The business of the asylum is conducted by a committee, including 2 ministers, a physician, 3 female overseers, and a matron. The overseers are respectable married women or widows who voluntarily undertake the duties of the subcommittee. They assume the direction of the household affairs alternately for a month each. They meet frequently at the house, assist in divine service, and take care of the girls who are discharged. These are provided with situations or placed in business and required to be upheld and maintained in their new character. The chaplain assists the ladies' committee in their duties, but directs his energies particularly to the religious instruction of the inmates. Frequent meetings for prayer are held, and every half year the sacrament is administered to such as he deems duly prepared to receive it, and who have a competent knowledge of its importance and efficacy. To be qualified for admission, the applicant must be young and must have a desire to amend. The limited room will not allow the reception of old or worn-out women, who will flock there in crowds to obtain a shelter under which they could die in peace. When a woman's application is granted, she must go through a novitiate of 4 or 8 weeks. During this time, she works and eats with the other inmates, but sleeps alone, and is closely watched by a member of the committee. When her novitiate expires and she is fully received, she is requested to give an explicit account of her life, every particular of which is recorded. Her name is not disclosed to her companions, but she, as are all the others, is known only by a Christian name. The women are employed in all kinds of housework, needlework, or, when practicable, in any manner which will accustom them to continued physical exertion. Their previous life having made indolence almost second nature, this course is adopted to inculcate the necessity of industry. A strict account of the produce of their labor is kept, and a portion is set apart as a fund for their benefit. The time of their stay is usually about 2 years. When they leave, they give the chaplain a written promise of good conduct, and receive from him a Bible and a prayer book, and the sum of money accumulated for them. The results of this benevolent attempt are sufficient to encourage the laborers in the good work, and we cannot but think that their endeavors must be productive of great good, based as they are upon the sound principle of receiving but a few women, and treating them as members of one family, in opposition to the general theory of such institutions, whose managers attempt to crowd in as large a number as a large building would contain, and, in the endeavor to generalize rural tribunals from Reformation lose the valuable opportunities for noticing and acting upon individual traits of character. The particulars of the subsequent life of 20 women are given as follows. Continued faithful to their promises, 6. Removed from where they were placed, 10. Relapsed in the vice only, 1. Died, 1. Unknown, 2. Total, 20. End of section 19. Recorded by Jeff Punker, Plymouth, UK.
Section 20 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman Jr. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 20, Chapter 17, Prussia, Part 1. Chapter 17, Prussia. Patriarchal government, ecclesiastical legislation, trade guilds, enactments in 1700, inquiry in 1717, enactment in 1792, police order 1795, census, increase of illicit prostitution, syphilis, census of 1808, ministerial rescript and police report 1809, tolerated brothels closed, reenactment of the code of 1792, ministerial rescript of 1839, removal of brothels, petitions, ministerial reply, police report 1844, brothels closed by royal command, police embarrassment and correspondence with Cali and Cologne, local opinions, public life in Berlin, dancing saloons, drinking houses, immorality, increase of syphilis, statistics, illegitimacy, royal edict of 1851, recent regulations. Among the whirling drums in the days of Unis, sexual intercourse was looked upon as enervating to youth, and discreditable and even disgraceful to them until their valor had been proved by deeds of arms, and their experience authorized them to assume the duties of husbands and fathers. In the Middle Ages, when the legislative and executive functions were vested in one individual, and the rights and obligations of the governing power were of a paternal or patriarchal character, we find much of their law-giving directed to the preservation of morality, the repression of extravagance, and the minute regulation of public economy. In their edicts against prostitution, this paternal spirit was visible, in conjunction with what may be considered a due regard to the rights and interests of the lawgivers, the punishments being professedly directed against a breach of morality or a public scandal, because it was a disgrace to families and a peril to husbands and fathers rather than a vice in itself. The provisions tacitly sanctioned its existence, and while they severely punished any invasion of domestic peace or infraction of marital rights, it seems to be conceded that, when no such relationships were involved, illicit intercourse was regarded as an allowable solace or an actual necessity for the physical requirements of unmarried men. We learn from the German historian Fiducin, Diplomatischen Beitrage zur Geschichte der Stadt Berlin, that the German laws rendered it obligatory on every honorable man to espouse a virtuous maiden, and the term Udenkind, illegitimate child, was the bitterest form of reproach. The early statutes were very severe in the punishment of immodest females, and some carried this principle so far as to require that a woman who led an unchaste life in her father's house should be burned at the stake. The ecclesiastical legislation moderated this severity, and crimes against morality became sins which were expiated by public penance. The citizens of Berlin became convinced that the penances of the church were not sufficiently potent to counteract the evil, the morals of the clergy themselves being frequently impeached, and secular government was suggested in place of ecclesiastical. This seems especially necessary because the canon law, which ordained the celibacy of the priesthood, pronounced it to be a work of mercy to marry an erring woman, in opposition to the Berlin sheriff law, Schöffenrecht, declaring the children of such marriages illegitimate. And persons were not wanting who held the opinion that the work of mercy recommended by the church was at times advocated by the clergy as a means of covering their own frailties. The same writer records instances as late as the close of the 16th century in which adultery was punished by death the offenders in each case being married persons. He also cites the records of the 14th century to show that the same punishment was inflicted on those who acted as procurers or procuresses, wherever family honor was encroached on. In the 16th century, the law required that an immodest woman belonging to any reputable family should be publicly shorn of her hair and condemned to wear a linen veil, nor was any distinction made between unmarried women and widows against whom the offense was proved. About the same period, the trade guilds enacted stringent laws prohibiting the admission of improper characters to their public festivals, and restrained their members from marrying women of that class. To attain this end, any master tradesman who designed to marry was compelled to introduce his intended bride at a meeting of the company, that all might be convinced of her discreet character and conduct, and any who married without observing this requirement were expelled the association. The guilds inflicted the same penalties on any of their members who had intercourse with improper characters, or who seduced a virtuous woman and subsequently married her. A certain recognition of the existence of public women may be traced throughout these regulations, which appear to have admitted the necessity from regard to the rigorously enforced sanctity of the domestic circle, but at the same time endeavored to prevent the increase of immorality by attaching odium to its followers. Again, turning to the pages of Refuting, we find that, in all the great towns of the German Empire, the public protection of women of pleasure, used to Dirnen, seems to have been a regular thing, in proof of which he says, "Did a creditor, in taking proceedings against his debtor, find it necessary to put up at an inn one of the allowed items of his expenditure was a reasonable sum for the company of a woman during his stay, Frauengeld." This was a question of state etiquette in Berlin in 1410, the sum having been officially expended in that year to retain some handsome women to grace a public festival and banquet given to a distinguished guest, Diedrich V. Kietzau, whose goodwill the citizens desired to cultivate. During this period of toleration, the expediency of controlling public women was unquestioned, but the first Berlin actment of material importance to this investigation bears date in 1700, and is remarkable as clearly enunciating the principles which have been adhered to, with only a short interval ever since. The first section declares, "By law, this traffic is decidedly not permitted or allowed, but simply tolerated, geduldet, as a necessary evil." Sections 2, 3, and 4 require the keeper of any house of prostitution to give notice to the commissary of the quarter when any of his women leave him, or when he receives a new one, and restrain him from keeping more women than are specified in his contract. Sections 5 to 9 provide that the surgeon shall visit every woman once a fortnight, for the purpose of protecting the health of revelers, Schwärmer, as well as that of the women themselves, that every woman shall pay him 2 groschen for every visit, and that upon observing the slightest signs of disease, the surgeon shall require the housekeeper to detain the woman in her room. If the keeper neglect this order, he is made responsible for the entire costs of the illness which any visitor could prove was contracted from one of his women. If the surgeon finds the woman already so far infected that she cannot be cured by cleanliness and retirement alone, he is authorized to order her removal to the Charité, where she will be taken care of in the pavilion free of charge. Sections 10 and 11 provide that the debts of a woman must be paid before she can remove from one house of prostitution to another, or before she can leave one house to commence another on her own account. Section 12 enjoins that any woman who desires to quit her mode of life altogether shall be entirely discharged from any debts to the housekeeper. The last section requires every housekeeper who has music to pay 6 groschen a year for the permit to his musicians, the money to be applied to the benefits of the poorhouse. The toleration but not authorization clause is the noticeable feature in these regulations, and indicates the policy which was then generally adopted throughout the kingdom. In reference to the period succeeding the issue of these rules, which continued in force till 1792, we find some information in the pages of Refuting. Thus, in 1717, an inquiry proved that the inmates of brothels, and also the secret prostitutes, were mostly the children of soldiers, who, quote, had been brought to vice as a trade either from the want of a proper bringing up or of a skillful handicraft, end quote. All measures for the extermination of the evil having been found ineffectual, quote, they were obliged to adopt the system of a larger toleration of common brothels, to be strictly watched over by the police, as a necessary outlet for the tendency to immorality. End quote. The number of houses of ill fame increased in proportion to the population, the influx of strangers, and the additions to the garrison made under Frederick II, and still more so after the close of the 7 Years' War. In the year 1780, there were 100 such houses in Berlin, each containing 8 or 9 women. They were divided into 3 classes. The lowest were those in which the women dressed in plain clothes and were frequented mostly by Hamburg or Amsterdam mariners. The second class of women paraded themselves with painted faces, haunted the more retired corners of the town, had little attractive about their persons or dress, and were principally visited by mechanics and laborers. The third, and apparently the most select of the kind, was a description of coffee house frequented by females who were designated mamzelles. These did not live in the houses, but used them merely as a convenient rendezvous. In 1792, a new code of regulations appeared, the bulk of which continued in force in Berlin and other towns for many years. The rules of 1700 were too vague, made no provision for a variety of cases likely to arise, and were silent as to the question of private prostitution. Many inconveniences had arisen from these omissions, and, in consequence, a memorial was addressed to the government by the police director, von Eisenhower, containing suggestions for amendments to the law. The preamble of the royal reply to this application acknowledges the attention of the police to the matter with much satisfaction, admits prostitution, put in Anstalten, to be, quote, a necessary evil in a great city where many men are not in a position to marry, although of an age when the sexual instincts are at their highest, in order thereby to avoid greater disorders which are not to be restrained by any law or authority, and which take their rise from an inextinguishable natural impulse, end quote. But expressly reiterates that it is, quote, only to be tolerated, zu dulden, end quote, and that it cannot, quote, without impropriety and consequences injurious to morality, be established by the public laws, which do not contain any sanction whatever to common prostitution, end quote. The sections following this preamble provide that anyone who seduces a woman or induces her to carry on a venal traffic with her person shall be liable to 1 year's imprisonment in the House of Correction, and on repetition of the offense, besides doubling the punishment, shall be whipped and driven from the country. Declare any man or woman who communicates the venereal disease liable for the expenses of the cure and incidental damages, sonstigen interest, together with imprisonment for taking young women from the country into houses of prostitution by any device against their will, and authorize the punishment of any man who willfully infects a common woman. In reference to the special directions touching brothels and prostitutes, the document provides, quote, as a leading point, that everything which exceeds the mere gratification of the natural passions and tends to the advancement of debauchery, or the misuse of our toleration of a necessary evil, must be prevented, end quote. And accordingly, the women are prohibited from increasing their attractions, quote, by painting or distinguishing attire, end quote, and also from soliciting passengers in the public streets or at the doors or windows of their houses, quote, as this is not only in contravention to public morals, but especially perilous to male youth, and such means of increasing the gains of people seeking their livelihood in this manner is not to be tolerated, end quote. For similar reasons, the keepers of houses were restrained from offering wines or other strong drinks to their visitors, although it is admitted, quote, they cannot be prevented from providing refreshments, end quote, yet stimulants are forbidden, quote, because they are great inducements to debauchery, whereby other excesses may be caused, end quote. The orders farther provide that no woman shall become a resident in a house of prostitution without previously appearing before the police and obtaining permission from them. And the police are directed not to allow this permission to any female under age unless they are satisfied that she has previously made a trade of prostitution. The section containing this stipulation is prefaced by a statement that, quote, keepers of these houses seek especially to obtain blooming young girls, who cannot be procured without infamous seduction calculated to lead to debauchery, end quote. In reference to precautions against infection, it provides that the prostitutes and keepers of houses shall be instructed by some competent surgeon in the signs of venereal diseases, so that they may detect it in their visitors or themselves. Also, that any man communicating infection to a prostitute may be sentenced to make ample compensation if the woman can identify him, and farther, that the punishment inflicted upon girls infecting their visitors shall also be inflicted on the housekeepers, as although they may be innocent, their being included in the punishment for an incident of their trade is for the general weal. All fines received were to accrue to the medical institutions provided for the cure of syphilis. Again, it was deemed that, quote, the venereal disease was much extended by common streetwalkers, end quote, and no women but such as resided in the known houses where medical visits of inspection were constantly paid were to be tolerated, and the night watch were instructed to arrest those common women who were in the habit of plying their trade in the streets after dark, a portion of the penalty exacted being awarded to the officers who made such arrests, quote, to encourage their zeal, end quote. But they were strictly cautioned against annoying innocent persons, quote, inasmuch as blunders in such matters create ill impressions against the authorities, and because the honor and happiness of the person might be irretrievably injured, so that it would be better to pass over a guilty person here and there than to inculpate a single innocent one. The royal rescript concludes by directing that a strict surveillance be kept over the females of the garrison, many of whom are stated in very plain language to be of improper character. These directions were subsequently embodied in the General Statute, or Law of the Land, Landrecht, and upon that the police regulations which we quote hereafter were based. The statute formally declares procurers and procuresses liable to imprisonment for from 6 months to 3 years in the House of Correction, with, quote, a welcome and farewell, Anglice, a sound whipping when admitted, and another when discharged. In the cases of parents or guardians who may aid in or connive at the prostitution of their children or wards, the term of imprisonment is doubled and made more severe. It requires all common women to reside in the tolerated houses under the eye of the state, which houses are only to be permitted in populous cities and not elsewhere than in retired and back streets therein, the consent of the police authorities having been first obtained. And in any case, where a house of prostitution was established without this consent, or in defiance of the public orders, the keeper was to be liable to 1 or 2 years imprisonment. The police are strictly commanded to keep all tolerated houses under strict and constant surveillance, to make frequent visits in company with medical men so as to check the progress of venereal disease, to prevent the sale of intoxicating liquors therein, to see that no woman was introduced without the knowledge and permission of the authorities under a fine of $50 for each offense, and, more especially, that no innocent female was, by force or deceit, compelled or induced to live therein, which latter offense imposes, quote, the public exhibition, end quote, in the stocks or pillory, we presume, and from 6 to 10 years imprisonment, with welcome and farewell, on the keeper, who was not to be allowed to keep such a house again under any circumstances. The police are farther enjoined to see that the mistress of the house informs the authorities of the pregnancy of any woman residing in the house as soon as she is aware of it herself. But if it is concealed, she, the mistress, is liable to imprisonment, especially if a secret birth takes place. The mistress is required to take charge of any woman who becomes pregnant, if there is no public institution to which she could be removed, and is at liberty to seek compensation from the father of the child, or, if he cannot be found, she has a claim upon the mother. The child must be removed from the house as soon as it is weaned, and is to be cared for at the public cost if the parents have not means to do so. If the keeper of the house, or the inmates themselves, conceal any venereal infection from the knowledge of the police, they render themselves liable to imprisonment from 3 months to a year, with welcome and farewell. If thefts, assaults, or other offenses occur in such houses, the keeper is, in all cases, liable to the injured party, who cannot in any other way obtain his indemnity, and is also suspected of complicity in the offense so long as the contrary cannot be substantiated. And if it is proved that he did not exert all his power to prevent such occurrences, his neglect is to be punished by fine or imprisonment. No woman desirous of leaving a tolerated house to change her mode of life and support herself honestly can be retained against her inclination, and no difficulties may be thrown in the way of her doing so, nor will the master be allowed to force her to remain, even though she may be in his debt, under the penalty of the loss of his permission from the police. Prostitutes who do not conform to the regulations and place themselves under supervision are to be arrested and imprisoned for 3 months, and, when their term of imprisonment has expired, are to be sent to the workhouses and detained there until they have inclination and opportunity for honorable employment. Any females not being inmates of the tolerated houses who had intercourse while suffering from disease and thereby infected men are declared liable to an imprisonment for 3 months. This comprehensive legal enactment left many matters of details to the discretion of the police, and accordingly they issued their rules. The opposition we subsequently encountered makes them important in the history of prostitution in Berlin, and although they are in many points a mere repetition of the terms of the statute, we give them in extenso. They are entitled Provisions Against the Misleading of Young Women into Brothels and for Prevention of the Spread of Venereal Disease. Preamble. It has been brought to notice that simple young girls, especially from the smaller towns, under the craftiest pretensions to place them in good situations, have been brought to Berlin, and without their knowledge of the fact, taken to brothels, and therein, against their will, led astray to their ruin, and to the life of a common prostitute. At the same time, it is matter of remark that common prostitutes, after they have been diseased, continue their practice as long as the state of their sickness permits, and thereby farther infection is extraordinarily increased and extended. With the express view of meeting such infamous seductions and the highly injurious results of the before-mentioned communication of venereal disease, the following directions are brought to the cognizance and perfect information of the keepers of houses of prostitution, and of the females who make a trade of their persons. 1. No one can set on foot a brothel or keep women for the purposes of prostitution without having communicated previously with the police directory on the subject and obtained their permission in writing. Whoso acts contrary to this shall, together with absolute withdrawal of his license, be liable to 1 or 2 years in the House of Correction. 2. Every brothel keeper must, before taking a girl into his service, produce her before the police directory, and must not conclude any contract with her until the police director has given him written leave to do so. Whereupon, forthwith the conditions upon which the keeper and said woman have agreed are to be registered with the police, and an abstract thereof shall be given to each party, for which 8 groschen are to be paid as fees. The before-mentioned brothel keepers, to whom the police director's toleration is extended, must, at his order, produce the common prostitutes, and submit the same to a similar license, and the conditions must be drawn up for them in the before-mentioned manner. If a keeper omits the same, and is accused of having any woman for common use in his house for 48 hours without such notice, he shall pay a fine of 50 thalers, and upon the third offense, in addition to the said fine, his trade shall be stopped, and he shall not carry on the same any more. Further, it shall be no excuse that the person in question was not there for the purpose of prostitution, inasmuch as he is enjoined to point out every female whom he receives into his house, without exception, and neglect of this shall be taken as a proof of contravention. Under penalty of the same punishment, he must give a similar notice if a common woman comes to him from another house. 3. Females under age who have not, before the publication of these ordinances, notoriously abandoned themselves to common prostitution, are not to be received by any brothel keeper, and when he produces such persons before the police directory, the permit shall not be allowed. If he acts contrary to this prohibition, he shall be punished with 2 years' labor in jail. 4. The departure from a brothel of any woman who desires to change her mode of life and to subsist in a respectable manner is not to be checked or prevented. Even on account of sureties entered into or debts incurred, the keeper is not to retain any such against her will at the risk of losing his permit, and the police are charged to give every assistance. If, however, any such person desire only to remove to another house of prostitution, this cannot be done without the consent of the former keeper until after 3 months' notice given, when it will be permitted upon proof of brutal treatment by the keeper or other good and reasonable grounds shown to the police. No woman who seeks to quit a brothel for the purpose of carrying on prostitution for pay on her own accord will be permitted to do so. And if any person, having on pretense of an honest calling, quitted a house of prostitution, shall be adjudged guilty of prostitution on her own account, she shall have 4 weeks at the House of Correction, with a welcome and farewell. And whereas it is known that many brothel keepers, who treat their girls with an unbearable harshness, keep so strict a watch upon them that they cannot succeed in bringing their complaints before the authorities, information shall from time to time, ex officio, and without the presence of the keeper, be taken whether the girls have any well-founded complaints to bring forward against the said keeper. 5. The common prostitutes in the brothels are strictly prohibited from enticing or inviting passengers in the streets with looks or signs from the house or windows, and the keepers are on no account to permit the same. Diligent regard to this is to be had by the police, and those who act contrary will be punished, the first time with 3 days, and on a repetition of the offense, with a week's solitary confinement, 1/2 of the time on bread and water. The keeper who is shown to have been party to the same will suffer double punishment. 6. In these houses, the keepers shall not supply visitors with wine, brandy, liquor, punch, or other strong drinks, or with food, but only with tea, coffee, chocolate, beer, or similar beverages. Further, it is not permitted for the visitors to bring in drink or food. For every case of contravention, the keeper shall pay 5 thalers, or a week's detention. On repetition, he shall be punished more severely. If this will not suffice, the permit shall be withdrawn from the house. No brothel keeper shall allow any guest to remain after 12 o'clock at night, nor allow anyone to enter after that hour. Whoso acts contrary shall, for the first offense, pay 10 thalers. On repetition, the fine is double. For the 3rd time, the keeper shall lose his permit. 7. Should thefts, assaults, or other offenses take place in such houses, the keeper is in all cases liable to the injured party if he cannot get his redress elsewhere. Further, the said keeper is suspected of complicity in the offense so long as the contrary is not proved. And if it appear that he did not use all possible means for the prevention of such offense, he shall be punished by fine or in person. 8. In case any innocent female shall, by fraud or violence, be brought into any brothel, the keeper and those who are accomplices in such infamous offense shall undergo public exhibition and 4 to 10 years house of correction, with welcome and farewell. Beside this, the permit will be withdrawn. It shall be no excuse for him to allege that he neither knew nor assisted the said seduction, inasmuch as he had no right to receive any female into his house without first giving notice thereof to the police directory and receiving from them, after inquiry into the circumstances, permission to do so. 9. In like manner, a brothel keeper may not, under penalty of 12 months' imprisonment, give anyone, whatever his rank may be, facility to carry on criminal intercourse with any woman who has been brought into his house. And it is absolutely forbidden for any person to bring a female to such house and there to have any private communication with her, which shall be only with the regular women of the place, inasmuch as by Section 2, no keeper is permitted to receive any woman as servant maid or under any pretense whatever among his inmates without previous notice to the police and their assent to the same. 10. In order to combat the frequent infection of common prostitutes, and if possible, prevent them from severe attacks of venereal disease, or its farther extension, and at the same time not only to restrain the rapid progress of this highly pernicious malady, but so far as possible entirely to root it out, the brothel keepers and the women kept by them are bound to give their most observant attention thereto, both for their own advantage and also for the diminution of their own misfortunes and severe punishment. To this end, the brothel keepers are not to oppose the appointed surgeons in each quarter, so often as the same make their visits to the women at their houses, and every woman shall be subject to these visits. For the information of every brothel keeper, and of the prostitutes kept by him, a copy of printed directions, prepared by competent authority, shall be given to the brothel keeper, whereby the signs of actual infection and of the commencement of venereal disease may be known, and they shall be clearly instructed by the duly appointed surgeon how to form an opinion upon their own state of their health, and be able to explain the same on his visits, so that thereby the detection of venereal disease at any time may be facilitated. Furthermore, upon perceiving the symptoms whereby venereal disease is known in a man, they should abstain from carnal intercourse with him. 11. Should a woman suspect that she is infected, she must permit no one to have connection with her, but shall mention the same as well to her keeper as to the surgeon of the district, upon which steps shall be forthwith taken for her cure. If she neglect this, she shall be punished with detention, 3 months for the first time, and the repetition of the offences with 6 months in the house of correction, with welcome and farewell. If the said woman, through concealment of her venereal malady, has given occasion to a widespread whereof, she shall the first time be liable to 12 months in the house of correction, with welcome and farewell. In case the brothel keeper shall know of the diseased condition of such a woman, and shall not hinder her from the exercise of her trade, or shall keep her therein, he shall be liable to the same punishment, and moreover, shall be liable to the costs and charges of cure and attendance of the man so infected by such woman, if he requires it, or if he cannot pay such expenses. For this reimbursement, a brothel keeper shall be held liable even if he did not know the diseased condition of a woman kept in his house, inasmuch as such obligation shall, before the public weal, be taken to be a risk and burden incident to the trade permitted to be carried on by him. 12. On the other hand, a prostitute can prosecute anyone for having infected her by means of connection, and such person shall, upon the complaint and showing of her and the brothel keeper, bear the expense of cure and maintenance for so long a time as, pursuant to the orders of the authorities of the Sharit, the woman may have to remain in the Sharit, and further shall be liable to a fine of $50 or 3 months' imprisonment in the house of correction. 13. If any woman, before declaring her venereal disease, shall have concealed it so long that, by opinion of competent persons, she must have known the same for a considerable length of time, she shall, whether she shall or shall not have infected other persons, be liable to the same punishment as if she had infected others. 14. Whereas it has been the practice for the women to conceal their venereal diseases, and whereas they have entrusted themselves to incompetent persons for cure, and whereas the brothel keepers are bound to refund to the Sharit the expenses of the cure and attendance, which sometimes fall ruinously heavy upon them, it is hereby directed, for the removal of this difficulty, that a healing fund shall be established, by means whereof the keepers and their women, on the occurrence of disease, may be relieved of the heavy expenses to which they are put, and may be assured against the destruction of their bodies and health, which ensue from the growth of this terrible disease. To this fund, every brothel keeper shall contribute a monthly sum of 6 groschen, 12 cents, for each woman he keeps, and shall give in a statement of the name and place of birth of such woman, for which, at the commencement of the following month, he shall receive an acknowledgment, and he shall recover such sum from every woman on whose account he shall have paid the same. Nevertheless, any brothel keeper who shall have allowed more than one of these monthly payments to run into arrear with the women shall not, on that account, be able to prevent her leaving him, if, as before ordered, she desires to change her way of life. If a woman goes from one brothel to another without the 6 groschen having been paid for her, the brothel keeper to whom she goes must pay this amount in due time for her. This shall happen notwithstanding that she is bound to give notice of her removal to the police commissary of the quarter. The monthly payment of this tax is to be made to the duly appointed medical officer of the quarter, who shall pay over the whole amount of the same to the collector of the healing fund, who shall give him for the same a receipt under his own hand, whereupon the comptroller shall compare the list of the same with the list of the brothel keepers and women in the several districts, and shall compel defaulters to pay the outstanding tax. 15. A perfect account is to be kept of this healing fund, and out of the same every diseased woman shall be taken to the Sharit, and without further charges to herself or keeper, shall be maintained and thoroughly cured without being sent, as formerly directed, to the workhouse. Farther, the woman shall not entrust herself either to the visiting surgeon or to any other person for cure, but such shall take place only in the Sharit. 16. No brothel shall be tolerated in the respectably inhabited and frequented streets and squares of the city, but they shall be established at a moderate distance from the same, so that the police can watch them and speedily correct any disorder, otherwise only in the smaller streets and thoroughfares. 17. The matters that are ordered and prescribed in the foregoing articles to the brothel keepers are also to be observed by female brothel keepers under like penalties. 18. Single women living by themselves for purposes of prostitution must give in their notices to the police directory in the same manner as the women in the brothels, must also undergo examination by the medical officers of the quarter in which they reside, must pay their 6 groschen a month to the healing fund, and be subject to all the directions applicable to brothel keepers and their hired women, and to the like punishments in case of offending against the directions. 19. Procurers and procuresses, who make it their business to provide opportunities in their houses for criminal intercourse of men and women, whatever their condition, shall be strictly watched, and, upon conviction, shall be liable to 3 months' detention in the house of correction. 20. The streetwalkers roaming the streets after dark are not to be tolerated, but where they could be met with are to be taken into custody, and after being cured, if they are affected with venereal disease, shall be sent from 6 to 12 months to the House of Correction. 21. Whoever cannot pay the fine shall receive a corresponding corporal on leave punishment. 22. Informers shall receive half the fines paid in, and the remaining fines shall be collected and distributed as the reward of those who make discovery and information of any contraventions of these regulations. 23. In those cases mentioned in Section 3, wherein, together with a breach of these regulations, a crime against the laws of the state is committed, the criminal department of the High Court will take cognizance of it, and the remedies proceed from them to the criminal deputation of the Chamber of Justice. 24. In order that no one who, whether as keeper or girl, makes a trade of prostitution, shall be in a position to excuse themselves on account of their ignorance of this code of regulations, a copy of them shall be given to every person at the time of registration, for which 6 groschen shall be paid, and carried to the reward fund for informers. End of section 20. Recorded by Robert Sherman Jr., Washington, D.C. www.nyckidd.com. Section 21 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman Jr. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 21, Chapter 17, Prussia, Part 2. The Royal Rescript, the Statute, and the Police Ordinance of 1792 are founded upon the principle that prostitution is a necessary evil, which, if unregulated, tends to demoralize all society and inflict physical suffering on its votaries. But, as it can never be suppressed, it is tolerated in order that those who practice it may be brought under supervision and control. In furtherance of this idea, another police order was promulgated in 1795, prohibiting music and dancing at the tolerated houses and limiting the resort of prostitutes to public places of amusement. The immediate effect of this measure was to close several coffee houses served by women, Mädchen Tabagien. At the same time, the women were classified into first, second, and third classes, and the monthly tax graduated to 1 thaler, 68 cents, 2/3 of a thaler, and 1/3 of a thaler, which was appropriated to the Healing Fund, as directed by the regulations of 1792. This impost was doubled at a subsequent period in consequence of public calamities. To enforce the police directions and collect the tax, a census of the public prostitutes in Berlin was taken in June 1792, when they amounted to 311. The toleration was withdrawn from some of these for various reasons, and the numbers were, in July, 269, August, 268, September, 249, October, a period of fairs and other assemblages, 258, and the average finally settled at about 260 in a population of 150,000. In the exercise of the discretionary power vested in the police of Berlin, as in most other cities of continental Europe, they found it necessary to extend their toleration so as to include in their supervision those private prostitutes who could not be permitted to reside in the tolerated houses because they had not reached the age prescribed by law, which in Prussia fixes majority at 24 years, and also another class who were secretly visited at private lodgings by those wealthy libertines whose pride would not allow them to enter a common brothel, and whose amours consequently exposed them to liabilities which the spirit of the law justified the police in encountering. The persons, mostly widows, with whom the private prostitutes resided, were made answerable to the police and subjected to the same rules as the tolerated houses. Under the new scale of impost, there were, in 1796, 6 brothels of the first class, with inmates totaling 16, 8 brothels of the second class, with inmates totaling 33, 40 brothels of the third class, with inmates totaling 141, for a subtotal of 190, private prostitutes of the first class, totaling 39, private prostitutes of the second class, totaling 28, for a subtotal of 67, and a final total of 257. About about this period, an epoch of general political movement, men of the highest rank in Prussia began to doubt the propriety of prostitution, and orders were given, in opposition to the remonstrances of the police, to take measures which would effectively compel brothel keepers to close their houses. This appears to have been the first positive attempt at absolute repression, and the police intimated that illicit prostitution would be its inevitable result. In reply, they were directed that, if their predictions should be verified, they must pursue the vice more closely. In 1800, the number of registered women had decreased to 246, but it was notorious that illicit prostitution had increased largely. This fact was not denied by the police. They ascribed it, very justly, to the restrictions imposed on the tolerated houses, which were now actually less than ever, at a time when the resident population of Berlin was 20,000 more than at the last computation, exclusive of a large influx of troops and foreigners. They were not supported in their views, but were ordered, on the ground of extensive disease among the soldiery, to crush out illicit prostitution. In this order they vainly endeavored to accomplish. An inquiry into the comparative state of the venereal disease was directed at the same time, and the state physician reported that there was less disease among registered than illicit prostitutes, and inferred that a diminution of tolerated but strictly guarded regular brothels was not for the public benefit. The year 1808, when the French army overran Europe, was a period of general war and trouble. The police regulations fell into abeyance, and prostitution became comparatively free and uncontrolled. The French military commanders in Berlin made complaints to the police of the lawless state of the town, particularly specifying some of the brothels, which had become nests of gamblers, wherein robbery, duels, suicides, and other offenses were of frequent occurrence. The results of an inspection were as follows: 50 brothels containing women, totaling 230, private prostitutes totaling 203, for a subtotal of 433. In addition to this, there were of notorious illicit prostitutes known to the police, 60 of whom were stated to have disease in its worst forms, a total of 400, and also reasonably suspected of prostitution, total 67, making an aggregate known to the authorities of 900 total. There were also 70 dance houses, which were known as places of accommodation. The population at this time was about 150,000. The figures thus given, from an official enumeration, are the best practical commentary upon the effects of the abandonment of a tried system of surveillance. The state of affairs disclosed by this inquiry called forth a ministerial rescript, dated May 8, 1809, which we copy. The brothel houses are, by reason of the great influence they have on morality and health, a very important branch of police administration. We should desire to be satisfied whether it is more desirable to suppress or tolerate them. In any case, it is, however, improper and injurious to license them, and thus to give them a certain sanction. Still less can they be tolerated in public neighborhoods of a city. It is rather to be desired that, upon every convenient and properly occurring opportunity, they should be stamped with the well-merited brand of the deepest depravity and infamy. We have therefore commanded the police directory to effect the removal of all such houses into quiet, retired streets of the suburbs and liberties, and we direct you to take into consideration whether a like regulation cannot be accomplished here in the city of Berlin, whereupon you will make to us a well-considered report. You are also to take into consideration what can be done to brand such places with the deepest depravity and infamy. In obedience to this order, which had doubtless emanated directly from royalty itself, Herr von Brunner, the head of the Berlin police, communicated a report containing his conclusions as follows. 1. The closing, or even limiting the brothels, would lead to very general ill health. 2. That, in consequences of the exertions of the police, illicit prostitution has been diminished very much, and even the number of the registered women had decreased. 3. That in 1809 there were in Berlin 1. First-class brothel containing women totaling 6, 20 second-class brothels containing women totaling 75, 22 third-class brothels containing women totaling 117, for a subtotal of 198, along with private prostitutes totaling 113, for a total registered of 311. That this number might seem larger than before, but the passage of troops in the large garrison of Berlin had led to the increase, and evidently a great increase of secret prostitution, and its results would have been experienced in place of the registered prostitution, had not an extension of this same registered prostitution been tolerated. 4. that particular streets in which brothels were to be found were certainly no longer suitable places on account of the greater traffic which they had gained, and these houses might, on that account, be removed to back streets, including the Königsmauer, etc. 5. That he did not know in what manner the brand of depravity and infamy could be impressed on the trade of prostitution, except by directing a particular costume, differing from the clothing of respectable women. In continuation of this report, the commissary states his opinion that it would be dangerous to public order to keep the common houses in narrow limits, as it would bring together all the idle people, which might lead to a disturbance, that a special costume for the women would be of no use at home, and out of doors it would only give occasion for a public scandal without affecting the purpose of their reform. That lastly, he objects to the toleration of private prostitutes, as there is no good result from their registration except their health, and the general regulation in that and other matters is much better secured in the brothels. Among the official correspondence on this matter, we find another document worthy of notice. It is a report by a sub-inspector to the superior police authorities, dated January 16, 1810. Quoting from that document, there are 44 such houses of prostitution, and compared with the population of Berlin, 180,000, that is not many. They are divided into 3 classes and, together with the prostitutes living on their own account, are controlled in conformity with the regulations of February 2, 1792. In compliance with such rules, they pay the taxes to the healing fund. Past negligent mismanagement has unfortunately permitted several brothels in much frequented streets. Their removal to more retired places I find highly desirable. It is urgent that no more private women of the town should be tolerated, but rather they should, if they cannot return to good conduct, be sent into the brothel houses, or, where they are not natives of Berlin, be sent out of the city forthwith, or otherwise be sent to the house of industry. These women, living alone, are very perilous to morality and health, inasmuch as they cannot be so perfectly controlled as in the brothels in modesty of deportment, cleanliness, and retirement. Also because they are able to withhold themselves from medical inspection, and to carry on their trade when they know themselves to be suffering from venereal diseases. The list of the prostitutes and their treatment at the SHIBC demonstrate this. The opinion that this living alone favors a return to virtue is not supported by experience. Were it even so, the disadvantages enumerated are more important than so rare and problematic a benefit. The question, whether the toleration of brothels in large cities and the regulation by the police so that infected females should not be permitted therein is advisable in order to counteract the seduction of respectable females, cannot be categorically answered in the affirmative. Still, in Berlin, it seems that brothels, if not a necessary evil, cannot be momentarily abolished, but such steps must be devised as will gradually remove the evil and make the disgrace generally noticeable. To this end, the above propositions, touching private prostitutes and removal of brothels from public streets, will be carried into effect. Express limitations of the brothels to 2 or 3 streets would give occasion to gatherings and holidays that might lead to riots and other excesses. A special external designation of prostitutes would only lead to uproar, without causing the women to feel the odium of their calling more than at present. End the quote of document. The remainder of this report is unimportant. In October 1810, a public order was made for effectuating its recommendations. After this event, the king became impressed with an idea of the impolicy and impropriety of the toleration system, and a lengthy correspondence ensued between the various departments and state officials on the subject. The royal rescripts enunciating the oft-repeated opinions on the subject in general, objecting to the details of the police management, or directing reports on some particular incident of the system. The police authorities, fortified by experience as opposed to theory, adhering to the toleration practice, and demanding increased powers to restrain private prostitution and compel all such persons to enter the public houses. The matter was brought to a close in 1814 by an order from the Crown for a total closing of the tolerated brothels. The police president, Lecoq, thought it advisable to communicate with the authorities of the town of Breslau before he complied with this order, requesting some information as to the state of public morals there, it being stated that there was not a single brothel or registered prostitute to be found within its limits. The reply from the Breslau officials was in the affirmative as to the fact. As to the results, they had consulted with the state physician and the hospital physician, and their opinion was that closing the brothels and withdrawal of toleration had not been advantageous. as, in spite of the police vigilance, illicit prostitution had increased since, and procuresses carried on their arts more extensively, their operations being altogether secret and under no police control. That the venereal disease had not decreased, that nothing counteracted it so effectually as medical inspection of known brothels, and that its secret spread had been so great as to extend its ravages, through the instrumentality of female servants, into respectable families. That the hospital returns proved little, because the cases were suffered to run on or were privately cured, but these returns were given as follows. Table shows venereal cases in Breslau Hospital and illegitimate births in Breslau for the years 1805 to 1813, as, for the year 1805, 155 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, no information for illegitimate births in Breslau. For the year 1806, 202 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, no information for the illegitimate births in Breslau. 1807, 323 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, no information for illegitimate births. 1808, 233 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, no information for illegitimate births. 1809, 150 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, no information for illegitimate births. 1810, 118 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, 382 illegitimate births in Breslau. 1811, 98 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, 316 illegitimate births in Breslau. 1812, 139 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital, 282 illegitimate births. And 1813, 159 venereal cases in Breslau Hospital with 222 illegitimate births. The years 1800 and 1807 were those of the French invasion. In 1812, the brothels in Breslau were closed. The General Peace of 1814 diverted the energies of crowned heads and leading statesmen from matters of internal policy, and the police of Berlin were left at liberty to pursue their own plans. Then the inhabitants began to object to brothels and to petition against those in their immediate neighborhood. This drew from the police an argumentative document in which they fully reviewed the question but refused the prayer of the petition. The change of localities, alterations in the law, and other circumstances made a reenactment of the Code of 1792 desirable, and this took place in 1829. The alterations are chiefly in minor details of no general interest, but the law against frequenting places of public amusement was made part of this police order, which declared that the presence of prostitutes at houses of public entertainment was strictly forbidden. The most material change consisted in some very minute directions regarding against venereal disease. To this end, every brothel keeper was required to furnish each woman in his house with a proper syringe, which she was directed to use frequently under the orders of the medical visitors. The private prostitutes were directed to observe similar precautions, and in place of a fixed weekly inspection by a medical officer, he was ordered to make his visits at uncertain intervals. At this time, there were 33 brothels in Berlin. Some of the citizens renewed their petitions for a removal of a portion of them, but with no better success than before. In 1839, the morality of the system of toleration was again questioned by those in authority, and the Minister of the Interior, in a rescript to the authorities of the Rhine provinces, alluded to the matter of prostitution and expressed himself as strongly opposed to any system of toleration. We quote from a portion of his remarks: "As for the granting of licenses to brothels, I cannot accede to it, inasmuch as the advantages to be gained are, in my opinion, illusory, and in no degree countervail the inconvenience of the state sanction thus afforded to discreditable institutions. All attempts by the police to introduce decency and propriety by means of brothel regulations are idle. Brothels are not an invention of necessity, but are simply an offshoot of immoral luxury. No one has a right to expect himself to be protected from injury and disease while seeking the gratification of unreasonable sexual enjoyments. The opinion that brothels are outlets for dangerous arts of seduction has never been substantiated. Had the police ever realized the suppression of illicit prostitution by means of tolerated brothels, then indeed a decided opinion might be formed as to the utility in a sanitary point of view of brothels. Opinions of this nature from such a quarter, notwithstanding their absurdity in many respects, could not be without their effect, and induced the citizens to renew their petitions for the suppression or removal of some of the tolerated houses of prostitution. In 1840, a ministerial order enjoined such removal. It was promptly obeyed, Some brothels were at once suppressed, and others were removed and concentrated in a notorious spot called the Königsmauer. The relative number of brothels and prostitutes in the years 1836 and 1844 were as follows. 1836, brothels 33, prostitutes 200. 1844, brothels 24, prostitutes 240. Decrease of brothels in 1844, 9. Increase of prostitutes in 1844, 40. 40 more women crowded into a less number of houses. An average of 10 prostitutes to each brothel, instead of 6 as before, is but a poor commentary on enforced suppression. The known inclination of the highest persons in the kingdom to put down brothels speedily induced a renewal of the agitation against them. So far as locality was in question, it was admitted that no more suitable place could have been found. The Königsmauer was a spot shunned by decent people from old times, out of the way, and with few inhabitants but those interested in the traffic. There was nobody to suffer, and the whole argument virtually turned upon the moral consequences of the government regulations and their utility to the public. Among the petitions of 1840, one had been presented from a number of Berlin citizens to Prince William, the uncle of the king, stating that these brothels were an abomination, that many of them were splendidly fitted up, in which all means of excitement were used, that the women appeared at the windows exposed and bare-necked. In short, the memorialists said all that is customarily said on such occasions, but they seem to have forgotten that the police possessed both power and inclination to suppress such grievances, or else it never occurred to these Berlin citizens that their assistance given to the police would have speedily checked the evils. The memorial was handed to the king himself, and he required a report upon the matter from the director of police. This was duly furnished and represented 1. That the corruption of manners in Berlin, and in the parts of Berlin complained of, was not more extreme than in other great cities of Germany and in like places. 2. That the limitation of the ineradicable vice of prostitution by her police regulations, Berlin had greatly the advantage of Vienna, for in 1840 Berlin, including the garrison, had a population of 350,000 souls, among whom there were, of course, a very large number of unmarried men. That the syphilitic cases in the Charite had been, in 1838, men 569, women 634, total 1,209. 1839, men 695, women 738, total 1,433. 1840, men 704, women 757, total 1,461. Assuming that 1/3 of the venereal cases in Berlin were treated privately, this gives an average of 1 in 450, or in every 450 men there is one syphilitic subject, whereas M. Parent du Châtelet's calculation for Vienna is 1 in every 250. The same report continues. Every official will bear out my assertion that the number of brothels is in inverse proportion to illicit prostitution. That is, the fewer of the former, the more of the latter, and the greater the difficulty of dealing with them and preventing syphilis. In 1841, another memorial was presented with further complaints against the same houses in the Königsmauer. This was referred to the police authorities with the brief injunction, make an end of the nuisances about which there are so many complaints. The Skolkollegium of the province of Brandenburg now joined their influence to swell the public outcry that the few houses of prostitution of the Königsmauer were hurtful to public morals, and a bad example to youth, and on the ground of interest in their students and pupils demanded that they be closed. The police, who had previously taken every precaution against the violation of public decency, now deputed the special inspector to give his personal attention to the locality. He reported there was no valid ground of complaint as to the outward conduct of the inhabitants, or the internal management of the houses. Thus satisfied as to the nature of the opposition, the police treated the college officials somewhat cavalierly, and recommended them to prohibit their students visiting such an out-of-the-way place, a very sensible piece of advice, and the best that could have been given under the circumstances. According to Dr. Behrend, who has written on prostitution in Berlin, the leading spirits of this agitation were a clergyman and a distiller who had a brewery and spirit store in the vicinity of the Königsmauer. The clergyman proceeded upon moral and religious grounds and led the crusade against brothels as a public disgrace unworthy a Christian nation. We do not learn what line of argument the distiller adopted, or whether the prohibition of liquor in houses of prostitution influenced his zeal. These agitators applied to the police with a succession of general complaints as to the luxury of the houses, the gains of the women, the bad example to the young, and other topics of a similar nature. They met with but scant favor. However, they were assured that every possible means should be used to keep the offenders within the bounds of existing rules. The memorialists then carried their grievances to various influential people, and at length to Count Arner, the Minister of the Interior, to whom a petition was presented, praying the entire suppression of all tolerated brothels. This petition contained all the allegations and arguments which could possibly be advanced against the places in question, augmented by much rhetorical flourish about the degradation of royal officers, the desecration of the baptismal register produced by prostitutes at the time of the inscription, the insult to majesty in allowing brothels to exist in a street called Königsmauer, and many similarly weighted points. The practical knowledge of the police as to the effect of registration in checking more banal excesses was theoretically disputed. The propositions on which the toleration system was based were denied. The defense of the claim by those cognizant of its workings was entirely ruled out, so that, to a person unacquainted with both sides of the question, a sufficient ex parte case was presented. The ministerial reply was favorable but not conclusive. It was to the effect that 1. The number of brothels is to be reduced by 1/2, which are to be removed beyond the city walls to the most retired position possible, where annoyance to the neighbors is not to be feared. 2. For the control of those remaining, patrols of gendarmes are to be kept afoot and relieved 6 times a day. 3. Every third breach of the regulations, whether in small or great matters, will be followed by closing of the house. Should these orders not be sufficient, the police are empowered to close all the houses, for it must be understood that brothels are not licensed, but only tolerated as necessity requires and care for public decency permits. The police authorities foresaw difficulties in the details of these proceedings and asked for more explicit instructions, which were supplied. In the second communication was this remarkable passage. Should a diminution in the number of brothels take place, and thereby the number of common prostitutes be affected, we shall then learn by experience whether consequences injurious to public morality and order ensue, and the decision of the main question can then be made with certainty whether we cannot advance to the entire abolition of brothels. In following the prescribed course and overthrowing an established system in order to furnish ministerial experience of the trouble it would cause, the police instituted a series of inquiries and embodied the result in a report to the Minister of the Interior, dated July 1844, which shows that there were 26 brothels containing 287 women, 18 registered private prostitutes, for a total of 305 prostitutes. The amount received and dispersed on account of the Healing Fund also was reported in Tyler's. Thus, 1841 received 3,384, dispersed 1,027. 1842 received 3,393, dispersed 861. 1843 received 3,365, dispersed 689. It concludes with the opinion entertained by the police. As for the influence which the extinction of brothels may have upon the morals, safety, and health of society, the police authorities think themselves obliged, as before, to declare against the expediency of the proceeding. What should be done in case this course should be adopted is a question that requires much consideration. Meanwhile, the police are of opinion it would be highly objectionable to close the brothels before other measures are prepared in reference to prostitution. End of section 21. Recording by Robert Sherman Jr., Washington, D.C. www.nyckidd.com. Section 22 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman Jr. The History of Prostitution by William Segler. Section 22, Chapter 17, Prussia, Part 3. No such measures were prepared. The king would hear no farther argument upon the matter, and, by positive royal command, the The brothels were closed and registered prostitution stopped December 31st, 1845. Berlin became, nominally, as virtuous an edict from the throne could make it. The majority of the prostitutes were either sent to their former homes or supplied with passports for places out of the kingdom. A few were left houseless, friendless, and destitute. History does not say whether the Friends of Enforced Continence provided for these sufferers. This summary edict seriously embarrassed the police, especially as the state laws tolerating prostitution were unrepealed. They applied to the authorities of Halle and Cologne, where a similar measure had been enforced, and the substance of the replies received was as follows. From Halle. Since the French occupation, the brothels had been put down. There had been a few persons charged with prostitution, whom the police caught now and then, and sent to jail where they were cured. There were, however, very few vicious persons in Halle, and there had been no need of special provision. It was not difficult to find honest livelihood for the common women. As to syphilis, there had been no increase of cases since the last of the brothels. The authorities of Cologne had no such pleasing tale to tell. They say, at the end of the French occupation, the authorities had put down all the licensed brothels and, at the same time, made vigilant search for private prostitutes. Legal difficulties had for many years been in the way, as the laws made no provision against private prostitution when not carried on as a trade for gain, and the technical proof was difficult. Against procureurs and procuresses, the law was ineffective, except in cases where the seduced female was underage. When the amendments in the law had taken place, the police had worked vigorously, and in the years 1843 and 1844, a time when illicit prostitution had enormously increased, they had presented 300 cases of that offense. As regarded syphilis, the city physician was of an opinion that, in late years, the disease had increased among all classes and had appeared in a much worse type. In consequence, however, of the increased energy of the police, affairs had become under better control, and the number of private brothels had materially diminished, so that there are now but about 15 in the city. The secret prostitution was not, however, under any control. The police found it impracticable to keep vicious persons in check who, in default of other accommodation, committed the most depraved acts in stray vehicles or any suitable hiding place. The writer of this official communication added his private opinion, based upon the experience of some years, that no effective steps could be devised to suppress prostitution. All that could be done would be to palliate it and keep it under surveillance. These statements were not calculated to relieve the anxiety of the Berlin officials, who were pressed by the ministers to devise plans for executing the royal orders. They accordingly met in much embarrassment and prepared a scheme which was not acceptable to the superior powers. It was ordered eventually that the women suspected of prostitution, being about 1,000 or 1,200 in Berlin, should be warned by the police to discontinue their practices. If found out, they were to be punished and, after punishment, to be continued under surveillance until good behavior. During such periods, they were to be periodically examined for disease at the police office by medical men. The punishment to be made more severe on the repetition of the offense. These orders, following immediately the suppression mandate, will strike everyone as reaffirming the principles of the toleration system in the most important particular, the regard for public health. The police used all their energy to enforce them, but at the same time represented their fears of the consequences, namely the spread of prostitution, the increase of disease, and the general licentiousness of habits. It now remains to trace the effects of the suppression of registered brothels, and local authorities afford abundant and satisfactory proof that the fears of the police were realized. The Fuzzyhead Zeitung, July 1847, says, well meant but altogether erroneous is the proposition that brothels can be dispensed with in times of general intelligence and education, and that now this relic of barbarism can be done away with. Already, only 2 years after the closing of the brothels, this deception has been exploded, and we have bought experience at the public cost. The illicit prostitutes who well know how to escape the hands of the police have spread their nets of demoralization over the whole city, and against them the old prostitution houses, which were under a purifying police control in sanitary and general matters, afforded safety and protection. In another local paper we find, prostitution, which had been previously kept out of sight in dark and retired corners, now came forward boldly and openly, for it found protection and countenance in the large number of its supporters, and no police care could restrain it. The prostitutes did not merely traverse the streets and frequent the public thoroughfares to hunt their prey, thereby insulting virtuous women and putting them to the blush. They crowded the fashionable promenades, the concerts, the theaters, and other places of amusement, where they claimed the foremost places and set the fashion of the hour. They were conspicuous for their brilliant toilettes, and their example was preeminently captivating and pernicious to the youth of both sexes. From a work called Berlin by Sass, we obtain the annexed view of public life in Berlin. No city in Germany can boast of the splendid ballrooms of Berlin. One in particular, near the Brandenburg Gate in the parade ground, is remarkable for its size and presents a magnificent exterior, especially in the evening when hundreds of lamps stream through the windows and light up the park in front. The interior is of corresponding splendor, and when the vast hall resounds with the music of the grand orchestra and is filled with a gay crowd rustling in silks or satins, or lounging in the hall, or whirling in the giddy waltz, it is certainly a scene to intoxicate the youth who frequent it in search of adventure, or to drink in the poison of seductive and deceiving, although bright and fascinating, eyes. Should the foreigner visit this scene on one of its gay nights, he may get a glimpse of the depths of Berlin. Many a veil is lifted here. This splendid scene has its dark side. This is not respectable Berlin. This whirling, laughing crowd is frivolous Berlin, whether of wealth, extravagance, and folly, or of poverty, vice, and necessity. The prostitute and the swindler are on every side. Formerly, the female visitors were of good repute, but gradually courtesans and women of light character slipped in, until at length no lady could be seen there. And the aforesaid foreigner, who lounges through the rooms, admiring the elegant and lovely women who surround him in charge of some highly respectable elderly person, an aunt, or a chaperone, or possibly in company with her newly married husband, seeks to know the names and position of such eminent celebrity and fashion. Do not you know her? Any police officer can tell you her history, are the replies he receives. There is a class of men at this place who perform a function singular to the uninitiated. These worthies are the husbands of the before-mentioned ladies. They play the careless or the strict cavalier, are Bluebeards on occasion, appear or keep out of sight according to the properties of the moment. From the same writer, we extract the following sketch of a dancing saloon. The price of admission is 10 Groschen, about 20 cents, which ensures a company who can pay. The male public are of all conditions, and include students, clerks, and artists, with, of course, a fair share of rogues and pickpockets. The majority of the women are prostitutes. There may be found girls of rare beauty, steeped to the lips in all of the arts of iniquity. The philosopher may see life essentially in the same grade as in the last description, but in a somewhat less artificial condition. Scenes of bashant excitement and of wildest abandonment may be witnessed here. The outward show is all mirth and happiness. Pleasure unrestrained seems the business of the place. Turn the picture. The most showy of the costumes are hired. The gaiety is for a living. The liberty is licentiousness. These creatures, who, all blithesome as they seem, the victims of others who fleece them of everything they can earn, are now engaged in securing victims from whom they may wring the gains which are to pay the hire of their elegant dresses, or furnish means for further excesses, or perhaps to pay for their supper that evening. It is the fashion of the place for each gentleman to invite a lady to supper, where the quantity of wine drunk is incredible. How many a young man has to trace not merely loss of cash and health to such a place, but also loss of honor? The ladies, who have no such agreeable partners, sit apart, sullen and discontented. Oftentimes they have no money to pay for their own refreshments. Pair by pair the crowd diminishes, until toward 3 or 4 o'clock when the place is closed. The lowest dancing houses are the Tanzwirtschaften, inferior to the saloons where, again quoting, the dance is carried to its wildest excess, to ear-splitting music in a pestilential atmosphere. The poor are extravagant, drunkenness and profligacy abound. Servants of both sexes, soldiers and journeymen, workmen and prostitutes, make up the public. Here, on the most frivolous pretenses, concubinage and marriage are arranged, and from this scene of folly and vice the family is ushered to the world. The wet nurse is met here, the type of country simplicity, who, after a night of tumult and uproar with her lover, will go in the morning to nurse the child whose mother neglects the parental duties at the dictates of fashion. The working classes have their representatives, who drown their cares in drink, while boys and girls make up the motley party. In these assemblies there is a difference. Some are attended by citizens of the humbler classes, by working men and women, others by criminals and their paramours. In these latter resorts, the excesses are of a more frightful character than in those where a show of decency restrains the grosser exhibitions. Youth of both sexes are among the well-known criminals, who are habituated to smoking, drinking, and the wildest orgies, long before their frames have attained a proper development. Physiognomies which might have sprung from the most hideous fancy of poet or painter may be met with. In an anonymous pamphlet entitled Prostitution in Berlin is another hideous picture. In the Königstadt, there is a drinking saloon where, besides the wife of the host, there are two young girls who exceed all compeers in shamelessness and depravity. The elder betrays secondary syphilis in her voice. The younger has such noble features, is of such beauty, and is altogether of such prepossessing appearance, that the infamy of her conduct is incredible. In the evening, these girls and the host are generally drunk. At 1 or 2 in the morning, the place is a perfect hell, the whole company, guests, host, and girls, being mad with liquor. Some are dancing with the girls to the tinkle of a guitar, the player of which acted her part in one of the abolished brothels. Others are roaring obscene songs. If the guitar playing has brought her daughter, then the tumult of the den is complete. It is never closed before 4 o'clock in the morning, when the girls retire to their dwellings in company with 1 or 2 of their guests. In reading these descriptions, it must be remembered that, under the toleration system, the police would not permit prostitutes to visit places of public amusement, nor would they allow music and dancing in the brothels. Another part of Dr. Sass's work contains a truly horrid picture of the immorality of the city. We transcribe it in conclusion of this branch of the subject. Private life in Berlin. Let us enter the house. The first floor is inhabited by a family of distinction. Husband and wife have been separated for years. He lives on one side, she on the other. Both go out in public together. The proprieties are kept in view, but servants will chatter. On the second floor lives an assessor with his kept woman. When he is out of town, as the house is well aware, a doctor pays her a visit. On the other side of the staircase lives a carrier, with his wife and child. The wife had not mentioned that this child was born before marriage. He found it out. Of course they quarreled, and he now takes his revenge in drunkenness, blows, and abuse. We ascend to the third floor. On the right of the stairs is a teacher who has had a child by his wife's sister. The wife grieves sorely over the same. With him lodges a house painter who ran away from his wife and 3 children, and now lives, with his concubine and 1 child, in a wretched little cupboard. On the left is a letter carrier's family. His pay is 15 thalers, $12 a month, but the people seem very comfortable. Their daughter has a very nice front room, well furnished, and is kept by a very wealthy merchant, a married man. Exactly opposite there is a house of accommodation, and close by there is a midwife, whose signboard announces, "An Institute for Ladies of Condition, where they can go through their confinement in retirement." I can assure the reader that in this sketch of sexual and family life in Berlin, I have nothing extenuated nor set down aught in malice. In estimating the effects of the suppression of brothels, it will be necessary to take medical testimony. In Dr. Lowe's pamphlet, Prostitution with Reference to Berlin, 1852, we find, in vain the Charité, after the ordinary wards were full of venereal patients, set aside other parts of the building. The patients were still poured in from the houses of detention until, at length, the directors of the Charité refused farther admission, the consequences of which was a long and angry correspondence between them and the police. The Minister of the Interior interfered and ordered more accommodation for the Charité. This was done, but the new wards were soon filled with venereal females. The patients exceeded the accommodations, and at last it was found necessary to take the cholera lazaret for syphilitic cases. Against this arrangement, the magistracy of Berlin remonstrated that the present influx of venereal patients must be regarded as the inevitable, natural consequence of the abolition of the brothels. That this abolition had not originated with them, therefore they were not bound to provide for it. Dr. Baring, to whose work we have already alluded, gives much statistical information from original documents showing the results of suppression. He says, in 1839, out of 1,200 women brought to punishment for begging and similar offenses, there were about 600 common unregistered prostitutes. In 1840, the period of reducing the number of brothels, there were 900 such women. In 1847, a year after their suppression, there were 1,250 notorious prostitutes. Those, in the opinion of the police, constituted but a portion of those who practiced prostitution, but yet had an apparent means of living. Behind the Königsmauer, the traffic is carried on worse than formerly, while the place itself is the scene of disorder and irregularity, which used not to be under the former system. These offenses cannot be punished, owing to the difficulties of technical proof which must always exist. The police have done what is possible by continually patrolling the streets, and arresting openly objectionable characters, and even those who are informed against as being diseased, but they can do no more. The prostitution which was formerly confined within a limited district is now spread over the whole town. Respecting the influence of the withdrawal of toleration upon the public health, Behrend concludes there is a greater amount of syphilis. He gives the following list of cases in the Sharit. Year 1840, females 757, males no information. Year 1841, females 743, males no information. Year 1842, females 676, males no information. Year 1843, females 669, males no information. Year 1844, females 657, males 741. Year 1845, females 514, males 711. Year 1846, females 627, males 813. Year 1847, females 761, males 894. Year 1848, females 835, males 979. He also investigates the average time each patient was under treatment as tending to show the malignity of the disease and reports. Year 1844, men 21 and 5/6 days, women 31 and 2/3 days, both sexes 26 and 3/4 days. Year 1845, men 26 and 6/7 days, women 42 and 8/9 days, both sexes 34 and 2/3 days. Year 1846, men 30 and a half days, women 51 and a half days, both sexes 40 and 7/8 days. Year 1847, men 34 and 1/9 days, women 43 and 2/3 days, both sexes 38 and 2/3 days. Year 1848, men 33 and 1/3 days, women 53 and 1/6 days, both sexes 43 and 1/2 days. These facts are corroborated by the registers of the military lazaret. From returns made to the police department by Herr Lohmeyer, General Staff Physician, it appears there were in the garrison. In 1844 and 1845, 735 syphilitic cases. Of these, 633 cases of primary syphilis required 17,916 days of attendance. 102 cases of secondary syphilis required 4,947 days of attendance. Total 735 cases of syphilis required 22,863 days of attendance. In 1846, in the first 6 months of 1847, there were 618 cases. 501 cases of primary syphilis required 17,788 days of attendance. 117 cases of secondary syphilis required 5,213 days of attendance. Total 618 cases of syphilis required 23,001 days of attendance. Dr. Behrend states, as a result of conversations and communications with many of the medical profession and of his own experience, 1. That in the last 4 years there were more cases of syphilis. 2. That in consequence of the increased facilities for communication, the disease has spread to the small towns and villages. 3. That it has been introduced more frequently into private families. 4. That the character of the disease is more obstinate, thereby operating severely on the Constitution and on future generations. 5. That, since the abolition of the toleration system, unnatural crimes have been much more frequently met with. As to the influence on public morals, he contends that the abolition has produced the most injurious consequences, particularly alluding to the desecration of matrimony. He says, "It is common for persons of vicious habits to arrange a marriage for the purpose of enabling them to avoid the police interference. This marriage bond is broken when convenient, and other marriages are formed. Sometimes 2 couples will mutually exchange and go through the ceremony." He also made inquiries as to illegitimacy and publishes some voluminous tables on the subject. From them we condense a comparative statement of the legitimate and illegitimate births in Berlin from January 1st, 1838 to March 31st, 1849. Table illustrates from the years 1838 to the first 3 months of 1849 the number of legitimate and illegitimate births, along with the ratio of illegitimate to illegitimate births for each year. 1838, 8,587 legitimate, 1,196 illegitimate births, for a total of 9,783. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 7.2. 1839, 7,820 legitimate births, 1,412 illegitimate births, total 9,232 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.5. 1840, 9,019 legitimate births, 1,487 illegitimate births, total 10,506 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 6. 1841, 9,024 legitimate births, 1,557 illegitimate births, total 10,581 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.7. 1842, 10,269 legitimate births, 1,928 illegitimate births, total 12,177 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.3. 1843, 10,370 legitimate births, 1,969 illegitimate births, total 12,339 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.2. 1844, legitimate births 10,958, illegitimate births 2,000, total 12,958 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.4. 1845, 11,402 legitimate births, 2,138 illegitimate births, total 13,540 births. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.3. 1846, 11,717 legitimate births, 2,140 illegitimate births. Total births, 13,857. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.4. 1847, 11,294 legitimate births, 2,204 illegitimate births. Total births, 13,498. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.1. 1848, 12,133 legitimate births, 2,303 illegitimate births. Total births, 14,416. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.2. The first 3 months of 1849, 3,278 legitimate births, 646 illegitimate births. Total births, 3,921. Ratio of illegitimate to legitimate births, 1 in 5.1. Having rapidly traced the Berlin experience of the various methods of controlling prostitution for nearly 3/4 of a century, it only remains to say that the increased evils of illicit prostitution and the total inability of the police to counteract them, the spread of the venereal disease and its augmented virulence, the palpable and growing licentiousness of the city, the complaints of public journals, the investigations of scientific men, and the memorials of the citizens generally reached the royal ear, and induced an ordinance in 1851 restoring the toleration system, and entirely repealing the edict of 1845 which had produced such disastrous results. The experiment of crushing out had been fairly tried. The king and his ministers lent all their energy and inclination to the task, and after 6 years' attempt, it was admitted to be a futile labor and entirely abandoned. Berlin will have to suffer for years from the consequences of this misdirected step, for it is an easy matter to abandon all control, but an exceedingly difficult one to regain it. Now that the police are reinvested with their former authority, they strive by every possible means to repair the evils of the interregnum. Their most recent regulations are embodied in the following. Directions for keepers permitted to receive females abandoned to prostitution into their houses. 1. The duties hereby imposed upon the keeper are not to be taken to relieve him from the ordinary notices to the police respecting persons taken into his house or employment. 2. The keeper must live on the ground floor of his house, near the outer door, in order to watch all entrance into his house, and to be ready to interfere in case of tumult or uproar therein. 3. The keeper has the right to refuse any person admittance into the house. For preservation of order and quiet in and in front of his house, the keeper will have the requisite assistance from the police. 4. Dancing and music in the house are strictly forbidden. Billiards, cards, and other games are also forbidden, whereof the keeper is to be particularly watchful. 5. In order to avoid quarrels with the visitors, the keeper must affix in each of his rooms a list of prices of refreshment to be previously submitted to the undersigned commission for approval. 6. The agreement which the keeper enters into with the females living in his house must also be communicated to the undersigned commission. In case of dispute as to this agreement between the keepers and the females, both are to address themselves to this commission. 7. Each of the females receives a printed list of directions, which she is strictly to follow. It is the duty of the keeper to make himself well acquainted with these directions, and to see that they be followed. 8. It is for his own interest that the keeper should keep his house in order and quiet, and should also give attention to the cleanliness and health of the female inmates. Each of these is ordered to obey him in everything relating thereto, and should any of them be contumacious, the keeper is to appeal to the police commissary or to the undersigned commission, but he cannot himself chastise or use force with any female. 9. If the keeper know or suspect any female to be sick with venereal disease or itch, he must give notice to the visiting medical officer or to the undersigned, and the person is to be kept apart until she has been examined. In default of this notice, or even of the privacy required, the keeper is liable to the same punishment as the law inflicts for being knowingly accessory to illness of other people. 10. If the keeper knows or suspects that any of the females are pregnant, he must give notice thereof to the visiting medical officer. Neglect of this involves the punishment of concealing pregnancy. 11. Every person is to be visited thrice a week by a medical officer, on appointed days and hours, and besides, according to the order of the commission, at hours not appointed. These visits the keeper is to facilitate in every way. 12. For these visits, indispensably requisite for the health of the female inmates, the keeper is to provide beforehand A. An examination chair of an approved pattern, B. 2 or 3 speculum, C. Several pounds of chloride of lime, D. For every female, besides necessary linen, her own washing apparatus, her own syringe, and 2 or 3 sponges. 13. The keeper is strictly charged that he cause the women to observe decency and propriety whenever it is allowed them to walk abroad in the streets, or to take exercise in the open air for the sake of their health. If any of these persons require to take any such necessary walk, the keeper cannot refuse her, but must provide a suitable male companion, who is to take charge of her. She is to be respectably and decently clad, is not to stand still on the streets, nor to remain out longer than is requisite for completing her business or for proper exercise. 14. In case any woman manifests a fixed desire to give up her profligate mode of life, the keeper shall make no attempt to turn her from it, and cannot, even on account of sureties he may be under, hinder her from carrying out her determination. Moreover, the keeper must present the woman with apparel suitable to a woman of the serving class, in case she should be destitute of the same. 15. Provides for change of keepers. 16. The keeper is expected to give all assistance to the commission in their efforts to lead such persons back to an honest livelihood, especially so in their endeavors to suppress illicit prostitution and to detect the sources of venereal infection. End of section 22. Read by Robert Sherman Jr. www.nyckidd.com.
Section 23 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gina Marie. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger, Section 23, Chapter 18, Leipzig. Population, registered and illicit prostitutes, servants, kept women, brothels, nationality of prostitutes, habits, fares, visitors, earnings of prostitutes. But very few remarks are necessary concerning prostitution in Leipzig, where no striking peculiarity marks the common women's class, and the legislation is based on the ordinary German principle of toleration. If we reckon its garrison as a part of the population of the town, the number of inhabitants will amount to about 100,000, nearly one-third of whom are soldiers or transient residents. It is subject to many fluctuations at various times, but the general average may be assumed at the number stated. Of the permanent residents, there are about 600 well-known and professed male rogues and blacklegs. These are under the constant and vigilant surveillance of the police. They unquestionably exert a considerable influence on the female morality of the place, not only from their own amours, for which men of this character are notorious wherever located, but by the agency they frequently assume to arrange the pleasures of their victims and acquaintances. It need therefore occasion no surprise to ascertain that, in addition to about 300 registered prostitutes who are subject to medical and police supervision, there are about 1,200 women who notoriously frequent the city from the neighboring towns and villages for purposes of prostitution whenever a large influx of visitors makes it probable that Leipzig will be a lucrative market for them. These are not directly under any police control. To this number of 1,500 avowed and known prostitutes who are to be found in the city during busy seasons of the year must be added the class of irregular or private courtesans, mostly composed of domestics. It is estimated there are 3,000 servant girls in the city, and the habits of a large number of them leave no doubt as to the propriety of including them in this enumeration. Indeed, those who have had the best opportunities for observation do not hesitate to assert that at least 1/3 are vicious. Assuming this to be an accurate calculation, we have 2,500 prostitutes, or 1 in every 40 of the gross population, exclusive of kept mistresses or those frail women in the more aristocratic circles of society who should properly be classed with them. In this respect, we have no reason to conclude that Leipzig is either better or worse than other large cities of the present day. There are about 66 common brothels in Leipzig, the majority of which are registered and closely watched by the police. They are situated in the lowest and least frequented parts of the city, and many of them present in excess some of the worst features of such places. To escape their annoyances as far as possible and retain that outward show of respectability most acceptable to their visitors, many of the prostitutes have private lodgings in various parts of the town, resorting to every conceivable disguise to conceal or modify their real character. Very many of them are said to be married women whose husbands not merely connive at, but frequently compel this loathsome trade for the sake of its emoluments. The proprietors of the tolerated brothels assume a virtue if they have it not, and seek to disguise their houses under the names of coffee houses or restaurants. A course recognized by the authorities, who do not insist upon calling such places by the vernacular designation, as is done in Hamburg or Berlin. The women inhabiting these houses are principally natives of Altenburg, Berlin, Dresden, or Brunswick. Those from the latter district are noted by travelers for their personal beauty. Very few Polish women are found here. The requisite supply of women is kept up through the agency of procuresses, as in Hamburg, who are remunerated by the brothel keepers in proportion to the distance they have traveled to secure recruits, or according to the attractions of the girl or her probable success in the establishment. In regard to dress, manners, conduct, and the other incidents of their calling, there is little distinction between the prostitutes of Leipzig and those of other European cities. A late anonymous writer gives them credit as a class for a studious literary habit, and names a somewhat intelligent selection of light works as those they prefer to read, such as the writings of Friederike Bremer, Bulwer, Walter Scott, Carolyn Pichler, Schiller, and others. If this statement be correct, it may be accounted for by the great local demand for literature, books, and furs being universally known as the great staples of Leipzig, and the fact can scarcely be assumed as indicative of any especial inclination for the lettres. Prostitution and studious habits or reflective minds are very seldom associated. The majority of the brothel keepers are stated to be anti-literary in their tastes. They keep the women plentifully supplied with cards and dominoes, which they use more for the purpose of predicting good fortune for their visitors and themselves than for gambling. We have never heard that any of their liberal prognostications have been verified. Apparently, the same usages and habits of life prevail among the common women of Leipzig as among those of Paris, Hamburg, Berlin, London, or elsewhere. Indolent from the nature of their position, envious from their relationship to their compeers, their life would seem to pass in a routine of doing nothing with considerable zest, or of quarreling among each other with noteworthy animation. No material variation from the ordinary routine of sickness caused by prostitution has been discovered in Leipzig. Syphilis has its average number of victims, the intensity of the malady being diminished or aggravated as a less or greater number of strangers may happen to be in the city. The medical and police surveillance of prostitutes in European countries being modeled almost literally from one system, as is also the strictness with which it is now enforced, it is unnecessary to say anything of its workings in Leipzig farther than the fact that the variable and floating nature of the population, at times, makes its application a difficult task. A description of it would be only a repetition of what has already been said of Paris, Hamburg, or Berlin. The great fairs tours draw a large concourse of strangers from all parts of the world to Leipzig, and its geographical position beyond the center of Europe brings it so close to the frontiers of Turkey, Poland, the Danubian provinces, and Russia, that the scene at these meetings is perhaps more motley and curious in race, costume, and characteristics than in any other city in the world. Among so heterogeneous a mass, there exist many standards of morality. The semi-barbarous habits of some of the visitors entail a large share of sorrows on the prostitutes, more, in fact, than are generally experienced by any but the very lowest grade of women in other places. When in the tolerated houses, these rude hordes abandon themselves to the grossest licentiousness, use expressions compared with which the ordinary conversations of brothels is chaste and refined, and seek to extinguish every vestige of shame or womanly feeling in their companions. If a woman ventures to remonstrate at such extravagant lewdness, the reply is, "Well now, be silent. I have paid you, and you are mine as long as I have you." It may be easily credited that during such periods no shadow of decency can be found in the common houses. Any which exists, and truth compels the admission that it is very rare during the crowded season, can only be traced among those women who have private lodgings. The only compensation for such depravity is found in the large sums obtained by the women from their lovers, in some cases amounting to $40, about $30 per week. Of this, one half always goes to the brothel keeper as his share, and calculating his expenses to be $5 per week for the board and lodging of each woman, it will be seen that his profits are not inconsiderable. The sum retained by the women is spent for articles of dress, pleasure, etc. This calculation is for a time when the town is in the full tide of commercial prosperity. But if we assume the average receipts of ordinary times to be one half only, we shall be able to form a tolerably good idea of the financial result of prostitution in Leipzig. End of section 14. Recording by Gina Marie.
Section 24 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy O'Leary. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 24, Chapter 19, Denmark. Prostitution in Copenhagen. Police regulations. Illegitimacy. Brothels. Syphilis. Laws of marriage and divorce. Infanticide. Adultery. New marriage ordinances. Prostitutes are very numerous in Copenhagen. This might be expected from the mixed character of the city, at once a capital, military station, and seaport. It has been remarked by a traveller of great experience that it is very rare to see a drunken man or a streetwalker in Copenhagen. All seem to have a home or a place to go to, and the general character of the Danes is that of an orderly, educated, well-conducted people. Some of the prostitutes of Copenhagen live in a kind of hotel where they hold public entertainments. Others live in brothels, and others still have private lodgings. There is nothing remarkable enough about them to call for any particular description. They are under police regulation to some extent, and receive a sort of half permission which is not withdrawn during good conduct. A regulation is extant which professes to limit the number of children they are allowed to bear, without becoming amenable to the law as criminals. It requires that the mother of more than 2 illegitimate children be fined and imprisoned. As may be readily imagined, the law is very rarely enforced, its impolicy, if rigorously applied, being self-evident, since it would operate as a direct premium for abortion. Formal concessions are not granted either to public prostitutes or those with whom they lodge. Neither are there in Denmark brothels in the ordinary sense of the term, as they are found in other countries. So writes a Danish official. His distinction is too nice to be appreciated. The Copenhagen police know of the existence of such women and put them under strict regulations, not altogether prohibitory. They control and interfere with prostitutes. They do not tolerate them, that is to say, they do not issue a regular license to them or to the brothel keepers. Consequently, there are no recognized brothels. The house in which courtesans live is a private dwelling, so far as the police are concerned, and is only interfered with when it becomes disorderly, the keeper not being accountable for the women or their conduct. Nevertheless, the police regulations prescribe the number of women recognized as prostitutes who may live in any house, and from their official reports, it seems that there were in Copenhagen in 1850 201 prostitutes, 1852 198 prostitutes. In the latter year, there were 68 persons who were authorized to lodge from 1 to 4 women each. The total of the women permitted to to live in these houses being 139, and the remaining 59 being allowed to reside in private apartments. Care is taken that they are all treated in the general hospital and that they shall not be treated elsewhere unless they give a sufficient guarantee not to propagate disease, or their personal position requires certain consideration, a thing which can seldom apply to the generality of prostitutes. The meaning of this regulation is not very clear, nor is certain consideration an intelligible phrase. It may imply pregnancy, or it may mean influential friends. The medical officer visits all cases which the police refer to him and makes the necessary examinations, receiving his fees from the police. The rules for detection and suppression of syphilis in Copenhagen are very stringent. All persons under arrest are required to declare if they are then or have been lately diseased, and are liable to punishment if they conceal or misstate the facts. A visit of inspection is made when a ship is about to go to sea. All non-commissioned officers, musicians, and soldiers are examined on entering and leaving the service, and also regularly every month during their stay in it. To check the propagation of venereal disease, every soldier who is attacked is obliged to state the source of his infection, whereupon information of the individual is given to the police. Those who do not give early intimation of their disease are liable to bread and water diet for a certain time after their cure. In 1797, all the inhabitants of several districts were obliged to submit to an examination ordered by the Chancellor on account of the frequency of syphilitic cases therein. The following table, taken from Berhand's Minute on Copenhagen, shows the working of the system there for 7 years. The most remarkable feature is the large number who married or went to service, which would seem to indicate a more charitable feeling on the part of the Danes than is usually evinced towards these unfortunates. Years: 1844. Prostitutes registered. At commencement of the year, 297. During the year, 34. Total, 331. Prostitutes abandoned their calling. Went to service, 20. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 13. Sent to prison, 1. Married, 16. Left the country, 2. Died, 7. Committed suicide, 4. Total, 63. Year, 1845. At commencement of the year, 284. During the year, 43. Total, 327. Went to service, 14. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 27. Married, 24. Left the country, 4. Died, 3. Total, 77. 1846. At commencement of the year, 256. During the year, 18. Total, 274. Went to service, 15. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 16. Sent to prison, 2. Married, 13. Left the country, 1. Died, 2. Total, 49. 1847. At commencement of the year, 241. During the year, 22. Total, 263. Went to service, 20. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 17. Sent to prison, 1. Married, 17. Left the country, 2. Died, 4. Committed suicide, 1. Total, 62. 1848. At the commencement of the year, 116. During the year, 27. Total, 143. Went to service, 15. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 16. Sent to prison, 1. Married, 16. Left the country, 2. Died, 7. Total, 51. 1849. At the commencement of the year, 208. During the year, 19. Total, 227. Went to service, 17. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 10. Sent to prison, 1. Married, 9. Died, 6. Committed suicide, 1. Total, 44. 1850. At the commencement of the year, 196. During the year, 23. Total, 219. Went to service, 18. Transferred to the Commission for the Poor, 7. Sent to prison, 1. Married, 1. Total, 27. By a code of 1734, promises of marriage might be either verbal in the presence of witnesses or written and certified by 2 witnesses. Widows acting against the consent of their guardians and women of bad repute were excluded from the benefit of this code. A servant pregnant by her master's son, or anyone domiciled in her master's house could not plead a promise of marriage. Corroborative testimony was sometimes required in affiliation cases, where the putative father denied his liability on oath. Divorce was allowed on simple abandonment for 7 years, desertion for 3 years. In case of sentence of perpetual imprisonment, of antenuptial impotence, of antenuptial venereal disease, of insanity, and of adultery. Divorce by mutual consent might also take place, but 3 years separation from bed and board was requisite as a preliminary. The king had a prerogative of divorce without cause shown. Illegitimate children were to be supported by their father until 2 years old, according to his rank in life. They could not inherit the paternal property, but might take the mother's. They could be legitimized by subsequent marriage or adoption. Infanticide was punished by beheading and exhibiting the head of the criminal on a spike. Adultery is punished by law in both husband and wife. Practically, it is seldom noticed. In 1834, a new ordinance was proclaimed fixing all the minutiae of marriage contracts, parental obligations, and the general laws of sexual intercourse. A man is a minor until 18 and under some degree of parental authority to 25, at which age he becomes a citizen. The woman is under tutelage all her life. Guardians are assigned to widows who control their legal powers, but a widow may choose her own guardian. The laws of divorce are similar to those of France. The practice of formal betrothal is as common in Denmark as in northern Germany, and implies a real and binding engagement, not to be broken without cause shown, or without discredit to one or both parties. Whether this custom favours illegitimacy is still a disputed point in Denmark. End of section 24. Recording by Timothy O'Riordan, Madrid, Spain, March 2013. TimothyO'Riordan.com.
Section 25 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 25, Chapter 20. Switzerland. Superior morality of the Swiss. Customs of Neuchâtel. Bundling. Influence of climate. This country, from her republican form of government and her comparative isolation from the rest of the world, presents matter of peculiar interest to the inquirer into the nature and working of social institutions. Protected, as are the Swiss, from violent contrast of excessive wealth and extreme indigence, the moral condition of their people will compare favorably with that of most nations. The simplicity of patriarchal relations is maintained both in their national and municipal governments. And although many customs are retained which smack strongly of the despotism of the Middle Ages, they cannot be said to materially check the welfare of the people. In the absence of the emulation encouraged by the constant contemplation of luxury and wealth, the wants of the population are few and easily satisfied. Their virtues, however, partake of the bold and rugged nature of their country. And while there may be little of that practical vice and immorality which are the usual accompaniments of society in most kingdoms and states, we are not prepared to assert their superiority over the rest of mankind in innate virtue. Hardness of heart and selfishness of disposition will be found as rife in Switzerland as elsewhere. It is the manifestation only that differs. Authors are so universally deficient of remark on the subject of prostitution, or even immorality in Switzerland, that, if we may judge from their silence, nothing of the kind exists there. Quote, the Swiss population is generally moral and well-behaved. A drunkard is seldom seen, and illegitimate children are rare, unquote, says Bauer. In Neuchâtel, which, except politically, can hardly be considered part of Switzerland, a custom exists strongly similar to one in Norway, and a general usage among Lutherans, namely, that of associating before marriage. This, as Washington Irving says of the delightful practice of bundling, is sometimes productive of unfortunate results. A lady writer says that public opinion upholds the respectability of the females if they are married time enough to legitimize their offspring. Instances have occurred of two couples quarreling and a mutual interchange of lovers and sweethearts taking place, the nominal fathers adopting the early born children. The frugal thrift of the great bulk of the Swiss population, their distribution over the country in small numbers, the absence of large masses of human beings pent up in the reeking atmosphere of cities, their constant and intimate association with their pastors, and the hope which every individual cherishes of purchasing with his savings a small patch of his beloved native soil as a patrimony, seems to discourage prostitution as a trade. The influence of climate also must not be forgotten. And Mr. Chambers, in accounting for the general good conduct of the Swiss peasantry, lays much stress on their temperate habits, the use of intoxicating liquor, among them being very rare indeed. In section 25.
Section 26 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavares. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger, Section 26. Chapter 21. Russia. Part 1. The brutality, drunkenness and debauchery which accompany semi-barbarism and of which the old Russian manners had more than a due proportion, continued to be characteristic of the people of that country until a very recent period, while their amiability, their plastic disposition, their highly imitative faculty in the arts, and their capabilities of improvement are noted by many writers. Just emerged from savage life as a nation, they have been molded and welded as one mass by the steady and undeviating policy of their sovereigns, among whom we have examples of vast mental powers and towering ambition, combined with the lowest depravity and the most shameless profligacy, exemplifying in the same individual the extremes of human nature. Previous to Peter the Great, Russia was comparatively unknown, and in the Elizabethan age of England, the Tsar of Muscovy was considered only as a barbarian whose subjects were far inferior in civilization to the Tatars of the Crimea. Indeed, it was not till the 18th century that the Russians were admitted within the pale of European politics, with their power reckoned as an element in the calculations of statesmen. The most important, we might almost say the only, lawgiver previous to Peter the Great was Ivan III, who reigned in the early part of the 16th century. Among the laws of that period, which were all sanguinary, was one fixing the value of a female life in the case of death by misadventure at half the life of a man. Slavery was the institution of the state, each child being the absolute property of its parent. The women were more enslaved than among the Asiatics, no law protecting them against their husband's violence. A wife who killed her husband was to be buried alive up to the neck, and a guard was set around her to see that no one supplied her with food or the means of ending her sufferings. Females lived in the strictest seclusion and had no weight nor authority in the household. Their duties were to spin, to sew, and to do menial work. Peter I came to the throne as most Russian sovereigns have done, either through intrigue or usurpation. Both before and after Peter, the will and caprice of the ruling power was paramount. He might appoint his successor either during life or by will, and such appointment was often set aside by a more powerful competitor. In Peter's public life, in his aspirations for the general welfare, in his self-devotion, in his conceptions of all that was wanting in his country's elevation and greatness, and in his iron will and supernatural history, he was a hero. In his private life, in his passions, his tastes and habits, he was on a level with the lowest of mankind. Our object is the delineation of national characteristics, and individual propensities or delinquencies are important except so far as they illustrate national character. It has been well observed that a people's virtue or vice does not consist in an arithmetical increase or decrease of immoral actions, but in the prevailing sentiment of an age of a people which condemns or approves them. It is in this respect that the conduct of monarchs and courtiers becomes of importance in the estimate of national manners, especially in despotism. The Tsar of Russia is at once the religious and political leader of his people, and his personal conduct becomes the standard of their moral relations, offering encouragement and support to the good, or sanction and justification to the depraved. Peter's first wife, Eudoxia, was a woman of virtue and merit. Neither her youth nor beauty secured the affections of her husband. She did not escape the voice of slander. Lepo, her alleged lover, was impaled by Peter, who went to see him, writhing in his death agonies. When the wretched man avenged himself in the only way left him, he spat in the Tsar's face. Eudoxia was subsequently sent to a nunnery in Moscow by Peter's orders, and at last took her veil under the name of Helena. Scarcely had Peter attained the crown when he formed a connection with Catherine. The romantic history of her origin and elevation is too well known to repeat here. Her husband, a Swedish dragoon, was living, and she was the mistress first of Marshal Sheremetyev, then of Menshikov, in whose house Peter saw her, and whence he took her. She acquired great influence over the Tsar's untamed ferocity, and to her infinite credit, this influence was always used to mitigate the fearful rigor of his punishments and to soothe his otherwise implacably revengeful spirit. During the lifetime of her husband and of his first wife, Peter married her. The pleasing traits of Catherine's character were obscured by the irregularity of her life. Raised by the affection of Peter to the imperial throne, she set an example of dissoluteness to her subjects. There is ample reason for believing that she had several intrigues during Peter's lifetime, but the case of Mons de la Croix is beyond question, and the discovery of her infidelity in this instance led to her separation from Peter and the death of her lover. In 1724, after the campaign against the Turks, in which Catherine had accompanied the Tsar and had, by her spirit and example, kept up the courage of the army amid great difficulties and reverses, Peter determined publicly crowning her, a ceremony very unusual in Russia and almost tantamount to declaring her his successor. Mons de la Croix was the young brother of Anne de la Croix, one of Peter's early mistresses. He was Catherine's chamberlain. His office brought him close attendance on the Empress, and an intimacy was established. This was for a time notorious to everyone except Peter himself. At length, however, his suspicions were aroused, and, by setting spies on Catherine, he became a personal witness to her infidelity. The first explosion of his resentment was terrific, and he was on the point of executing both the Empress and her paramour, but by the tempered advice of some of his friends, who counseled him to avoid the scandal, he was determined to arrest Mons on a false charge of conspiracy. Mons and his sister were accordingly seized and confined in an apartment in the Winter Palace. Peter permitted nobody to approach them, and took them their food with his own hands. When they were examined as to the conspiracy, Mons, to save the Empress with the public, confessed to everything. He was accordingly condemned and beheaded. His sister was murdered and sent to Siberia. Catherine had presented her lover with her miniature on a bracelet which he always wore. As he walked to his death, he managed to deliver it, unperceived, to the Lutheran minister who accompanied him, with instructions to convey it back to the Empress privately, which was accomplished. The Tsar was a spectator of the execution, after which the head of the culprit was fixed on a stake according to custom. To terrify Catherine the more effectually, Peter drove her round the head of her lover. Happily for her, she managed to preserve self-control during the torture of this horrid spectacle. After this, the Tsar whispered to her in public. At Peter's death, Catherine ascended the throne of Russia by virtue of a pretended dying declaration of her husband. She went through a pantomime of sorrows and tears over his body, but as soon as she was firmly seated, she abandoned herself to pleasure and voluptuousness, and had two lovers, Prince Sapisha and Löwenwolden, at the same time. These two rivals equally strove to please her and alternately received proofs of her tenderness without suffering their happiness to be married by jealousy. The irregularity of the Empress's wife and her intemperate use of ardent liquors hastened her death, which took place in her 39th year. Peter himself was a wretched example of conjugal infidelity and low debauchery. His associates were often of the very lowest of the populace. It is true that in his time the highest were not country moved from their inferiors in decency of manners, while the inferiors often had the advantage, if not of intellectual cultivation, at least of practical intelligence, in which Peter took delight. He spent many of his hours drinking brandy and other liquors with sailors, carpenters, and artisans, irrespective of his temporary assumption of the working man's pursuits. He consulted indiscriminately with women of all sorts and conditions. Eventually, he contracted the venereal disease. From neglect and the general depravity of his life, the disease became so aggravated that at last it proved the indirect cause of his death. He himself used to say that he had taken it from Madame Nevchikov, wife of a general and diplomatist of that name, upon the fact being mentioned to her, but the casual or with malice prepense does not appear, she is reported to have replied very naively that she had not given it to him, but that he, on the contrary, had such loose habits and low associates that he had given it to her. It was in 1722 that Peter was attacked with his malady, and while suffering from it, he marched into Persia and shared the fatigues of the meanest soldier throughout the campaign. The heat, rugged, and constant dust increased the disease frightfully, and the pains became so excruciating that he could not conceal them from his immediate attendants. Still, however, he would not consult the court physician, but directed his servant to get advice as if for someone else. He then went to the hot baths of Florence and apparently recovered. But it seems the disease was not cured. It was merely palliated by this treatment, and he was obliged, on a relapse, to have recourse to the regular physicians, and for 3 months his life was despaired. At last he recovered, but now, in spite of all warnings, he resumed his usual habits of life, renewed his long and severe journeys, his public works, and his general activity of mind and body, while he in no wise amended other and more injurious pursuits and practices. On November 5th, 1724, while on a journey to Finland, he stopped at the port of Lahti. There, on the shore, he saw a small vessel full of soldiers and sailors, which had struck upon shore. Perceiving their imminent danger, he shouted to them, but the boisterous wind drowned his voice. He sprang into his skiff, pulled out to the shore, and, having reached the vessel, jumped into the water, got her off, and landed the passengers all safe. He neglected all the precautions necessary in this then state of his health, and was seized with violent fever, and at the same time his former pangs came on with all their old force. He was taken back to St. Petersburg, where he obtained partial relief from his sufferings. He employed one of his intervals of ease in celebrating the great festival of blessing the waters of the Neva, and by his intemperance in the festivities renewed his attack, and after a period of protracted agony, died on the 28th of January 1725. Peter is described as having been excessively libidinous in temperament, and his coarse, promiscuous amours were made the common subject of his jocularity even in the presence of Catherine. He has been addicted to the abominable depravities which are stated by the contemporary writers to have been the common practice of the Russians at that time. Peter at times gave way to fits of lust in which, like a furious beast, he regarded neither age nor sex. Unnatural vices were punished in the Russian army at this time by an express military regulation, and the crime was a standing reproach with the people who were said to have acquired it from the Greeks of the Lower Empire. Anne, the successor of Peter and Catherine, had two publicly avowed lovers, Dolgoruki and Ernest von Wilhelm. The latter was the better known, as his influence and importance during Anne's reign were very great. Dolgoruki had become one of the deputies to announce to Anne her succession to the throne, which office he accepted, with the hope of being able to resume his former intimate relations with his future sovereign. When he entered their apartments, he found a man in mean apparel seated by the side of the princess. He ordered him to withdraw, and upon his intention to overtook him by the arm to turn him out. Will the empress stop him? This unknown person was Bill, who became regent of the empire. Anne was not sunk in the same abyss of profligacy as her successor Elizabeth, nor in brutality as her ancestor Peter. She had been brought up in Courland, and had acquired some little refinement of ideas and manners. Gluttony and drunkenness were somewhat less in vogue at her court, but dissipation, ruinous gambling, and boundless extravagance were in full fashion. The whole court became a body of buffoons and jokers, and the most absurd and preposterous fashions of dress, the rudest and most boisterous romps and gambols were generally practiced. As a specimen of court manners, the practical joke played on Prince Golitsyn, in which there was as much malice as fun, may be remembered. Having given offense by changing his religion, the prince was compulsorily married to a girl of the lowest birth. A palace was built in his honor, but the material was ice, and all the furniture was composed of the same. The wedding procession, consisting of more than 300 persons in their national costumes, who had been collected from all the provinces of Russia, passed along the streets. The newly married couple were mounted in a pagoda on the back of an elephant. When the ball was over, the bride and bridegroom were conducted to their nuptial chamber, like the rest of the house, all of ice, and were there installed in an ice bedstead, and guards were posted at the door to prevent them escaping from the room before morning. Anne died in 1740, and, after a short interregnum, Elizabeth, daughter of Peter I, came to the throne. She inherited all her father's vices and sensuality, but none of his great qualities. Before she became empress, Elizabeth had outraged all propriety, had openly carried on an improper intercourse with the sub-officers and soldiers of the guards who had been quartered near her dwelling. The lust and drunkenness in which she wallowed indisposed her from all longings after greatness. But there were others who needed her name, and the conspiracy being formed, she became empress in spite of herself. Her chief paramour at the time was Rostam, sergeant in the guards, who was elevated to the rank of major general. The other soldiers and non-commissioned officers who had been the ministers of her lewdness were made officers. These individuals frequented the common public houses, got drunk, made their way into the houses of persons of condition, and committed all sorts of depredations with impunity. When the men who could boast of the empress's favors became intolerable, they were drafted off to the army as officers in regiments on service. Elizabeth is said to have been privately married to Razumovsky, as also to the well-known Chevalier d'Eon, who visited the court of Russia in the disguise of a woman, and undoubtedly enjoyed Elizabeth's favors, whatever may be the truth about her marriage to him. Elizabeth withdrew herself for whole months from business, and was drunk for days or even weeks consecutively. She had a reputation for humanity, but although she sentenced no one to death, Not less than 80,000 of her subjects were tortured or sent to Siberia during her reign. Her extravagance was such that when she died, there were in her wardrobe some 15,000 dresses, thousands of pairs of sleeves, and several hundred pieces of French and other silks. Catherine II of Russia was, like Peter, a compound of the noblest intellectual endowments with a moral organization of unsurpassed depravity. She has usually been considered a monster of lust, but she was no less infamous for her cruelty and for the total absence of all those qualities and feelings which form the chief grace and beauty of woman's inner life. Her favorite dining room in the Torre Palace was adorned with pictures representing the sacking of Ochakov and Ismail, in which the painter had surpassed the gloomy vision of Caravaggio and had depicted the assault, the carnage, the mutilation, and all the hideous details of such scenes. In these Catherine is said to have taken great delight. She hated music, and never could commit other sounds than those of drums, trumpets, and similar barbaric instruments within her hearing, and yet it is said that at her outset in life as Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst, she had a womanly heart, delicacy of taste, and refinement of intellect, that it was not till long after her husband, Peter III, had insulted her by open neglect of her very winning person and youthful graces, and had abandoned her for the vulgar and ugly Princess Vorontsov, that she committed herself to the terrible career which she afterward pursued so steadily. The Duchess de Brabant, in her memoir of Catherine, tells us that her first love assaulted was forced upon her as a matter of public policy by the crafty and unscrupulous Bestuzhev, the able minister of Elizabeth, for the sake of procuring an heir to the Grand Duke Peter. Catherine remonstrated and threatened to complain. "To whom will you complain?" asked the minister coldly. Catherine submitted and accepted the lover thus imposed upon her. At the time of this adultery for expediency's sake, Catherine was deeply intent upon study with a view to qualify herself worthily for her future destiny, disgusted as she was with the indecencies of the Russian court. Subsequently, it was considered expedient to remove Soltykov. Catherine had given birth to a child and was not pleased with this dismissal. But the impassible Bestuzhev only sneered at her remonstrances and professions of affection for her dismissed lover, and recommended her to choose another. This was a lesson she was not slow to carry out. The list of her paramours was little less numerous than that of Elizabeth. End of section 26. Section 27 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavarish. The History of Prostitution by William Samuel. Section 27. Chapter 21. Russia. Part 2. After Catherine had caused Peter III to be murdered, and had ascended the throne as Empress in her own right, she abandoned herself to the fullest gratification of her passions, both royal and personal. Besides the vulgar crowd whom she selected as the recipients of her filthy favors, the world knew, as the public and recognized paramours, the names of all by whom she had a son called Count Mugruski, Vasilichikov, Potemkin, Luskoy, Mornonov, and Zubov. These were appointed in a manner that was reduced to a system, and an etiquette was established as precise as that of naming a state minister. When Catherine was tired of her present favorite, one of her intimate friends was commissioned to look out for another. At other times, The notice having fallen on some young man who pleased her fancy, she signified her wishes to some female friend, and thereupon an entertainment was arranged at the lady's house, which the Empress honored with her presence, and thereby gained an opportunity of closer acquaintanceship with the chosen individual. He then received orders to attend at the palace, where he was introduced to the court physician and examined as to his general health and physical condition. After this, he was placed under the charge of a certain Mademoiselle Cortázar. The various examinations having been successfully passed, the favorite was installed into the regular apartments of office, which were immediately contiguous to those of the Empress. On the first day of his installation, he received 100,000 rubles, about $25,000, for linen, and an allowance of 12,000 rubles per month, besides which all his household expenses were defrayed. He was required to attend the Empress wherever she went, and was not permitted to leave the palace without her permission. He might not converse familiarly with other women, and if he dined with his friends, it was imperative that the mistress of the house should be absent. When a favorite had completed his term of service, he received orders to travel, and from that moment all access to Her Majesty was denied. The favorites rarely rebelled against their destiny in this particular, but Potemkin and Orwell, who had far other views than those of Darius, had the temerity to disobey the order and succeeded in retaining power and the friendship of the Empress long after their personal claims on her tenderness were at an end. On terminating the intimacy, the favorite usually received magnificent gifts. Potemkin, after he had seized his functions as favorite, became pander to his royal mistress, thereby securing the double advantage of the favor of the Empress and the patronage of the favorite, from whom he levied this handsome fee for the introduction. Potemkin and Orlov were at one period rivals, in which contest Orlov was at last defeated, but when Potemkin reached his pride of place, he became so necessary to Catherine in his higher capacity that he set up and pulled down the favorite of the hour as he pleased, and even ventured upon the most extravagant flights of insolence and personal disrespect to the Empress. Orlov had been also the rival of Poniatowski, but his superior capacity and brutal energy of will made him respected and feared by Catherine long after she had ceased to like him. The pecuniary results to the state, enormous as was the blunder, was perhaps the least of the evils sustained through this system of iniquity. The registered gifts to the 12 favorites amounted to upward of $100 million. Vanscoy, who had held no political offices, and the whole of whose fortune was drawn upon the flagitious profits of his post of dishonor, died after less than 4 years of office, worth in cash only and exclusive of valuables 70 millions of rubles. Potemkin's wealth, which was accumulated from all sources of public robbery and private extortion, was fabulous. At his death he owned 200,000 serfs. He had whole cupboards filled with gold coin, jewels, and bank bills. He had 32 orders, and his fortune was estimated at $60 million. In the closing days of Catherine's reign, she found a lower deep into which to plunge. When upward of 60, she took into office as her favorite Zubov, who was not quite 25. She now formed the Society of the Little Hermitage. This was a picked company of wits and libertines, of both sexes, over whose scenes of debauchery and revelry the Empress presided. And in her penetralia, even of these orgies was established and called the Little Society. The pernicious influence of such an example, set for so long a period of time by a sovereign distinguished for ability, and whose reign had been rendered famous by its successful foreign enterprises, was the almost universal corruption of the Russian court and aristocracy of both sexes. The women, in imitation of Her Majesty, kept men, with the title and the office of favorites. This was as customary as any other piece of fashion and was recognized by husbands. Tender intrigues were unknown. Strong passion was still more rare. Marriage was merely an association. There was a club called the Club of Natural Philosophers, which was a society of men and women of the highest classes, the object of whose meetings was indiscriminate sexual intercourse. The members met to feast, and after the banquet, they retired in pairs chosen by lot. This club was afterward put down by the Russian police, in common with all other secret societies. A hospital was founded by Catherine for 50 ladies affected with venereal disease. These were all to be taken care of. No question was permitted as to name or quality, and the linen of the establishment was marked with a significant word, discretion. Catherine's end was sudden and frightful. She had grown corpulent, and her legs and body had swollen and burst. She moved about with considerable difficulty, although her imperious will would not allow her to give way in her career either of ambition or profligacy. She was at the little hermitage November 4th, 1796, in remarkably high spirits, and even joked her buffoon, Lev Nauskin, among other things, as to his death and his fears thereupon. The next morning the dread messenger, of whose advance she had made sport, brought his orders for her. She fell into an apoplectic fit, and after 37 hours of insensibility, died unblessing and unblessed, to be succeeded by Paul, her detested son, by her first lover, Soltikoff. The emperor, or as he was better known by Napoleon's sobriquet, the Ned Emperor Paul, was too remarkable for his eccentricities to make himself conspicuous for his gallantries. Even in this particular, he preserved his eccentricity. He neglected his wife, an amiable and handsome woman, the mother of Alexander and Nicholas, for an ugly mistress, Mademoiselle Milidov, and for another, Mademoiselle Lapushkin, who would not accept his addresses, but to whom he nevertheless professed the patient devotion of Don Quixote. The most noteworthy circumstance in this connection of Paul's life was the indirect effect of female frailty in procuring his murder. The enemies who subsequently plotted his downfall and destruction procured their return from banishment through the offices of a certain Mademoiselle Chevalier, a French actress, who ruled Taisov with his power with the Tsar. As we approach our own times, the description of historical characters becomes liable to a tinge of prejudice or partiality. Alexander, the son and successor of Paul, was distinguished by the amenity of his disposition and the philosophical tone of his political theories. He was married at an early age by order of his grandmother Catherine, who in his case insisted on making him a good husband, and took numerous precautions for that purpose, all of which her example neutralized or relied. The selection made for him might, under conditions of humble life or of free choice, have turned out happily. As it was, he preferred the society of the ladies of his court, and in particular of the Countess Orishkin, by whom he had 3 children. The Countess proved inconstant, and all of his children by her died, to Alexander's deep grief. After the loss of these illegitimate children, the affections of Alexander were turned towards the Empress, whose true worth he recognized when it was too late. She was struck with disease, and he was on a journey to southern Russia to select a suitable spot for a residence for her, when he was seized with a fever of which he died. If Alexander's moral character had but little influence on his subjects, the name of his successor, Nicholas, has been identified with the very existence of the Russian people as much as any sovereign since Peter the Great. His example and expressed will have had immense effect, both for good and evil. It is almost impossible to arrive at the true character of Nicholas at the present time for the reasons just mentioned. In his private life as husband and father, and in his public life as ruler and politician, writers are diametrically opposed to each other. Party prejudice denies him all worth or makes him a very Socrates. Golovin and authors of the democratic school affirm, in addition to his other offenses, that Nicholas had several illegitimate children, and also, quote, that no woman could feel herself secure from Nicholas's importunities, unquote, while writers like von Tietz, Hermann, and other panegyrists of the Russian court describe Nicholas as an exemplary husband and father, a model to his subject in his domestic relations. They allege, further, that the gross immorality which has been the chief feature of Russian society was very much discouraged and rendered altogether unfashionable by the estimable manners of the imperial family. Truth is rarely found in extremes. The prevalent usage among sovereigns in this century has been to assume a virtue if they have it not, and to maintain a respectable exterior for the sake of public opinion. So political ruler as Nicholas was not likely to reject this. He did all that could be done to bring virtue into good repute at court. But too many little incidents are told of him to justify a belief in his perfect spotlessness. The characters of individuals, even as rulers, would be unimportant to us were it not that in Russia, society is in a transition state and shows itself plastic in the hands of an energetic emperor. Quote, "This state, I am the state," was perfectly true in the mouth of Nicholas. By his subject, he was held in an esteem little short of idolatry, and he was, in every sense of the word, the most remarkable man in his vast dominions. Thompson, an English traveller, who has spoken very favorably of the personal worth of the Emperor Nicholas, says of the morality of the upper classes among the Russians, quote, "Denied the advantages of rational amusement and innocent social enjoyments, deprived of those resources which, while they dispel ennui, elevate the feelings, the mind resorts to sensual indulgences and to the gratification of the passions for the purpose of finding recreation and relief from the deadening pressure of despotism. Immorality and intrigue are of universal prevalence and, in a social sense, are hardly looked upon as criminal acts, while gambling and debauchery are the natural consequences of the tedious monotony from which all seek to escape by indulging in gross and vicious excitement." End quote. Under the system of serfage, now approaching its end, it was almost impossible that there should be such a thing as public morality in the lower classes. The Russians, both noble and serf, are false and dishonest to a probe. Prostitution in such cases is a superfluous term. A woman had no right or opportunity to be virtuous. The morality of St. Petersburg is undoubtedly of the lowest, and yet we have not met with any accounts of local prostitution there. It is a city of men, containing 100,000 more males than females. Kelly says the women form only 2/7 of the entire population, calls it, quote, "an alarming fact." End quote. The climate is unfavorable to female beauty, and it is generally conceded that the men are handsomer than the women. The German girls have an almost exclusive reputation for good looks in St. Petersburg. By reason of the disproportion of the sexes, it is said that ladies cannot venture out unattended. This is etiquette among the higher classes of all continental Europe, and the simple fact without the reason would not be surprising. The attention to minutiae, which distinguishes a despotism, and which is so remarkable a feature of Russian statecraft, does not allow us to suppose there are no statistical papers on the subject of prostitution. On the contrary, it is perfectly well known that such are in existence. The secrecy, which is scrupulously maintained in all public matters, and the watchful vigilance of the police over strangers, prevents them obtaining any information except on the most patent and notorious subjects. The remarks of travelers on Russian society are very vague and genuine and unsupported by any of those details which could alone authenticate them. We have already alluded to the ancient Oriental seclusion of women among the Russians. This was so strict that a suitor never saw, or at least was presumed never to have seen, the face of his bride before marriage. In 1493, Ivan the Great told the German ambassador, who demanded his daughter in marriage for the Margravian body, that Russians never showed their daughters to anyone before the match was decided. Peter the Great abolished this lottery and directed that the parties might see each other, but he still found it necessary to promulgate a stronger case against parents compelling children to marry against their wishes. The compromise of the ancient custom, which has been brought about by this law, is that the elders of the family usually pre-contract for the juniors. Then succeeds the bridal promenade, at which the young people, if unknown to each other, are led accidentally to meet in the same ward. Having thus managed an interview, the father of the young man, if all the preliminaries have been satisfactory so far, sends to the bride's father, and a general family meeting takes place, at which the arrangements are completed, the dowry determined, and then follows the betrothal. The elect pair kneel down on a fur mat and exchange rings. The preparations for marriage are commenced, during which time the lovers have frequent opportunities of meeting and becoming better known to each other. This is a general period of visiting and parties. On the wedding day, the bridesmaids unbraid the lady's hair, and she receives her husband with flowing locks. This is a remnant of ancient Russian usage, when the greatest outrage that could be committed on a woman was to unbraid her hair. It is generally believed that among the lower orders, the wife is bound to draw off her husband's boots on the wedding day, and also that the Russian peasant beats his wife at the commencement of her married life, so as to indicate supremacy. As to the substantial observance of the latter practice, modern travelers differ, although it would seem that symbolically it is still maintained. A curious exhibition takes place on Whitsunday in the Petersburg Samagar, called the Bride's Fair. All the married daughters of the Russian tradesmen turn out on that day for a promenade. The young men, in their best attire, come forth to view them. The brides expectant do not limit their display to their charms, but second them by attractions of a more substantial character, adorning themselves with trinkets, jewels, or even now and then with silver teaspoons, plate, and other valuables useful in housekeeping. This has been inveighed against and indicative of the prevalent indelicacy of the Russians, a sort of bride market. Is it more reprehensible than many customs nearer home? It is now, however, foreign to disuse. The conjugal relations of the Russian nobility were extremely loose and indefensible during the time when vice was in fashion and virtue in a courtier would have been deemed condemnation of the higher powers. Then, and even down in the reign of the Emperor Nicholas, marriage was simply an affair of convenience. The husband living in Moscow or St. Petersburg, the wife in Paris or Italy, such separations frequently lasting for years. The foundling hospital in St. Petersburg hospitatelli dom is most magnificent foundation of the kind in Europe, and it pleases the authorities to give information upon its features. The endowments are enormous, owing to the munificence of successive sovereigns who have made it a kind of state caprice. The annual expenditure exceeds 5,200,000 rubles. The number of children in this institution is commensurate with its wealth. Upward of 25,000 are constantly enrolled in its books. The lodge is open day and night for the reception of infants. The daily average of children brought is about 20. The only question asked is if the child has been baptized, and by what name. If not baptized, the ceremony is performed by a priest of the Greek Church. At the time of leaving, the mother receives a ticket, the duplicate of which is placed around the child's neck. The mortality which takes place among these hopeless victims of sin and misfortune is enormous. Some die in the lodge when just received, more perish during the tedious ceremonies of their baptism, which last several hours. The total number of deaths among children in the asylum and those out at nurse is probably 3,000 per annum, or about 1 in 4 of the whole number committed to its charge. The children are given in care of wet nurses for about 6 weeks, when they are sent into the country until 6 years old. They are then brought back to the institution and educated in a superior manner, the girls being qualified as governesses in Russian families and the boys are artisans in the imperial manufactories. In cases of special capacity, they receive a scientific or musical education. An incident, which is said to have occurred at this institution, has gone the rounds of the press. The story is that one of the young women, having given birth to an infant and the delinquent not being discovered, the Emperor Nicholas heard of the occurrence and made a visit of inspection. Having summoned the pupils before him, he demanded to know the guilty one, adding that if she came forward, she should be pardoned. No one obeyed the invitation, and he was going away with threats of disgracing the whole body, but one girl, to save her companions, came forward, threw herself at his feet, and confessed her fault. Nicholas kicked her out of the way, exclaiming that it was too late. A lying in a hospital is one of the appendages of this establishment. Pregnant women may enter there 4 weeks before their confinement, and the strictest secrecy is maintained to their name and character. Even the omnipotent Tsar respects the privileges of the place. The institution in Moscow is only a similarly gigantic scale and is managed after the same fashion. The Empress is the mother of the foundlings, which, be it observed, are mostly the children of such as cannot or do not desire to keep their offspring. Free access on appointed days is permitted to the parents of the children, and under special circumstances, the Empress will permit a child to be removed from the institution if the parents prove their means and disposition to support it properly. Cole, who gives us particular and even minute accounts of the management and arrangement of the public hospitals, makes no mention whatever of the syphilitic wards. The high system of efficiency in which the military infirmaries are maintained might have encouraged a hope for more detailed information on this subject. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kadir Carter. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 28. Chapter 22. Sweden and Norway. Comparative morality, illegitimacy, profligacy in Stockholm, infanticide, foundling hospitals, against prostitution, toleration, government brothels, syphilis, marriage in Norway. The ancient Scandinavian peninsula, land of the Skald and the Rune, with its Vikings and Viskers, has sent down to us many a legend of war and conquest, but few of social manners or moral relations. The high esteem in which the ancient Germans held their women, and the affinity of laws and customs between the Norsemen and the Teutons, justify us in believing that the blue-eyed maids of the Scandinavian heroes were as much respected for virtue as beloved for beauty. The eternal virgins in the Valhalla of Western mythology were not associated with the grosser pleasures with which the impure fancy of the Quran invested the horrors of Mohammedan paradise, and the Norsemen through their posterity, the Normans introduced, among the other amenities of chivalry, that prominent obligation of true knighthood, devouthood, perhaps not the least humanizing incident of the institution. Passing by a long stride at once to modern times, we find in the joint kingdom of Sweden and Norway two territories as distinct in their social condition as they are in their geographical divisions. Norway has always been remarkable for a simple and hardy population of fishermen and small farmers, elements in the highest degree favorable to virtue and independence, and their poverty and isolation from the continental interests of Europe have exempted them from politics and war. Sweden, on the other hand, though not much wealthier as a nation, has had an hereditary nobility, and the ambition and ability of some of her monarchs, especially of the great Gustavus, caused her to play a part in history wholly disproportionate to her territorial importance. If, however, the historical significance of Sweden be somewhat greater than that of the less pretentious sister kingdom, statistics do not accord to the former the same estimation in point of morals as they concede to the latter. The average of illegitimate births, though not infallible, is generally accepted as a fair test of the immorality of a people. Taken by this standard, Sweden ranks lower than almost any country of Europe. But if the character of the general population be different, that of Stockholm out-Herods Herod. In Stockholm, in 1838, there were 1,137 illegitimate to 1,577 legitimate. In 1839, there were 1,074 illegitimate to 1,492 legitimate births. The average of illegitimate to other births in the capital and throughout the country was as follows. 1835. In Stockholm, 1 in 2.44. In other towns, 1 in 6.18. In the country, 1 in 20.41. Throughout the kingdom, 1 in 15.20. 1838. In Stockholm, 1 in 2.47. In other towns, 1 in 6.18. In the country, 1 in 20.01. Throughout the kingdom, 1 in 14.69. 1839. In Stockholm, 1 in 2.38. In other towns, 1 in 6.40. In the country, 1 in 20.01. Throughout the kingdom, 1 in 14.94. As regards the average of the whole kingdom, the proportion is much the same as that of England and France. What then must be the condition of the towns, and in particular of the capital? The figures are such as to justify the allegation against Stockholm of being the most immoral capital in Europe, and also the presumption that the late decrease in its population from which it is but recently recovering, is a direct consequence of the vice that stains it. With so large an amount of illegitimacy, it is not surprising that infanticide should be of common occurrence. The penalty of this crime is death, although, from a growing aversion to capital punishment, it is generally commuted. There are numerous foundling hospitals throughout the Kingdom of Sweden, one in particular, the Stora Barnhorts in Stockholm, established by Gustavus Adolphus, originally intended for the children of military men of broken health and fortunes. It has been perverted from the simplicity of its original foundation, and now receives children of all corners, who pay an entrance fee of about $35. No questions are asked on the presentation of an infant to the asylum, and accepting the fee, it is in no respect different from the ordinary foundling hospitals. This very fee, however, it is considered by some writers, makes all the difference, as it in some measure justifies those parents who, having adequate means, choose to release themselves of the care and expense of their offspring, and who use this payment as a salve to their consciences, considering that they have to that extent done their duty. The Stora Barnhorst is wealthy, having an income of above $150,000 per annum. In 1836, prostitution was forbidden by express enactment throughout all Sweden, and women who had not a legally recognized occupation were liable to imprisonment as disorderly characters. The prostitute, of course, came within the category. It was asserted at the time that there was no common prostitution, but a counterstatement was made by the jurist Angelot, who affirmed that every house of entertainment was a brothel, and every servant a loose woman. This prohibitory system did not work so well as had been anticipated, and in 1837 a change was effected. A large hotel was taken by the corporation, and after the plan of various cities in the Middle Ages, was managed by public officers. Thus a government brothel was established. Nor did this lewdness by authority have the desired effect. The brothel was filled with women, but no customers appeared. Private brothels were resorted to for a time and were opened under regular licenses. They have now disappeared, and as the inefficient police management never succeeded in repressing illicit prostitution, even while tolerated brothels were in existence, it will surprise no one to learn that Stockholm is now one vast, seething hotbed of private harlotry. There are lock hospitals throughout Sweden, established by public funds and kept up by direct taxation as a charge upon the municipal rates. The Stockholm Hospital for Syphilis in 1832 received 701 patients, of whom 148 were from the country and the remainder from the city. The capital contained in that year 33,581 persons of both sexes above the age of 15. Consequently, one person in every 61 was affected with syphilis. The superficial aspect of society in Sweden is certainly not such as here described. The upper classes are cultivated, polite, and observant of all the usual refinements of modern society, while to the humbler classes, accepting that intercourse is free and unrestrained among them, there is no ground for attributing any unusual departure from modesty and propriety. Neither are the laws remarkably stringent. Although difficulties are thrown in the way of affiliation, they are the same in principle as those which have been adopted by the modern statute law of England. Still, that there is such an excess of immorality cannot be doubted. The official statistics of the country prove it, were any possible doubt thrown upon the statements of the many travelers, of the highest repute for correctness and reliability, who have noticed it. The latest publication upon the matter is from Bayard Taylor, who, writing from Stockholm under date May 1st, 1857, says, I must not close this letter without saying a word about its Stockholm's morals. It has been called the most licentious city in Europe, and I have no doubt with the most perfect justice. Vienna may surpass it in the amount of conjugal infidelity, but certainly not in general incontinence. Very nearly half the registered births are illegitimate, to say nothing of the illegitimate children born in wedlock. Of the servant girls, shop girls, and seamstresses in the city, it is very safe to say that scarcely 1 out of 100 is chaste, while, as rakish young Swedes have coolly informed me, a large proportion of girls of respectable parentage are no better. The men, of course, are much worse than the women, and even in Paris one sees fewer physical signs of excessive debauchery. Here the number of broken-down young men and glare-eyed, hoary sinners is astonishing. I have never been in any place where licentiousness was so open and avowed, and yet where the slang of a sham morality was so prevalent. There are no houses of prostitution in Stockholm, and the city would be scandalized at the idea of allowing such a thing. A few years ago, two were established, and the fact was no sooner known than a virtuous mob arose and violently pulled them down. At the restaurants, young blades ordered their dinners of the female waiters with an arm around their waists, while the old men placed their hands unblushingly upon their bosoms. All the baths in Stockholm are attended by women, generally middle-aged and hideous, I must confess, who perform the usual scrubbing and shampooing with the greatest nonchalance. One does not wonder when he is told of young men who have passed safely through the ordeals of Berlin and Paris, and have come at last to Stockholm to be ruined. Which is best? A city like Stockholm where prostitution is prohibited, or New York where it is tacitly allowed, or Hamburg where it is legalized? We have spoken of the difference between Sweden and Norway and their moral relations. At first this is not apparent, for illegitimacy is as frequent in one as the other, but there are attendant qualifying circumstances, which go to constitute a material variation in the conclusion to be drawn from the unexplained fact. We may remark that street walking and open prostitution are rare. Illegitimacy is of considerable extent, averaging 1 in 5, or, in some parts, 1 in 3 of the total births. The people are betrothed by the practice of the Lutheran Church a long time before the actual marriage. This is considered as nothing more than a wholesome check upon hasty unions in a general point of view. In Norway, however, this probationary period is extended to a limit beyond the endurance of flesh and blood. The wedding is a prodigious merrymaking, and it is absolutely indispensable that the means for an extravagant hospitality should have been accumulated before the parties dare attempt the public ceremony. The profusion is so great as sometimes to dissipate a whole year's earnings. The obligation to this expense increases the delay required by the church, and it frequently happens that the affianced cohabit before the nuptial benediction is pronounced. As the betrothal is a half-marriage, the arrangement loses part of its offensive character in the eyes of the parties themselves, and also of their neighbors. The children are legitimized by the subsequent marriage, which takes place in by far the largest number of cases. In those occasional instances where the wedding ceremony is not duly completed, there is a particular legal act by which a child can be acknowledged. Failure of marriage under such circumstances or failure of natural duty to offspring is against the sentiment of the people. While these facts do not alter the actual concubinage or legitimacy, it is easy to understand that a considerable difference exists between such conduct, however reprehensible, and those habits which may be fairly characterized as licentiousness or profligacy. Norway is very far from being free of syphilis. Bayard Taylor says, Bergen is, as I am informed, terribly scourged by venereal diseases. Certainly I do not remember a place where there are so few men, tall, strong, and well-made as the people generally are, without some visible mark of disease or deformity. A physician of the city has recently endeavored to cure syphilis in its secondary stage by means of inoculation, having first tried the experiment upon himself, and there is now a hospital where this form of treatment is practiced upon 200 or 300 patients, with the greatest success, another physician informed me. I intended to have visited it, but the sight of a few cases around the door so sickened me that I had no courage to undertake the task. We have no means of ascertaining whether the malady exists with the same virulence in the interior as on the coast. The habits of the people would seem adverse to the supposition that it does. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 29. Chapter 23. Great Britain. History to the time of the Commonwealth. The first references to prostitution which we find in the works of the early British annalists are so vague that it is difficult to derive from them any very definite idea as to its extent and character. Among the crude efforts of legislation, there are laws to enforce chastity among women, but whether the necessity for these enactments was owing to general licentiousness or to the existence of a regular class of prostitutes does not appear. At the period of the Roman invasion, the morals of the Britons were as low as might be expected from their nomadic habits. The population was divided into small communities of men and women, who appear to have lived promiscuously, no woman being attached to any particular man, but all cohabiting according to inclination, the carnal instinct being the feeling which regulated sexual intercourse. A sort of marriage was instituted, but with no idea that either of the parties to it should be restricted by its obligations. Its only object seemed to be to provide means for rearing the children, and to fix somewhere the responsibility of their nurture and support. A society constituted as this was can, of course, be considered scarcely a step removed from barbarism. The regulation to provide for the children was necessary to prevent depopulation. Its tendency was to remove from the woman's path every obstacle to lust. Over the man, it exercised but very slight control. A still further proof of the demoralized condition of the people is found in the gross ceremonies attending these marriages. The man appeared on his wedding day dressed in all the rude trappings of the time. The woman was entirely naked. A repulsive coarseness marked their licentiousness, and the rudeness of manners was nowhere more conspicuous than in the relations existing between the sexes. It is to be presumed that the Anglo-Saxons imported into England the laws and customs prevailing in their own country. The rules they made against adultery were frightfully severe. When a couple were detected in the commission of the offence, the woman was compelled to commit suicide to avoid the greater tortures awaiting her if she refused. Her body was then placed on a pile of brushwood and consumed. Nor did her partner in guilt escape punishment. He was usually put to death on the spot where her ashes lay collected. These penalties would appear to be sufficiently severe, but in some instances worse were inflicted. Where the case was one of peculiar aggravation, the adulteress was hunted down by a number of infuriated demi-reps of her own sex, each armed with a club, a knife, or some other formidable weapon, and stabbed or beaten to death. If one party of her pursuers became weary of the sport, another took their places until the victim expired beneath the blows. These extremely rigid ideas of the Anglo-Saxons do not seem to have been consistent, for while adultery was punished in the severe manner described, incest was not only permitted but commonly practiced, and it was even the custom for relations to marry within the closest degrees of consanguinity. But they were not long located in England before the more savage traits of their character were softened down. and the women soon found amusement more suitable to their sex than that of chasing their erring sisters as quarry. The marriage ceremonies also assumed a more refined and decent character, although the wife continues to be regularly purchased by her husband, and the contract was still considered a mere matter of bargain and sale. By the laws of Ethelbert, marriageable women were made commodities of barter, and enactments of this character are to be found in existence long subsequent to his reign. As the Anglo-Saxons were a hardy, vigorous race, and existed chiefly by hunting, fishing, and a rude and imperfect system of agriculture, it is not probable that prostitution existed among them to any great extent. The fatigues of the chase and field exhausted the energy of the body, and diminished the desire and capacity for sexual indulgence. And living in small detached communities as they did, they knew nothing of the stimulating incentives of city life. Yet, that prostitutes existed is proved by the fact that women, who were entitled by law to hold and dispose of property, bequeathed their wealth to their daughters, with the occasional stipulation that they should live chaste lives in the event of their remaining single, and not earn money by prostituting their persons. In the reign of Canute, a law was enacted by which anyone found guilty of adultery was to be punished by the loss of the nose and the ears. In the course of time, the crime came to be punished by a fine paid to the husband of the woman. The penalty soon fell into disrepute, as it was found that some husbands and wives took advantage of it to extort fines from persons possessing more money than prudence. By a subsequent enactment, the male adulterer became the property of the king, who might send him to the wars or employ him at hard labour as he pleased. By a law of Edgar's time, the adulterer of either sex was compelled to live for 3 days in each week on bread and water for 7 years. This was treating the evil on physiological principles. We cannot infer any very strict condition of morals as the result of this harsh legislation. When punishment is carried to an extreme entirely disproportionate to the offence, it is as likely to fail in its object as mistaken lenity. Forgery and arson were more frequent in England when punished with death than they are at present, and although we have no statistics of the time from which we could deduce any positive conclusions, we may reasonably imagine that neither the death penalty nor the other barbarous punishments substituted for it exercised any very powerful influence in the diminution of the crime among our hardy progenitors. It may have taught them greater caution and dissimulation in the prosecution of their evil purposes, but it did not render them the less eager to profit by the opportunities thrown in their way. It has been already shown that the founders of Christianity treated illicit sexual indulgence as a sin and resorted to extreme measures for its suppression, but yet, to some extent, tolerated prostitution. Shortly after he had established himself in Britain, Augustine put some curious queries to the Pope, touching the manner in which chastity among converts to the new faith should be enforced. The nature of these interrogatories and replies forbids their appearance here. That Augustine required to be instructed on such prurient details proves that he was a believer in the Jewish observances of physical ablutions and cleansing of the person being necessary to the removal of moral impurities, and that he carried his scrutiny into the morals of his flock much farther than was consistent with modesty and good sense. However much his religious teaching might have improved the manners of the people, the regulations alluded to would have exercised no very salutary or efficacious influence over them. The lives of the early kings and rulers of Britain serve to illustrate the morals of the nation during their respective reigns, not only by exhibiting individual examples where the condition of the masses is hidden from view, but by affording us an index to that condition. when it is considered that the manners of the court have, in all ages and all countries, exercised an important influence on those of the people. Augustine converted Ethelbert, but his son, Endbald, deserted the Christian church because it refused its sanction to his mother-in-law becoming his wife. It is true that he afterward divorced her and returned to Christianity, but in this he was influenced rather by satiety than by the promptings of a reviving faith. Many of the other kings of the Heptarchy were as remarkable for the headstrong ardour of their passion as Endbald. Canulf of Wessex had in the year 784 an intrigue with one of his female subjects, and frequently quitted his court to enjoy her society in the country. During one of these clandestine excursions, he was surprised and surrounded in the night by the followers of Kinchard, a rival pretender to the throne, and murdered in the arms of his mistress. In the 9th century, prostitution seemed to have been a prevailing vice throughout the country, and frequent references are made to it in the discussions of the period. In the arguments used in favour of tithes in the time of Athelstan, it was held by some canonists that the clergy had a right to demand 1/10 of the profits earned by prostitutes in the exercise of their calling. It is but right to add that the Church did not persist in enforcing this extraordinary claim. Edwy, who ascended the throne at the early age of 17, became involved in a controversy with the monks on the question, then first started, of the celibacy of the clergy. The celebrated Dunstan favoured the new doctrine, but Edwy opposed it. The youthful and inexperienced prince was no match for his sagacious antagonist, as he soon after discovered. On the day of his coronation, which took place soon after his marriage with his cousin Elgiva, whom he loved and resolved to wed, though she was within the degrees of consanguinity prohibited by the Church, his nobles were indulging in the pleasures of the banquet, when it was discovered that Edwy had stolen away. Dunstan and Odo, Archbishop of Canterbury, conjecturing the cause of his absence, proceeded to the private apartments of the Queen, and found him in her company. They tore him from her, and dragged him back to the party. Elgiva's face was seared with a red-hot iron to destroy her beauty, and she was transported to Ireland. Her wounds being soon healed, and all trace of the injuries removed, she returned to her own country, but was met by a party the Archbishop had sent to intercept her, and put to death. Thus, professedly to preserve the morals of the king, these high ecclesiastics committed crimes of far greater gravity than a marriage even between persons more nearly related than Edwy and Elgiva. Edgar, who succeeded Edwy, was of a still more passionate and licentious disposition. He broke into a convent and carried off one of the nuns, named Editha, who was remarkable for her beauty. In the heat of passion he violated her person, and for the double offence of abduction and rape, the Church, according to the peculiar morality of the time, punished him by compelling him to resign his crown for the period of 7 years. By a curious inconsistency, he was permitted to retain possession of Editha, who lived with him as a concubine. Another of his mistresses he obtained by a less violent process. In passing through Andover, he accidentally met the daughter of a neighbouring noble, who fascinated him by her remarkable beauty. Listening only to the suggestion of his passion, he proceeded immediately to the residence of the maiden's mother, and, informing her of the violent love with which she had inspired him, demanded that she should be permitted to share his bed that night. The mother, fearing to excite the king's anger by a refusal, resorted to a stratagem by which she hoped to evade his wrath, and at the same time preserve the chastity of her daughter. She directed a handsome waiting maid to introduce herself into the young lady's chamber, and the king was admitted after dark. When Edgar discovered the trick which had been played on him, he manifested no resentment, and the accidental partner of his bed became afterwards his favourite mistress. These were not his only amours. Elfrida, daughter of the Earl of Devonshire, was distinguished by extraordinary beauty, and the fame of her charms reached the court. Although she resided in the country in strict retirement and had never been a mile from home. Edgar, hearing of her beauty and doubting whether her appearance justified the extravagant praise lavished on it, sent one of his trusted favourites, Earl Athelwold, to her father's residence to make a report to him on the subject. Athelwold himself, like many a similar envoy, fell in love with the young lady and informed the king that rumour had greatly exaggerated her merits and that she was positively ungainly. This was sufficient to allay the king's curiosity, and Athelwold shortly afterwards secured the young lady's hand in marriage. He explained the matter to Edgar by remarking that it was her fortune which induced him to overlook her homely features. The king desired him to introduce her at court, and Athelwold persistently refusing, the king suspected the true state of the case. He intimated to the earl that he had determined to visit the castle where she resided, and the husband, dreading the consequences, implored his wife to conceal her beauty as much as possible. Elfrida, womanlike, did precisely the contrary, and set off her charms by the richest and most becoming toilette in her wardrobe. Edgar was so enraged at the deception practiced on him that he put the unfortunate earl to death and married the widow. The infusion of Danish blood does not seem to have exercised an improving influence on Anglo-Saxon manners. Judging from the following, the contrary may be inferred. Ethelred kept a number of Danish troops in his pay who were stationed in different parts of the country. A complaint was made to the king that the Danes had attained such a pitch of refinement and made such an advance in luxury that they combed their hair daily and were guilty of other acts of personal embellishment equally reprehensible. Worse still, it was averred that the women looked with favour on these practices of the Danes, and that the latter debauched the wives and daughters of the English and disgraced the nation. It is evident that women who could thus easily be led away were only virtuous from the want of opportunity. The legislation of this period shows that prostitution was not only tolerated, but indirectly encouraged. If a man seduced the wife of another, he was compelled by an early Saxon law to pay a fine to the husband, and to procure for him another woman, whom he was to remunerate for admitting him to her bed. This was not only offering a direct premium to prostitutes by providing for the debauching of a woman every time another chose to be seduced, but it shows that females were in the habit of cohabiting with men for hire. The fines for adultery were graduated according to the rank of the woman. If she happened to be the wife of a nobleman, her chastity was valued at the moderate sum of £6 sterling, about $30, while the wife of a churl brought to her husband as a salve for his injured honour about $1.50. The effect of these enactments could not but exercise a demoralizing and injurious influence on the manners of the people. They reduced the estimate of female chastity to that of a cheap marketable commodity whose loss could be repaid by a small money compensation. By the laws of Ethelbert, a man was permitted to buy a wife, provided the purchase was made openly, and many such transactions are recorded, the price being sometimes paid down in money, and sometimes in palfreys and other kinds of property. The practice, however, was soon modified, and it became necessary to obtain the consent of the bride. The husband was compelled to support and protect her, and to treat her with respect. A couple desirous of contracting marriage were formally betrothed in presence of the priest, and this practice, having something of an ecclesiastical obligation, without any of its legal force, was frequently productive of the same evil consequences as in Norway at the present day. This custom of betrothal prevailed down to the time of Elizabeth. The Normans introduced into England, if not a higher standard of morals, at least a greater refinement in vice. Their laws were moulded by the spirit of the feudal system, which they imported with them. Under their sway, society was divided into two classes, feudal lords and their vassals. The lord could dispose of the person and property of the vassal, limited indeed by certain restrictions, but still leaving so much power in his hands as to render the latter a virtual slave. Thus, by the laws of the time, a vassal who seduced or debauched his lord's wife or near relative, or who even took improper liberties with them, might be punished by the forfeiture of his land. When a baron died, the estate escheated to the king, who took immediate possession, and kept it until the heir applied to do homage for it, and pay such a fee as the king might demand. If the heir happened to be a minor, the king retained possession of the estate until he reached his majority, and when the inheritance devolved on a female, the king might give her any husband he thought proper. He often turned this privilege to account by selling the rights to the hand and fortune of an heiress. Geoffrey de Montfield paid Henry III a sum equal to about $20,000 for permission to wed Isabel, Countess of Gloucester, with the rights to all her lands and revenues. Even a male heir could not select his own bride except by purchasing permission from the king. Otherwise, he had to accept His Majesty's choice. We have no means of estimating the amount of licentiousness arising from these arbitrary regulations, but we only require a little acquaintance with human nature to arrive at the conclusion that they must have been a prolific source of vice. The husband being selected by the king from purely mercenary or interested motives, no attention was, of course, paid to disparity of ages or other circumstances on which the purity of the marriage bed depends. When the inclinations are forced in this way, women as well as men are apt to revenge themselves on their partners by seeking illicit enjoyments. Mercenary marriages, when projected, as they are even in our day, from sordid motives on the part of parents or guardians, almost invariably lead to infidelity, and many an old dotard who forces himself upon a girl under age merely serves as a screen for her clandestine amours. In the reign of Henry III, grave disputes occurred between the civil and ecclesiastical courts on the subject of bastardy. The common law deemed all children to be illegitimate who had been born before marriage. By the canon law, they were held to be legitimate if the parents married subsequent to their birth. When a dispute of inheritance arose, it was customary for the civil to issue writs to the spiritual courts, directing an inquiry to be instituted into the legitimacy of the claimants. And as the bishops always returned answers in accordance with the canon law, all persons whose parents had married at any period were legitimate. When it is considered how strongly most parents feel for the honour of their offspring, the tendency of such decisions to increase prostitution becomes apparent. It may be considered unjust to inflict disabilities on the child for the sins of the parent, but such penalties undoubtedly have the effect of imposing a check upon concubinage. End of section 29. Section 30 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 30, Chapter 23. Great Britain. History to the time of the Commonwealth. We have stated that the king claimed the disposal of the hands and fortunes of the heiresses. The barons claimed a still greater privilege from their tenants. In some localities, the feudal lord insisted upon enjoying the person of one of the daughters of each tenant who happened to be blessed with a plurality of them. He returned her to her parents within a given time. Every extreme is followed by a reaction in the opposite direction. The abject condition of women, as indicated by the foregoing facts, led to the institution of chivalry, which elevated her from the position of a slave and the mere instrument of sensual gratification to that almost of a deity, thus assigning her a rank as much above her real sphere as her former one had been beneath it. Previous to the advent of this system, women could not appear at any public exhibition or place of amusement unless accompanied by a band of armed retainers. Any female encountered alone and unprotected was liable to insult. Chivalry, if it did not put an end to, greatly modified this state of things. By its rules, each of its members was constituted a champion of female virtue and honour. No man was admitted into the order whose valour was not above suspicion, and a word uttered by him derogatory to the beau sex excluded him from its ranks. No woman, however, was deemed worthy of knightly protection who had not preserved her honour, it being to that quality alone that knighthood volunteered its safeguard. At public ceremonies, if a woman of easy virtue ventured to take precedence of a woman of honourable fame, she was immediately reminded of the impropriety of her conduct by some member of the order, and compelled to retire to the rear. This recognition of virtue had a strong tendency to promote female chastity. It could not put a stop to voluntary prostitution, but it at least prevented virtuous women being necessitated to yield their honour to force. It held out, moreover, an attractive premium to correct conduct among the sex by making it the object of heroic exploits, celebrated in the romantic lays of minstrels and troubadours. Its observances have a fantastic aspect in the light of modern civilization, but they unquestionably exercised a powerful corrective influence over the female character, so degraded at its commencement, while at the same time they elevated that of the male sex by teaching them to respect themselves. In the wars of the period, it was against the rules of chivalry to take women prisoners. When a town was captured and entered by victorious troops, the first step taken was to make proclamation that no violence should be offered to any female. This conduct was so much at variance with the notions and habits of soldiery that the feelings which sustained chivalry must have taken deep root in the minds of all classes to restrain the passions of the military, strengthened as they were by dissolute habits and the absence of opportunity for their gratification during service in the field. To such an extreme was this feeling of deferential courtesy to the sex carried, that the Normans were severely censured for their conduct at the capture of the castle of Du Guesclin, it being alleged that they disturbed the repose of the ladies. But, as the tendency of every human institution is to degenerate from its original purpose, the rigid purism which marked the foundation of chivalry soon began to relax, and disorders crept in and sapped the basis of a system which was too theoretically perfect to have any extended duration. It is difficult to ascertain the precise character of the relations which existed between the troubadours and the mistresses to whose service they devoted themselves, and who were frequently married women. The knight Bertram happened to lose the favour of his mistress, the wife of Talleyrand de Perigord, in consequence of stories which had been related to her implicating his fidelity, and charging him with dividing his knightly attentions. He protests his innocence of these accusations in a lay as impassioned as that of a lover to the object of his adoration, and invokes a number of knightly calamities upon himself, if his devotion to her be not above suspicion. It is hardly creditable that the love of such ardent admirers was immaculate Platonism. On the other hand, the fact that husbands were rarely or never jealous of them goes some way to refute the idea that they had a more serious character. The lords of those times were proud of the protestations of regard offered to their ladies, and rewarded the troubadours with rich and valuable presents. The lords of our day, grown wise by experience, make a point of keeping all such interlopers at a distance. While chivalry poised its lance in defence of the Lucretias, and then of the Dulcineas of the day, the religious view of the commerce of the sexes was particularly ascetic. Although the most profound devotion was paid to woman in the abstract by the order, the Church sought to encourage perpetual celibacy, the seclusion of women, and the separation of the sexes. The clergy were forbidden to marry, and the idea seemed to prevail that it was impossible for men and women to mingle without being under the influence of lascivious ideas, and ready to carry them into practice as soon as opportunity offered. The attempt to organize society on such a basis had an inevitable tendency to produce demoralization. Its obvious result, instead of promoting chastity, was to increase secret licentiousness and encourage prostitution. Even the voluntary vows of knights and troubadours were, in the end, as little observed as these ecclesiastical precepts. The profligacy of the troubadours became open and undisguised, and the virtue of their mistresses naturally kept pace with their example. The knights who enlisted in the Crusades with a large amount of zeal and but a small share of wealth supported their retainers by robberies on the way, and the females who accompanied them acted as camp followers usually do. No institution which deals merely in external observances can restrain immorality in circumstances favourable to its development, and hence chivalry was forced to yield before more powerful influences. That it served its purpose in elevating the condition of woman and in giving a better tone to society at large, it would be unjust to deny. Even when chivalry declined and ceased to inspire feats of knight-errantry, we find women, instead of falling back into the degrading position they had formerly occupied, employing themselves in intellectual pursuits, publishing books, mixing in public controversies, distinguishing themselves in the acquisition of languages, and even taking a leading part in the political affairs of the time. Among the women who acquired a historical notoriety by their position as royal mistresses during the epoch comprised between the Norman conquest and the reign of Henry VIII were the fair Rosamond, concubine of Henry II, and Jane Shaw, the mistress of Edward IV. The misfortunes, as well as the generous qualities of these fair sinners, have thrown a sort of halo around them. Rosamond, surnamed the Fair on account of her exquisite beauty, was the daughter of Walter, Lord Clifford, and was educated in the nunnery of Godstow. The popular tradition concerning her is that Henry, hearing of her charms, paid her a visit, but finding her virtue inflexible, had to exercise his authority as sovereign to compel her to yield to his wishes. He placed her in a building erected in the midst of a labyrinth at Woodstock, access to which could only be obtained by a clue of thread. Henry located her here to protect her from the jealousy of his Queen Eleanor. She bore the king two sons, William Longsword, Earl of Salisbury, and Geoffrey, Bishop of Lincoln. During the king's absence in France, he entrusted the keeping of Woodstock and the care of the fair Rosamond to one Lord Thomas, who endeavoured to seduce her. In revenge for the rejection of his overtures, the faithless warden conducted Queen Eleanor to her retreat, and the latter is said to have mixed a cup of poison, which her minions compelled the unfortunate Rosamond to drink. It is also alleged that the Queen struck the poor girl on her lip with her clenched hand. Some assert that Rosamond died a natural death in a convent at Oxford, and attributed the origin of the story of poisoning to the figure of a cup which was sculptured on her tomb. It is more probable that this effigy was placed there to commemorate the actual event. Rosamond was buried in the church of Godstow, opposite the high altar, where her remains lay undisturbed until they were ordered to be removed with every mark of indignity by Hugh, Bishop of Lincoln, in the year 1191. She was regarded by the people as a saint, if not a martyr, and wonderful legends were related concerning her. The celebrated concubine of Edward IV was the wife of Matthew Shaw, a goldsmith in Lombard Street, London. Edward possessed a good figure and pleasing address, and was fond of athletic sports and exercises, which he enjoyed in company with the citizens, among whom he became exceedingly popular. His popularity extended to many of the citizens' wives, and it was not considered out of the natural course of things that Mrs. Shaw should be removed from Lombard Street to shine at court as the royal favourite. Historians represent her as extremely beautiful, remarkably gay in temperament, and of uncommon generosity. The king, it is said, was no less charmed with her temperate disposition than with her person. She never made use of her influence over him to the prejudice of anyone, and if she ever importuned him, it was in favour of the unfortunate. After the death of Edward, she attached herself to Lord Hastings, and when Richard III cut off that nobleman as an obstacle to his schemes, She was arrested as an accomplice on the ridiculous charge of witchcraft. This accusation, however, terminated in a public penance, with the loss of whatever little property she possessed. Notwithstanding the severities exercised against her, it is certain that she was alive in the reign of Henry VIII, when Sir Thomas More mentions having seen her poor and shriveled, without the least trace of her former beauty. Mr. Rowe, in his tragedy of Jane Shaw, has adopted the popular story related to the old ballad of her perishing from hunger in a ditch, where Shoreditch now stands, but Stowe assures us that that street was thus named previous to the time of Jane Shaw. The example of none of the English kings had a greater influence in bringing the marriage tie into disrepute than that of Henry VIII. An effort has been made by Mr. Frond in his New History of England to redeem the character of this monarch from some portion of the obloquy with which it is covered, but there is no doubt that he was an unmitigated monster. Curious to say, during his youth and early manhood, he betrayed no evidence of the brutal passions which afterward moved him. He was the husband of Catherine for 17 years before his domestic conduct incurred reproach. At that late period of his career, he conceived a violent passion for Anne Boleyn, and, in order to get her to share his bed, sought to divorce his wife. From this period, he seemed to become the prey of a restless concupiscence, which sought gratification in new objects of indulgence, and his passion for the women he married and beheaded was as short-lived as it was violent. There is reason to believe that his marriage with Anne Boleyn was more than adulterous. It is said Anne's mother had been more complacent to Henry than her duty to her husband or the laws of morality would have sanctioned. And we have the authority of Bishop Fisher for concluding that Anne was the result of this illicit connection, and that when the king expressed an intention of marrying her, Lady Boleyn exhorted him to abandon his design, as Anne was his own daughter. Henry was not to be deterred by an obstacle of this sort. He had great difficulty in procuring a divorce, and in the meanwhile, he and Anne had become so intimate that she began to exhibit proofs of the connection which could not be concealed. A private marriage was resorted to, considerations of state rendering it prudent to keep the union secret. Catherine was divorced through the instrumentality of Cranmer, but Henry did not long continue to repose confidence in his new bride. Soon after the marriage was made public, and she had been formally inaugurated as Queen, she attended a tilting match at Greenwich, accompanied by the King and a large concourse of spectators. The King observed her exchange amorous signals with one of the combatants, who was also one of her paramours. Henry had entertained suspicions of her connection with this man, and this proof, as he regarded it, of her infidelity aroused his jealousy. He left the scene on the instant, and returned to Westminster, where he issued orders to have her immediately arrested. She was thrown into prison, and tried on the joint charges of adultery and incest. She was accused of having committed adultery with 4 separate members of the King's household, and of having had incestuous intercourse with her own brother, Lord Rochford. She was tried, found guilty, and executed. Whether she committed the entire criminality laid to her charge, it is impossible to say, but that the incidents of the career just described were in perfect unison with the doings of Henry and his court, there is no doubt. Of the influence of such examples on the morals of the people at large, there is, unfortunately, as little question. If court manners and court styles are zealously followed, the vices that spring from them are not less assiduously improved upon. Henry's strong sexual passions, as well as his arbitrary disposition, were bequeathed to his daughter Elizabeth. However historians may differ as to the degree of her depravity, they all agree that her right to the title of Virgin Queen was exceedingly ill-founded. Many of her delinquencies with persons of the opposite sex were notorious, although perhaps difficult of proof. While she had not the slightest claim to beauty, she delighted in flattery, and could swallow any amount of gross and fulsome adulation. Her vanity so blinded her that she never perceived that the extravagant praises lavished on her personal attractions were merely covert satire. It is said that Elizabeth indulged in almost indiscriminate lewdness, and that Leicester, Hatton, Essex, Mountjoy, and numerous others shared her favours. In one of the notes appended to Hume's fourth volume, the nature of Elizabeth's dealings with a large number of her favourites is set forth, the author of the statement being the Countess of Shrewsbury. Mary, Queen of Scots, at a time when friendly relations existed between her and Elizabeth, wrote to the latter that the Countess had reported that Elizabeth had given a promise of marriage to a certain courtier, but, finding the marriage inexpedient, had dispensed with the ceremony and admitted him to her bed. The Countess also stated that she had been equally indulgent to Simier, the French agent, and that Hatton, another of her paramours, had spread many reports indicative of her extreme sexual passion. The immediate successors of Elizabeth were of a different personal temperament, and did not abandon themselves to such scandalous excesses. James I had no mistresses, and was not of a character to seek pleasure in extravagant licentiousness, but his court was not free from the scenes which had disgraced those of Henry and Elizabeth. James, being desirous of uniting the Earl of Essex with the Lady Frances Howard, daughter of the Earl of Suffolk, had the young couple betrothed, although they had not attained the age of puberty. The Earl was only 14 years of age, while Lady Frances was but 13, and it was deemed proper for the youth to travel until both should have arrived at the maturity necessary for the consummation of the marriage relation. After 4 years spent on the continent, the Earl returned to England and found his affianced bride in the full lustre of extraordinary beauty, and of the fame which great personal charms excite. He had also the mortification to find himself repulsed when he approached her as a husband, and was met by every manifestation of dislike and contempt. He complained to her parents on the subject, and they compelled her to accompany him to the country. Although the young Countess obeyed this mandate literally, the feud between her and Essex was far from terminated. She recognised him as her husband in name only, and sedulously kept herself aloof from his society, nor could any of his endeavours overcome her repugnance. The lady persisted in her obstinacy. The husband redoubled his attentions and importunities, but, finding that she was invincible, he finally abandoned the pursuit and separated from her. The cause of this strange conduct on the part of the Countess was the passion which she entertained for a Scotch adventurer named Robert Carr, who had found a favourable reception from the king, by whom he was created Viscount Rochester. She believed that by refusing to consummate her marriage with Essex, she would not be considered by the world in the light of his wife, and she hoped to procure a divorce, which would enable her to marry Rochester. As their mutual attachment was ardent and their opportunities for being together frequent, they anticipated the probability of a marriage, and indulged their passions without waiting for the ceremony. They did not find as much trouble in procuring a divorce as they had anticipated. The king, who had a strong partiality for Rochester, favoured their views, and Essex, finding that his suit was hopeless with his wife, opposed no obstacle to the nullification of his marriage. The grounds on which the Countess sued out the divorce were of rather a curious character. The chief allegation against Essex was impotency. At that time, a firm faith existed in the absurd notions that there were people who possessed the power of witchcraft, enabling them, among other things, to deprive a man of his virility. It was asserted and maintained that Essex had been subjected to this influence, and was therefore incompetent to occupy the position of a married man. The divorce was secured, and Rochester and the Countess experienced no further obstacle to the gratification of their desires. Rochester had previously consulted Overbury on the difficulties of his position, and the latter strongly advised him not to marry the Countess. These facts coming to the ears of Lady Frances, she induced Rochester to have Overbury poisoned. On the discovery of the murder, Rochester and his wife were brought to trial and convicted, but the mistaken clemency of the king interposed between them and the doom they so richly merited. They passed the remainder of their days in obscurity, but as bitter enemies, and although they resided in the same house for many years, no word or message was ever exchanged between them. End of section 30. Section 31 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 31. Chapter 24. Great Britain. History from the Commonwealth to the present day. On gaining the ascendant, the Puritans endeavoured to reform the general corruption of society by cutting to the root of the disorders that afflicted it. Instead, however, of applying the knife judiciously, they excised the sound as well as the unhealthy parts. Their measures went to the extreme of killing all the affections and impulses natural to the human breast, in order to repress the excesses arising from too free an abandonment to them. Some fanatics, for instance, gravely suggested that in order to put an end to fornication and adultery, all intercourse should be prohibited between the sexes. In our days, it is found that innocent amusements are the best safeguard against criminal indulgence, but the Puritans thought otherwise and looked upon joyous exhilaration of any kind as almost sinful. They enforced their gloomy doctrines with a tyranny as unbending as their tenets themselves were harsh and unnatural. Theatrical entertainments, dancing, etc. were sternly placed under ban, and Puritanism presented merely a heavy and murky atmosphere, with scarcely a social star to enliven its gloomy aspect. When the Restoration removed the oppressive weight of fanaticism from the public spirit, it rebounded as far above a healthy pitch as it had been formerly depressed below it. An immediate revolution took place in the manners and habits of the people. The theatres, which had been closed by the Puritans, were at once reopened, and the populace abandoned themselves to pleasurable excesses with an eagerness proportionate to the restraint which had been imposed on them. This license would in time have been checked by reflection, had not the impulse been supplied from the quarter where a repressive influence should have been exercised. The merry monarch and his court led the race in this national carnival, and the examples which they set only served to stimulate the public appetite for debauchery. Indeed, the court of Charles was little better than a public brothel, and the wit with which its orgies were embellished only served to increase the dangers arising from its conspicuous position, and its power over men's minds as the centre from which all rank and consideration flowed. The conduct of the courtiers was strictly modelled on that of their royal master, and their social accomplishments only imperfectly varnished over the gross features of a coarse sensuality. Women were flattered and caressed, but not respected, and the homage paid them was such as no decent woman in our time would consent to receive. The most faithful portraiture of the manners of this epoch is to be found in its dramatic literature. The staple incidents of the pieces represented at the theatres consisted of love intrigues, seductions, and rapes. The fop of the play never elicited such hearty applause as when he recounted his exploits in the ruin of female virtue among the citizens' wives. The theatre not only fostered lewdness by depicting it in glowing and attractive colours, but its actors spread abroad the corruption which it was their business to delineate. Their personal character corresponded in too many instances with the parts which they performed, and they reenacted in private the debaucheries which they presented on the stage. The theatre itself became a central rendezvous for immoral characters, and the place where assignations were most conveniently fixed. Lively wenches, under the pretence of selling oranges to the spectators, frequented the pit, and took their places in the front row, with their backs to the stage. It was well understood that they were as ready to sell favours as fruit, and in fact that they had come from the neighbouring brothels for that express purpose. Deep drinking was another characteristic feature of the times, and bacchanalian orgies were freely indulged in by all classes, from the king to the beggar, differing little in the extremes to which they were pushed. Conversation, even in what was called the best society, was disfigured by the grossest obscenity and blasphemy, and bon ton consisted in the extravagance to which this vicious conduct was extended. Even the peasantry endeavoured to imitate the costumes and carriages of the courtiers, and country women were to be seen in flaunting dresses cut so as to expose as much as possible of the person. Up to this period, no female had ever appeared upon the English stage. Where women were introduced, their parts had been filled by boys. Neither was it customary for a monarch to show himself at a public representation of a play, but when they were enacted for his amusement, the performance took place in some apartment of the royal palace. In Charles's reign, women, for the first time, appeared on the stage and performed the parts allotted to the heroines of the drama. The king and queen became regular frequenters of the theatre, and encouraged by their presence the double entendre and broad indecencies of the pieces in vogue. We may remark parenthetically that unmarried actresses usually adopted the title mistress before their names, the word miss as then applied, signifying that she who bore it was a concubine. In modern days, it is the habit to reverse this practice, as the marriage state is considered to divest the actress of half her attractions. There were but two theatres in London at this period: the King's Theatre, where the celebrated Nell Gwynn and Mrs. Rebecca Marshall were the chief actresses, and the Duke's, where another company performed. One day, the reigning favourites at the King's Theatre had a violent quarrel, and Mrs. Marshall called Nell Lord Buckhurst's mistress. Nell contented herself with rejoining that she was but one man's mistress, though brought up in a brothel, while Mrs. Marshall bore the same relation to 3 or 4, notwithstanding she was the daughter of a Presbyterian. Their own accounts of each other leave no doubt as to their morality. The pieces represented in the London theatres in the time of Charles II were, as we have before stated, filled with indecent allusions, and their interest with the public turned on the number and intensity of these prurient passages. The ladies never attended the first representation of a comedy except in masks, and when the dames of the court, with their established reputations for gallantry, were apprehensive of being seen with them, some idea may be formed of the licentious character of the pieces most in favour. But many of these plays are still in evidence to speak for themselves. It will be seen that in the majority, the plot is so framed as to admit the greatest licence in libidinous allusions. The distinguished feature of them is that the most immodest passages are put into the mouths of women, and indeed, we know that that actress was the most successful who took the greatest liberties with the text, and most improved upon its lewdness of expression. As a specimen of the general character of these plays, we may name All Mistaken, or The Mad Couple, quite a favourite with the public in its day. The hero is importuned by 6 clamorous unfortunates, whose ruin he has effected, and dunned in addition by the nurses of their illegitimate offspring, for wages owing to them. The delectable superstructure of obscene dialogue, which is raised on this foundation, may be better imagined than described. The usual hour at which the theatres opened their doors was 4 in the afternoon, and after the close of the performances the audience generally repaired to some garden or other place of public amusement. Here, scenes were enacted which proved a fit sequel to those witnessed on the stage. The Orange Girls had a superior, known as Orange Moll, who occupied a position somewhat analogous to that of the modern brothel keeper. She attended the girls to the theatre, and superintended and directed their operations there. During the entr'acte, lewd conversations were carried on between the Orange Girls and the gallants, which were interspersed with obscene jokes, and highly relished by the audience. The custom of interpolating the gay women who frequented the theatre was continued to a period comparatively recent. Everyone has heard the story of Peg Plunket and the Duke of Scotland in the days when the gods of the Dublin theatre were esteemed the most discriminating, though boisterous and rollicking, audience of the three kingdoms. Charles selected several of his mistresses from the stage, for which he had a passionate fondness. Miss Davis literally sang and danced her way into his affections. Her conquest of the king was consummated by the manner in which she sang the popular ballad, "My lodging is on the cold ground." Charles thought she was deserving of warmer quarters, and raised her to his own bed. He established her in a splendid residence, and lavished on her the most extravagant gifts. The Queen at first resented the open and undisguised infidelities of the king, and publicly manifested her sense of them on one occasion by quitting the theatre when Miss Davis made her appearance on the stage. But finding it impossible to reclaim him from his vicious propensities, she abandoned all hopes of restricting his libertinism, or even of keeping him within the bounds of conventional decency. The Countess of Castlemaine, afterward created Duchess of Cleveland, was of a more jealous temperament than the Queen, and took a more characteristic revenge on Charles for his frailties. She took another lover, and went to reside at his house, very much to the comfort of her royal patron, who had a kingly dislike of trouble. After quarrelling with Lord Buckhurst, Nell Gwynn returned to the stage, but had not long resumed her profession when it was rumoured that she had made a conquest of the king. These reports were apparently contradicted by her continued appearance at the theatre, and the progress she made in her art, which could only be the result of careful study. A tragedy by Dryden was advertised, the principal character to be performed by Nell, but before the night of its first representation arrived, it was found necessary to postpone the performance, owing to Nell's not being in a condition to appear. From this time, her connection with Charles no longer remained a secret. Nell, like her predecessors, was not long suffered to maintain uncontested her supremacy over the king's affections. When the Duchesse d'Orléans, the sister of Charles, paid a visit to the English court in 1670, she had in her train a handsome maid who was admired for her simple and childish style of beauty. Whether instigated by the courtiers who accompanied her mistress, whose visit was a political one, or prompted by her own sagacity, she made her acquiescence in the king's desires conditional upon his executing the shameful treaty which gave France such important advantages and rendered Charles a mere tributary to the French king. This girl, Louise de Keroualle, became the rival of Nell Gwynn, and had a child by Charles who was created Duke of Richmond. So scandalously public had the relations of Charles with the loose women who surrounded him become, and so flagrant and unblushing was the conduct of the latter, that the Queen could no longer reside in the Palace of Whitehall, and accordingly removed to Somerset House in the Strand. This feeling of indignation on the part of Her Majesty soon extended to the virtuously disposed part of the public. Efforts were made to apply a remedy to the disorder which threatened to corrupt the whole framework of English society. In Parliament it was proposed to levy a tax on the playhouses, which had become undisguised nests of prostitution. The debate which ensued elicited a witticism which led to serious consequences to the gentleman who uttered it. On Sir John Birkenhead's remarking that the players were the king's servants and part of his pleasures, Sir John Coventry was imprudent enough to inquire whether the king's pleasures lay among the men that acted or the women. For this offence to Charles, he was waylaid by some of the courtiers who slit his nose and otherwise maltreated him. It is impossible, however, to deny that this very license of manners rendered the king popular with a certain class of his subjects. The only exception taken by them to his conduct was the selection of a foreigner as one of his mistresses, and even this would have passed without comment, but for the political consequences of the connection. It was generally understood among the people that Mademoiselle de Keroualle, or Mrs. Carwell, as she was commonly called, was an agent used for the purpose of securing the ascendancy of French interests. This brought upon her the hostility of the populace, who availed themselves of every opportunity of manifesting their dislike to her. Nell Gwynn was an Englishwoman, a Protestant, and the idol of the town. She was known by the title of the Protestant Mistress, while Mrs. Carwell went by that of the King's Popish concubine. Nell was one day insulted in her carriage at Oxford, and came very near being mobbed by the populace in mistake for Mrs. Carwell. With her usual wit and presence of mind, she put her head out of the window and quieted the rioters by telling them that she was the Protestant W.E. As the literature of the times reflected the general licentiousness of manners, it was not to be expected that the arts would escape their demoralizing influence. Most of the paintings then executed were characterized by the same freedom of expression which was used on the stage. There is an old print extant of the Duchess of Portsmouth reclining on a bank of violets, wearing no other covering than a lace robe, and in another, Nell Gwynn is represented in the same semi-nude condition. It is said that this dress had belonged to the Duchess, and had been much admired by the King, but that, with her usual love of mischief, Nell had purloined it, greatly to the amusement of her royal lover, and very much to the chagrin and mortification of the Duchess. The King had his own peculiar way of celebrating the Sabbath. On that day he usually collected his mistresses around him, and amused himself by toying with them and humouring their caprices. We have a picture by a contemporaneous writer of one of his Sunday evenings at Whitehall, where the court resided. It was shortly before his death. Charles sat in the centre of a group of these women, indulging in the most frivolous amusements, and apparently in high humour. At a little distance stood a page singing love songs for the delectation of the king's mistresses, while round a gambling table were seated a number of his courtiers, playing for stakes which sometimes ran as high as $10,000 of our money. The orgies of the night were kept up until daylight broke in upon the revellers. At 8 o'clock the same morning, the king was seized with a fit of apoplexy and died within a week. James II, though of a grave and stern character, was scarcely less amorous in his temperament than Charles. They differed, however, in their tastes. Charles required beauty in his mistresses, and Nell Gwynn and some of his other concubines were not only beautiful in person, but possessed of intellectual graces which gilded their gross sensuality. James cared but little for personal attractions, and lavished his favours on coarse-featured and coarse-minded women. His wife was below him in rank, and he did not stoop to her for her beauty, for she was plain, if not downright ugly, in her features. He soon transferred his affections to a still plainer mistress, Arabella Churchill. His strongest attachment was, however, that which he entertained for Catherine Sedley, who possessed a powerful influence over him. She was the daughter of Sir Charles Sedley, and seems to have inherited from him the strong passions and reckless disregard of public opinion by which he was distinguished. Sedley's writings were more licentious than those of any of his contemporaries. His literary talents were not of a high order, but he possessed fair conversational abilities, which made his society attractive. The extreme dissoluteness of his life and disregard of all decency provoked censure even in that age of loose morals. On one occasion, after a drunken revel with some of his profligate companions, he presented himself on the balcony of a tavern near Covent Garden in a state of complete nudity, and commenced a harangue so full of lewdness and obscenity that the crowd pelted him with stones and other missiles, and compelled him to withdraw into the house. A daughter, inheriting these propensities, and brought up under the influence of this example, could not fail to become conspicuous for similar traits of character. Her person possessed none of the attributes which render women attractive. A lank, spare figure, a hollow cheek, Sir must have recommended Catherine to his brother as a penance for his sins. She herself had the discrimination not to be insensible to the truth of this remark, and was even in the habit of boasting of her own plain looks. Her taste for finery was as great as if she possessed attractions worth setting off by its aid. James, when he formed this connection, had advanced to middle age, and it is difficult to account for the influence which she contrived to exercise over him. On his accession to the throne, he promised the Queen to abandon her, but his good resolution soon gave way. Whenever the absence of his wife afforded the opportunity, Chiffinch might be seen conducting Catherine through the private passage leading to his chamber. Notwithstanding all the affected austerity of his manners, James was in reality but little better than his volatile brother. At no period in the history of England, as we have just shown, had the licentiousness of the court been greater than it was during the reigns of Charles II and James II, only to be exceeded, perhaps, by the fearful abyss of debauchery and atheism which a few years later was beheld in the courts of Louis XV and the Regent of France. The vigour and intellect of the early part of the reign of Louis XIV, the magnificence of his tastes, and the glory just shown, had the licentiousness of the court been greater than it was during the reigns of Charles II and James II, only to be exceeded, perhaps, by the fearful abyss of debauchery and atheism which a few years later was beheld in the courts of Louis XV and the Regent of France. The vigour and intellect of the early part of the reign of Louis XIV, the magnificence of his tastes, and the glory of his enterprises stand out in powerful contrast to the doings of the imbecile, corrupt, and utterly profligate and debased court of England. The influence of this most pernicious example it is somewhat difficult to arrive at. The great body of the people, especially in the country, in those times of difficult communication, were probably but little affected by the extravagance of the restored cavaliers, added to which there was a powerful leaven of religious feeling working through the country, which did not for some time settle down into the apathy that called for a new manifestation of Puritan feeling in the establishment of Wesleyan Methodism. In the upper classes of society, however, the core rottenness of the courts of Charles and James was yet felt throughout the reigns of the succeeding sovereigns, even down to the time of George III. The writings of contemporary authors, especially of the comic dramatists, the abstract and brief chronicles of the times, are a fair type of the public morals and intelligence in all ages. At this epoch, we have from these sources overwhelming evidence of the reaction which had taken place. After the removal of the compulsory restraint of Puritan control, the nation seemed at once to have lost its reason. Modesty and decency were badges of Puritan republicanism, and therefore unsuited to loyal men, who showed their attachment to the monarchy by their abandonment of decorum and violation of every moral virtue. The productions of the favourite authors teem with coarse images, unequivocal allusions, and gross facts. Wit degenerated into blasphemy, liveliness into obscenity, metaphors into lasciviousness. The scenes that took place in the court, and which constituted its daily amusements, were disgusting to the last degree. The mere commerce of the sexes and the libertinism of the period in that respect were the smallest vices, and might almost be considered merely follies, but the venality and corruption were open and shameless. The courtiers cast aside the last rag of patriotic propriety, and avarice, cruelty, lust, and perjury filled the measure of wickedness. On one occasion, it is said, an infant was prematurely born in one of the rooms of the palace, and Charles, with many jocular remarks, had the body conveyed to his own closet for dissection by his own hand. An incident of such brutality, which might be frequently paralleled by others equally bad in degree, though different in fact, shows the hideous destitution of all decency with which the court must have been cursed. The pages of Rochester, Etheridge, Buckingham, Congreve, Vanbrugh, and Fletcher in the close of the 17th, and Prior, Gay, Swift, and scores of inferior writers in the commencement of the 18th century, all exhibit this state of affairs, while the noble muse, even of a Dryden, could stoop to earn base applause by lending her powers to the decoration of vice, and voluntarily quitting her native regions to wallow in the mire. The vices of this period must have left an ineradicable taint behind them, when, after the full tide of iniquity had swept on and purer waters were succeeding, we find Lord Chesterfield, a British statesman of distinguished ability and high position, thus advising his own son: "Let the great book of the world be your principal study, nocturna versati manu versati diurna," which may be rendered thus: "Turn over men by day and women by night." I mean, only the best editions. While, as we have already observed, there was probably a wholesome religious element in a portion of the population, which operated as an antiseptic against the rottenness of the court, it is impossible but that the capital must have been imbued with the reckless iniquity, outrageous dissoluteness, and general immorality of the higher classes. The poets, playwrights, essayists, and biographers of the age all bear traces of the effects of bad example in high places on public manners. A critic of those days says, "The accomplished gentleman of the English stage is a person that is familiar with other men's wives and indifferent to his own, and the fine lady is generally a composition of sprightliness and falsehood." A thorough disrespect for female virtue, or rather the admiration of libertinism, tainted the life's blood of the capital. And when passing over the coarse wit of Prior or the perverted genius of Dryden, we come to the sober and moderate writings of essayists and satirists, we find material which gives us some little insight into the lower London life of the period, and that which has more immediate interest for us in this inquiry. In the delightful and ever-youthful pages of The Spectator, there are some incidents of great pathos touching the state of those unfortunates whose condition was then, as now, one of the disgraces of civilization. One paper contains a singularly apposite remark. "I was told," says the writer, a woman of the town, "by a Roman Catholic gentleman last week, who I hope is absolved for what then passed between us, that in countries where popery prevails, besides the advantages of licensed stews, there are larger endowments given for the incurabili, I think he calls them. This manner of treating poor sinners has, we think, great humanity in it. And as you, Mr. Spectator, are a person who pretends to carry your reflections upon all subjects which occur to you, I beg therefore of you to lay before the world the condition of us poor vagrants, who are really in a way of labour instead of idleness." At another time, the Spectator himself meets a slim young girl of about 17, who with a pert air asked me if I was for a pint of wine. I could observe as exact features as ever I had seen, the whole person, in a word, of a woman exquisitely beautiful. She affected to allure me with a forced wantonness in her look and air, but I saw it checked with hunger and cold. Her eyes were wan and eager, her dress thin and tawdry, her mien genteel and childish. This strange figure gave me much anguish of heart, and to avoid being seen with her I went away, but could not avoid giving her a crown. The poor thing sighed, courtesied, and with a blessing expressed with the utmost vehemence, turned from me. This creature is what they call newly come upon the town. The arts of the procuresses, their experiments on inexperienced country girls, their attendance at coach offices and public places to hunt for and entrap the unwary, the regular customers they have for new wares, the mode first of offering them to private sale, and then, when the first gloss is worn off, casting them on the public market, are all as true of 1858 as of the day for which it was written. In one case, the spectator, being at a coach office, overhears a lady inquiring of a young girl her parentage and character, and especially if she had been properly brought up and has been taught her catechism. Desirous of seeing a lady who had so proper an idea of her duties to servants, he peeps through and sees the face of a well-known bawd, thus decoying a young girl just arrived in London. One amusing cheat in the business of these go-betweens is complained of by a lady correspondent. For a consideration, they profess to introduce some ambitious foreigner or country gentleman to the favours of ladies of high degree, ruling toasts, leading bells, etc. Some lady, Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs, is foisted upon the deluded customer, who must of course be ignorant of the person of his inamorata, and he walks off boasting in great self-gratulation of his good fortune, to the great injury of an irreproachable woman's fame. It was reserved for the reign of George III to give a favourable turn to court morals, and to make virtue respectable. The Georges I and II had exercised but a negative influence on their subjects. They were merely viewed as political necessities, and held in little or no personal esteem. Their uncouth manners, foreign mistresses, and decidedly heavy liaisons had no charm for either eye or fancy. With George III and his Queen, virtue in courts became in some degree fashionable. The slough of libertinism in which Louis XV and the Regent Orléans had plunged themselves seemed in France to have created some reaction. Louis XVI in Paris and George III in London presented the rare spectacle to their respective subjects of two well-conducted men, whose domestic life and character were unimpeachable. But as the sons of George III, especially the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York, attained their majority, they were surrounded by bands of flatterers and parasites, who stimulated and encouraged the natural proneness of youth to pleasure and dissipation. The libertinism and excesses of the Stuarts again became bon ton, devoid, it is true, of political debasement and national dishonour, checked also by parental disapprobation and by the influence of public opinion. This, though very weak, was not quite powerless, and though lenient to the errors of youth, it drew an unfavourable comparison between the reckless extravagance and dissolute tastes of the princes, and the moderate and personally estimable conduct of the king and queen. The masses of the English people were distinguished for plain good sense and attachment to the cause of religion and morality, and although drinking, gambling, boxing and racing were, in honour of the royal princes, fashionable amusements, and their attainment coveted and emulated by many of the rising generation, still the general sentiment of the nation at this period was condemnatory of these vices. Those inclined to charitable views of human nature found excuses in the temptations of youth, a fine person, a commanding position, and lastly, in the infamous counsels of those who found political capital in the encouragement of these excesses, thereby promoting a division between the heir to the throne and his sovereign parent. Others there were who beheld in George IV, whether as prince or monarch, a modern Tiberius, a man of ungovernable lusts, a ruthless libertine and a debased sensualist, without any redeeming qualities. As a fact, apart from causes and political prejudices, George IV was undoubtedly a debauchee and a man of dissolute habits, but he was a man of liberal education, of cultivated taste, of distinguished appearance and elegant manners. He and the Count d'Artois, brother of Louis XVI, were considered the most finished gentlemen in Europe, so far as mannerism went. These externals glossed over and even lent a charm to the vices of his youth, and the mysterious orgies of Carlton House were associated in the public mind with the brilliant wit of Sheridan, the manly grace of Wyndham, that beau ideal of an English gentleman, the vast talent of Fox, and the enchanting grace of Georgiana, Duchess of Devonshire, the bright particular star amid a galaxy of minor luminaries. The respectability belonged to the court party. The genius and fascination were ranged on the side of the Prince of Wales. It is difficult, even at this brief lapse of time, and when so many eyewitnesses are yet surviving to speak with any degree of confidence of the state of general public morals in England, as affected by the French Revolution and the violent Tory and Whig contests of the period, the literature which preceded and accompanied the French Revolution went the whole length of undermining and unsettling every established institution, both of politics and religion, without building up an effective substitute in place of the structure destroyed. The doctrines of moral obligation and the balance of general convenience, which, according to the Volney, Voltaire and Rousseau school, were to supersede the effete and worn-out dogmas of the gospel, were little known and less liked in England. At the outset of the French movements, the cause had the sympathy of the English liberals, but afterward, when the social and political excesses of the time disgusted even its moderate British supporters, and when the deep-rooted and apparently innate antagonism of the two nations was revived by the war, the hatred and contempt of the English people for French manners, French literature, French men, French everything, knew no bounds. Thus, while the leaven of Parisian philosophy was fermenting in the breasts of all continental Europe, it is our opinion that its influence in England was purely of a reactionary character, and as, under the last Stuarts, patriotism and libertinism went hand in hand, so in the end of the 18th and the commencement of the 19th centuries, an Englishman's love of his own country and his hatred of France were associated with a detestation of the heresies of French philosophers and patriarchs. Of the effect produced on the morals of the people by the loose manner in which, previous to 1753, the marriage ceremony was performed, we have the evidence brought forward in the debate on Lord Hardwicke's marriage bill. Anterior to that time, a boy of 14 and a girl of 12 years of age might marry against the will of their parents or guardians, without any possibility of dissolving such marriage. The law, indeed, required the publication of bans, but custom and the dispensing power had rendered them nugatory. A dispensation could be purchased for a couple of crowns, and the marriage could take place in a closet or a tavern, before two friends who acted as witnesses. But dispensations were not always necessary. There were privileged places, such as Mayfair and the Fleet, where the marriage ceremony could be performed at a moment's notice, and without any inconvenient questions being asked. Gretna Green, on the borders of Scotland, was long a famous place for runaway matches. It has been questioned how far the Scotch law of marriage was conducive to morality, but, judging from its effects upon the people themselves, it can scarcely be considered an ally of vice. This law, which has only been repealed within a few years, treated marriage as a civil contract, valid if contracted before witnesses, and required no ceremony or preparatory notice. That unions so formed were binding admits of no possible dispute. The question has been tried in the British courts of law on every conceivable ground, and their legality has been always affirmed. But in the case of marriage at Mayfair or the Fleet, the same certainty did not exist. Gretna Green is the first village after passing the dividing line between England and Scotland, and owes its fame to its locality. It has doubtless been the scene of many heartless adventures, for which the actual law of the land must be held accountable. The Marriage Act, which came into operation in 1754, had for its object the prevention of clandestine marriages in England, but did not interfere with the law of Scotland. It sought to effect this reform by making it necessary to the validity of a marriage without license that it should take place after the proclamation of bans on 3 Sundays in the parish church, before a person in orders, between single persons consenting, of sound mind and of the age of 21 years, or of the age of 14 in males and 12 in females, with the consent of parents or guardians, or without their consent in cases of widowhood. The new Marriage Act of 1837 allows marriage after notice to the superintendent registrars in every district, either in the public register offices, in the presence of the superintendent registrar and the registrar of marriages, or in duly registered places of worship. We have no statement as to the number of marriages previous to the year 1753. All we know is that from 1651 to 1751, the population only increased 16%, the increase being only 1,014,000 in 100 years. Since the Act of 1753 came into operation, the registers of marriages have been preserved in England and show an increase of marriages from 50,972 in the year 1756 to 63,310 in 1764. The rage of marrying is very prevalent, writes Lord Chesterfield in the latter year, and again in 1767. In short, the matrimonial frenzy seems to rage at present, and is epidemical. After many fluctuations, the marriages rose to 70, 80, 90, and 100,000 annually, and in 1851 to 154,206. 14 millions were added to the population, an increase of 187%, or at the rate of 1% annually. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 32, Chapter 25. Great Britain, Prostitution at the Present Time, Part 1. Influence of the wealthy classes, devices of procuresses, scene at a railway station, organization for entrapping women, seduction of children, continental traffic, brothel keepers, fancy men and spoonies, number of brothels in London, causes of prostitution, sexual desire, seduction, overcrowded dwellings, parental example, poverty and destitution, public amusements, ill-assorted marriages, love of dress, juvenile prostitution, factories, obscene publications, census of 1851, education and crime, number of prostitutes, female population of London, working classes, domestic servants, needlework, ages of prostitutes, average life, condition of women in London, charitable institutions, Mrs. Fry's benevolent labours. The corruption of court morals alone, and without circumstances of national weight and moment, has seldom, we take it, affected the bulk of the population. It is nevertheless undeniable that a lax morality and a fortiori a system of absolute profligacy among the wealthy classes of society will contribute in a significant degree toward the increase of prostitution in metropolitan cities. It is in the service of her wealthy customers and patrons that the professional procuress is chiefly employed, and, stimulated by high gains, she plies her vile calling and exerts all her hellish ingenuity to discover new sources of amusement and gratification for them. In Fletcher's Humorous Lieutenant, written in 1690, a court bawd is introduced reading her minute book and calling over the register of the females at her command. Chloe. Well, Chloe should fetch 350 crowns. 15, good figure, daughter of a country gentleman. Her virtue will bring me that sum, and then a riding horse for her father out of it. Well, the merchant's wife, she don't want money. I must find a spark of quality for her. The representation of such character is out of vogue in these days on the English stage, but while the proprieties are observed, the omission is but a veiling of the subject. The reality exists, though unseen. In the London Times of July 1855, an incident is thus related by a correspondent, I was standing on a railway platform at blank with a friend waiting for a train when two ladies came into the station. I was acquainted with one of them, the younger, well. She told me she was going to London, having been fortunate enough to get a liberal engagement as governess in the family of the lady under whose charge she then was, and who had even taken the trouble to come into the country to see her and her friends, to ascertain that she was likely in all respects to suit. The train coming in sight, the fares were paid, the elder lady paying both. I saw them into the carriage, and the door being closed, I bowed to them and rejoined my friend, who happened to be a London man about town. Well, I will say, said he with a laugh, you country gentlemen are pretty independent of public opinion. You are not ashamed of your little transactions being known. What do you mean? I asked. Why, I mean you're talking to that girl and her duenna on an open platform. Why, that is Miss Blank, an intimate friend of ours. Well then, I can tell you, said the Londoner to me coolly, her friend is Madame Blank, one of the most noted procuresses in London, and she has got hold of a new victim, if she is a victim, and no mistake. I saw there was not a minute to lose. I rushed to the guard of the train and got him to wait a moment. I then hurried to the carriage door where the ladies were. Miss Blank, you must get out. That person is an unfit companion for you. Madame Blank, we know who you are. That was one victim rescued, but how many are lost? In another case, the practices of a scoundrel named Finn were made the subject of a public warning by the Lord Mayor of London from his judicial chair. This fellow's plan was to advertise from abroad for ladies to go to Cologne or other places on the Rhine to become governesses in his family, which was traveling, and whose governess had unexpectedly left them, or being taken ill, or was otherwise got rid of. The candidates were to pay their own passage to the place of rendezvous when the appointments of the situation were to commence. In some cases in which the practices of this rascal had failed of their full effect, he had succeeded in defrauding poor women of their funds, and they had found the utmost difficulty in making their way home again. While it is impossible to have any precognizance of the persons and circumstances among which these wretches find their prey, some cases are peculiarly within the scope of their operations. Young females who have lost their natural protectors and are brought into contact with the world under their own guidance are easily imposed upon by the pretended friendship of these persons, and being under a pretense of employment, inveigled into their houses, are there kept until their fall is accomplished by persuasion or force. It is said that women even attend regularly at churches and Sunday schools for the purpose of decoying female children. They first accost them and interest them without making any direct advances. The next time they proceed a little farther, and soon invite them to accompany them a little distance, when they lead them to a brothel. They have been known to take the children away in the presence of the teacher, who, seeing them act as acquaintances, had no suspicion of the real nature of their associations. The London Society for the Protection of Young Females have recorded instances of children of 11 years of age being entrapped by procuresses into houses of prostitution. Those who are thus decoyed are not permitted to escape, nor to go into the streets for 2 or 3 months. By that time they are supposed to be incapable of retracing their steps, or to have become reconciled to their mode of life, and are permitted to go or remain. Occasionally they are turned adrift to seek new lodgings, their places being supplied by fresh arrivals. Some of these children find their way home again, but the majority of them are, of course, irretrievably lost, and continue in the course into which they have been thus indoctrinated. The procuresses have agents in different parts of London, whose business it is to discover young persons servant girls and others who are dissatisfied with their earnings and condition in life, and who may be considered suitable subjects. The number of servants out of place in London alone is enormous, many thousands in number, and as service is no inheritance, such a body constitutes a very favourable field of operations. The intermediate agents in these cases are small shopkeepers, laundresses, charwomen, and such others as, from their avocations, have the opportunity of becoming acquainted with the young women in service. Common lodging house keepers, too, residing in the suburbs of London, contribute their quota of assistance. Young women coming fresh from the country and sleeping in such places for a night receive recommendations to procuresses and brothel keepers as servants. Intelligence offices for hiring servants, which in London are called servants' bazaars, and are not under any license, are visited by these people in search of new faces. In some cases, procuresses are found to act on behalf of particular individuals only. In one case, such a woman kept a small shop to which she invited servant girls in the neighbourhood after a little acquaintance. By her assistance, aided by liberal entertainment with wines and spirits, her employers, 2 men of property, were enabled to corrupt 8 servant girls in a short space of time. A constant trade in prostitution is carried on between London and Hamburg, London and Paris, and London and the country. 3 or 4 years ago, a trial took place at the Central Criminal Court, London, of a man and woman who were engaged in the importation of females for purposes of prostitution. The prisoners were convicted. The details of the trial show that a regular organization existed. In some cases, Parisian prostitutes were hired in Paris for the London market by the ordinary agents in such contracts. In other cases, the parties in both capitals decoyed young women into their service on pretense of reputable engagements and shipped them over to their consignees. Of course, every care is taken in these matters to keep the transaction confidential, for although the English laws are practically most defective, still, in cases exciting any degree of notoriety, and in which the offence can be satisfactorily established by legal proof, prosecutions do take place. We cannot close this branch of our subject better than by once again quoting from The Spectator, and giving a genuine letter, which, although written a century and a half ago, is just such a one as might, for a similar purpose, be penned at the present day. It as accurately describes the mode in which articles of trade in the procuress line are disposed of now as then. My lord, I, having a great esteem for your honour, and a better opinion of you than of any of the quality, makes me acquaint you of an affair that I hope will oblige you to know. I have a niece that came to town about a fortnight ago. Her parents being lately dead, she came to me, expecting to have found me in so good a condition as to set her up in the milliner's shop. Her father gave £80 with her for 5 years. Her time is out, and she is not 16. As pretty a gentlewoman as ever you saw. A little woman, which I know your lordship likes, well shaped, and as fair a complexion for red and white as ever I saw. I doubt not but your lordship will be of the same opinion. She designs to go down about a month hence, except I can provide for her, which I cannot at present. Her father was one with whom all he had died with him, so there is 4 children left destitute. So, if your lordship thinks fit to make an appointment, where I shall wait on you with my niece by a line or 2, I stay for your answer, for I have no place fitted up since I left my house, fit to entertain your honour. I told her she should go with me to see a gentleman, a very good friend of mine. So I desire you to take no notice of my letter, by reason she is ignorant of the ways of the town. My lord, I desire, if you meet us, to come alone, for upon my word and honour, you are the first that I ever mentioned her to. Next to procuresses in this gradation of iniquity are the brothel keepers, who, although often procuresses, are not necessarily so. Shakespeare, who included all human existence in the sphere of his observation, says of them, "A bawd, a wicked bawd, the evil that thou causest to be done, that is thy means to live. Do thou but think what 'tis to cram a maw, or clothe a back from such a filthy vice. Say to thyself, from their abominable and beastly touches I drink, I eat, array myself and live. Canst thou believe thy living is a life, so stinkingly depending?" Many of these persons have been prostitutes themselves, and when past service in the one branch of business have naturally fallen into the other. Others, without having been such, adopt the trade from inclination or circumstances. The condition of these people and the interior of their houses are as various as the people themselves. At the West End of London there is a considerable degree of style. In the lower parts of the town they are sordid and filthy habitations, fit only for deeds of darkness. They are confined to private streets, alleys, and lanes out of the great thoroughfares. The law is usually put in operation in England against the brothel keepers as the representatives of the whole class. As they get the chief profits of the trade, so they run all the legal risks. The indictments against them, however, are comparatively few. There is no public prosecutor in England, as with us. The police administration of the metropolis, perhaps the best organized, the most efficient and cheapest department of the public service, does not include the prevention of brothels within its duties, which are confined to the preservation of life and property. The prosecution of brothel keepers and abolition of their establishments are usually undertaken by the parish authorities when the places are so conducted as to become a nuisance to the neighborhood, and police officers merely interfere to prevent the assemblage of prostitutes in the public streets or the solicitation of passengers by them. Virtually, this provision is little better than a dead letter, and the women evade it by walking when an officer is in sight, and thus deprive him of the only proof which would enable him to make an arrest. Some of the girls who pay exorbitant board also stipulate to give their mistresses 1/2 of their cash receipts, which are frequently very large in the case of attractive women, amounting sometimes to $100 or $200 a week. The mistress is treasurer, and the prostitutes rarely succeed in receiving back what ostensibly belongs to them. The very prosecution before mentioned originated in a French girl's being cheated by the brothel keeper. The clothing is furnished by the mistress, and for this she charges prices which absorb the entire earnings of the girls. She even contrives to furnish them with such a number of showy and useless garments that she keeps them always in her debt, and so has a lien on each to prevent her leaving, as long as she is a profitable member of the establishment. Some girls who have been seduced have, when entering on a life of prostitution, extensive and valuable wardrobes. The mistress runs them into debts of her own contracting, and if they become dissatisfied with their treatment and desire to leave, they are held for the debt. By the common law of England, all debts incurred for an immoral purpose are void, but this law is of little value to those who are ignorant of its existence, besides which the brothel keepers have possession of the booty, and thus effectually drive the debtor to an adjustment of the matters in dispute. Such of the brothel keepers as have no lawful husbands form intimacies with some man whom they support. In slang dialect there is a class of men called spoonies, who support the women or furnish them with funds when necessary. They set them up in business, become responsible for their debts, and assist them in all their difficulties. The Fancy men are those who do nothing for them but live at their expense. The lower class of brothel keepers have no spoonies, but they invariably have fancy men, who act as bullies and settle by physical force any disputes that may arise between the inmates and their visitors. These men spend the day in taverns and the night in the particular brothels to which they are attached, and are frequently felons of the deepest dye. Some of the brothel keepers are married women, and even mothers of families. The husbands are lazy, worthless wretches, addicted to gambling and drinking, and brutally indifferent to the sources from which their luxuries are supplied. In some cases, the wealthier individuals have been known to send their children to good schools away from home, and to have kept them in ignorance of their own wretched vocation. Thus, sin entails its own punishment. The number of brothels in London has been variously estimated. The whole number of houses at the last census was 300,000 and upward. Among them, it was calculated, and probably correctly, that there were 5,000 brothels, including houses of assignation. The rents of these establishments vary as much as the houses and situations, from $1,500 down to $100 a year. In good neighborhoods, we should be slow to believe that landlords had any previous knowledge of the purposes to which their houses are to be applied. Independent of moral objection, such a house deteriorates the character of the property. Indeed, the clauses in leases of the great London properties are very strict, and include all objectionable trades as causes of forfeiture. The owners of the houses are of all classes. The Almonry of Westminster, once the abode of Caxton, which within these 6 or 8 years has been pulled down, was one of the vilest aggregations of vice and crime in existence. This was the property of the Dean and Chapter of Westminster Abbey. The common law of England, as already mentioned in the matter of dress, prohibits the recovery of the rents of houses let for immoral purposes. Many of the brothel keepers themselves hire houses, furnish them, and sublet them. It has been made a matter of reproach that landlords should, even indirectly, derive income from such sources. But poverty and vice are closely allied. Where poverty exists, vice will come. It is impossible for a landlord to exclude any class of tenants in a particular neighborhood suited to them, and those who know aught about the improvement and ventilation of large cities and the breaking up of bad neighborhoods are well aware that they are accompanied with a fearful amount of extra misery to the very poor. In a subsequent portion of this work, we have endeavored to analyze the causes of prostitution as it exists in the city of New York. It may be reasonably supposed that the same reasons would be applicable to the kindred people of Great Britain. We give the following, mainly deduced from English writers, as indicating the sentiments of the best informed in that kingdom, as to the sources of so deep-rooted an evil, which must be sought in a variety of circumstances, national as well as personal. A professional man, Mr. Tate, to whose pages we have turned for information as to prostitution in Great Britain, classifies the causes as natural and accidental. The natural he subdivides into licentiousness of disposition, irritability of temper, pride and love of dress, dishonesty and love of property, and indolence. The accidental include seduction, ill-assorted marriages, low wages, want of employment, intemperance, poverty, defective education, bad example of parents, obscene publications, and a number of minor causes. Without assenting to the classification, we will accept the enumeration. The operation of sexual desire on the female sex is a mooted question among English writers on prostitution. whether it is latent and never powerful enough to provoke evil courses until it is itself stimulated and roused into energy by external circumstances, or whether it be an active principle impelling the ill-regulated female mind to sacrifice self-respect and reputation in the gratification of dominant impulses, has been frequently discussed. Many consider that its influence on the inducement of prostitution is no less unsatisfactory of solution than the physiological problem, alleging that those who have followed the bent of their natural appetites would undoubtedly prefer to ascribe their lapse to other circumstances. This subject is treated more fully elsewhere, and it is needless to repeat here the views there expressed. That sexual desire, once aroused, does exercise a potent influence on the female organization cannot be questioned. Self-abuse, which is a perverted indulgence of the natural instinct, is well known to English physicians as being practiced among young women to a great extent, though in a far less degree than among young men. Its frightful influences upon the latter have been the subject of the liveliest anxiety to those who have made the care of youth their profession, and this source of trouble is shared to some degree by female teachers. Such subjects seem by common consent to be banished from rational investigation by the majority of people, as if shutting one's eyes to the fact would prove its non-existence. This false delicacy is more injurious than is commonly supposed, for the unchecked indulgence in such habits is not only destructive of health, but in the highest degree inimical to the moral feeling, and directly subversive of all self-respect, leaving but one step to complete the final descent. Seduction. The effect of undue familiarity and too unrestrained an intercourse between the sexes cannot be exaggerated as paving the way for the last lapse from virtue. It is precisely these familiarities which, in ill-regulated minds, excite the first impulses of desire, and even where such a result does not immediately flow from too free an intercourse, it breaks down that modesty and reserve which so much enhance the beauty of woman and constitute her best safeguard. The inclined plane by which the female, who permits the first freedom, glides unchecked to final ruin, though gradual, is very difficult to retrace. The unrestricted intercourse permitted, or rather encouraged between the sexes at places of public amusement, much facilitates the opportunities of seduction. Prostitutes frequently, and we believe with truth, allege seduction as the first step toward their abandoned course of life, and the allegation itself should induce a sympathy for the misfortune of their present existence. Although in some cases the story cannot be implicitly believed, at the same time there is no doubt that a heartless seduction is but too frequent a circumstance in such cases, and contributes its sad quota of heavy account to prostitution. It is a general opinion that cases of so-called seduction in England occur between employers and female servants, and that of these are vast numbers. By seduction in such circumstances is meant the inducement to do wrong by promises or other suasives, in opposition to the commonly received idea, which makes the fall the result of strong personal attachment. In a work like this, we must notice the largest definitions, and cannot consistently limit ourselves to the inducement customarily brought forward in law proceedings, namely, a promise of marriage. In this sense, illegitimate children may be said to be the consequence of seduction. Certainly not all of them, however, because many persons voluntarily and with their eyes open enter upon cohabitation arrangements, but doubtless many are. Once seduced, of course, the female becomes herself the seducer of the inexperienced. The policy of English law of late years has been to compel the woman to protect herself. In the main, a wise policy. But the balance of human justice is very unevenly maintained. The male, the real delinquent, incurs no legal punishment and but little social reprobation. Actions for seduction are very unpopular, and those brought bear but an infinitesimal proportion to the occurrence of the crime. The onus of proof in bastardy affiliations, of course, rests upon the woman. Of late years, the alterations in the law have thrown great difficulties in her way by what is called the necessity of corroborative evidence, namely some kind of admission, direct or indirect, or some overt act which will furnish oral or documentary testimony other than the woman's unsupported statement. This may be strictly expedient, but it renders the man almost irresponsible if he only play his part with knavish prudence. Lastly, popular feeling is against charges of rape. Acquittal is very frequent, and the usual rebuttal is to impeach the character of the prosecutrix. The opinion of one of England's greatest judges has passed into a proverb: no charge so easy to make, none so difficult to disprove. Queen Elizabeth's mode of proving her disbelief of rape is also expressive of public opinion. From the combination of these circumstances, it would seem that seduction must, almost as a matter of course, lead to prostitution, inasmuch as, in ordinary English parlance, the mother of a bastard and a prostitute are almost synonymous. Overcrowded dwellings. The natural impulses of animal instinct in both sexes seem to be implicated in the effect of crowded sleeping apartments, as met with in the habitations of the poor, both in town and country. In the latter we have the show, and sometimes the reality, of family life and virtuous poverty. In the towns we find abodes of poverty, sometimes honest, sometimes in closest propinquity or intimacy with vice, and there too we have the dwelling places of the lowest depravity and vagabondism. Those who have not given their attention to the condition of the poor and the relation which their lives hold to the ordinary habits of decency and morality have much difficulty in comprehending or even believing statements which embody the plainest everyday truths. It is hard to realize things as they are if the mind has been full of ideal pictures of things as they should be. The Dives of society has been often reproached with his ignorance of Lazarus. The sin lies exactly in that ignorance. As Carlyle finally says, the duty of Christian society is to find its work and to do it. Negative virtue is of no practical use to the community, but yet the ignorance is natural enough, and no easier of removal than other ignorance. It has been generally attributed to the wealthy and upper classes of society, but it exists just the same, differing only a little in degree, in the middle class and moderately rich members of the English social system. The misery and inconvenience which the poor suffer from the straitness of their domestic arrangements are beyond belief. Grown-up girls and boys sleep in the same bed. Brothers and sisters, to say nothing of less intimate relations, are in the closest contiguity, and even strangers who are admitted into the little home to help in eking out the rent are placed on the same family footing. This momentous question to the moral well-being of the poor has excited very lively interest in England, and has called into active operation several philanthropic associations, which have in view the employment of capital in improving and cheapening the dwellings of the working classes. In London, this system of close lodging was carried to a fearful pitch. In some places, from 5 to 13 persons slept in a single bed, while in the country the evil was nearly as bad, although, from the slight restraint imposed by family ties, the actual evil is positively less, though the moral contamination is of nearly the same extent, and paves the way for other relations out of doors. The facts which justify these conclusions are to be found in a variety of shapes: parliamentary reports, statistical tables, appeals from clergymen, addresses from philanthropic associations, etc., etc. The Honourable and Reverend S.O. Osborne, a clergyman well known for his philanthropic exertions in behalf of the poor, says of country life in England: "From infancy to puberty, the labourer's children sleep in the same room with his wife and himself, and whatever attempts at decency may be made, and I have seen many ingenious and most praiseworthy attempts, still there is the fact of the old and the young, married and unmarried, of both sexes, all herded together in one and the same sleeping apartment. I do not choose to put on paper the disgusting scenes that I have known to occur from the promiscuous crowding of the sexes together. Seeing, however, to what the mind of the young female is exposed from her very childhood, I have long ceased to wonder at the otherwise seeming precocious licentiousness of conversation which may be heard in every field where many of the young are at work together. Mr. A. Austin, Assistant Poor Law Commissioner, says, the sleeping of boys and girls, young men and young women, in beds almost touching one another, must have the effect of breaking down the great barriers between the sexes. The accommodation for sleeping is such as necessarily to create early and illicit familiarity between the sexes. Without entering into disgusting details, the pain of bruising, which could add nothing to the value of the statements, the conclusion is indisputable that much of prostitution, if not of prostitution for hire, certainly of prostitution from corrupt and profligate motives, is engendered by the vicious habits induced by habitual proximity of the sexes in early life. The prostitutes themselves frequently assign these habits as the commencement of their career of vice, and some even admit the breach of the closest natural ties during early youth, by reason of the too great facilities thus offered. The great importance of this want of decency and propriety in family life cannot be overrated. The contagious nature of vice is proverbial, and it is almost impossible to imagine the power attained by ill-conditioned children, and the fatal readiness with which their sinful words and practices are propagated. The cheap lodging houses are a pendant to the close-packed dwellings of the poor, although they do not produce the same early pernicious results as indecency and immorality in family life. The latter prepare the way to the scenes of the common lodging house, in which the lowest depth of vice is speedily reached. Here prostitution is habitual, a regular institution of the place. The smallest imaginable quantities of food can be purchased. Adults, youths, and children of both sexes are received and herd promiscuously together. The prices of beds are of the lowest, from 3 to 6 cents. No questions are asked, and the place is free to all. A newcomer is soon initiated, or rather forced into all the mysteries of iniquity. Obscenity and blasphemy are the staple conversation of the inmates. Every indecency is openly performed. The girls recite aloud their experiences of life. 10 or a dozen sleep in one bed, many in a state of nudity. Indeed, the details of these places are horrible beyond description. Unmitigated vice and lustful orgies reign, unchecked by precept or example, and the point of rivalry is as to who shall excel in filth and abomination. Example, is the next immediate cause in what may be considered the natural series. There are a few prostitutes who have children. That these latter should follow the same course is quite in the common course of events, although considerable anxiety is occasionally evinced by such women to have their children brought up to better courses. Such redemption is all but impossible. In ordinary life, however, the mind of youth is often perverted by direct evil example in the elders, and as we have already remarked, the corruption of the human affections in their fountainhead, family life, where they ought to be sweetest and purest, is more fatally demoralizing, and more certain to ensure eventual ruin than almost any other. Fathers and mothers are both wanting often enough in their duty, although it is a matter of universal faith that the influence and example of the father are of less importance than that of the mother. A bad man may have virtuous children, a bad woman hardly ever. There are cases where the mother and daughter sleep in the same bed, each with a male partner. In the city of Edinburgh, there are 2 mothers, prostitutes, each with 4 daughters, prostitutes. 5 prostitute mothers, each with 3 prostitute daughters, 10 such with 2 daughters each, and 24 such with 1 daughter each, all following the practices of the mothers. Such influences brought to bear on the young are irresistible. This may perhaps account for the number of sisters who carry on prostitution. The effect of mere sisterly example would be sufficient to account for the circumstance, but the parental becomes almost a compulsion, inasmuch as the parent, in such circumstances the mother, will not only connive at, but be the main cause of her child's ruin for her own direct profit and advantage. This, indeed, seems more accordant with our ideas of the natural tendencies of prostitutes and procuresses than that such persons should be excessively anxious for their children's purity and moral welfare. End of section 32. Section 33 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 33, Chapter 25. Great Britain, Prostitution at the Present Time, Part 2. Poverty is an integral part of nearly all the conditions of life which we have to consider as incentives to prostitution. In some instances, more perhaps than may be generally credited, poverty is a direct and proximate cause of this vice. In other words, women previously and otherwise virtuous do prostitute their bodies for bread. In most of the cases enumerated, except that purely natural, but rare one, innate sexual desire, poverty is a remote cause. From the number of the human race who are under its griping, chilling pressure, poverty may be set down as a fruitful source of prostitution. The connection of political circumstances with the phases of public morals is more intimate than the consideration of the superficial differences of the two matters would at first sight imply. But an attentive comparison of the state of public prosperity with the state of public crime will show that crime is somewhat dependent on food. A man with a well-filled stomach is no foe to order. Prostitution, as a means of supplying the cravings of hunger, is part of the same connection. It is true that in England there are poor laws and workhouses, from and in which every destitute person, without reference to character, has a right to food and shelter. In the first place, however, the workhouses are objects of unmitigated aversion to the poorer classes. Various rules, in themselves hard, but rendered necessary by consideration for the ratepayers as well as for the beneficiaries, such as separation of husband and wife while receiving relief, separation of child and parent, etc., make the workhouse system odious to the worthy and honest poor, while the strict rules and the restraint and discipline enforced within the walls make it still more odious to those who place their happiness in a license and irregularity. Added to this, in populous and poor districts, the claims upon the workhouse in seasons of distress are too numerous for its capabilities. It is an awful truth that, notwithstanding the enormous revenues, nearly $50 million per annum collected for poor relief, and the immense establishments instituted throughout the country for the support and shelter of the distressed, sometimes the number of applicants is so great that their demands cannot be met. Possibly, if these unfortunates could be distributed throughout the kingdom, so that the poverty of one spot could be balanced by the comparative prosperity of another, the fearful starvation in the midst of plenty, which is occasionally witnessed, need not occur. But in the meanwhile, and until the time when all the schemes and devices of modern improvement and advancement shall be finally perfected, and universal happiness attained, there is a mass of inconceivable wretchedness to be dealt with. In Household Words for November 1855, Mr. Dickens gives a harrowing picture of London distress, of which he was himself an eyewitness. It was a dark, rainy evening, and close against the wall of Whitechapel Workhouse lay 5 bundles of rags. Mr. Dickens and his friend looked at them and attempted to rouse them in vain. They knocked at the door, were admitted, saw the master of the workhouse, and asked him if he knew there were 5 human beings, females, lying on the ground outside, cold and hungry. He did. At first he was annoyed. Such applications were frequent. How could he meet them? The house was full. The casual ward was full. What could he do more? When he found that Mr. Dickens's aim was inquiry, not fault-finding, he was softened. The case was certainly shocking. How was it to be met? Mr. Dickens said he had heard outside that these wretched beings had been there 2 nights already. It was very possible. He could not deny or affirm it. There were often more in the same plight, sometimes 20 or 30. He, the master, was obliged to give preference to women with children. The place was full. Unable to do more, Mr. Dickens left. On getting outside, he roused one of these poor wretches. She looked up, but said nothing. He asked her if she was hungry. She merely looked an affirmative. Would she know where to get something to eat? She again assented in the same way. Then take this, and for God's sake go and get something. She took it, made no sign of thanks, gathered herself up and slunk away, wilted into darkness, silent and heedless of all things. To what will not such misery as this compel suffering human nature? In times of commercial depression, the police of London note an increase of street prostitution. It is said in the cities of England that the permanent prostitution of each place has a numerical relation to the means of occupation. In Edinburgh, there are but few chances of employing female labour. Glasgow, Dundee, and Paisley are the seats of manufactures, and employ female labour extensively. According to Tate, the prostitution of Edinburgh far exceeds its proportion of prostitution to population as compared with the manufacturing towns. It seems unnecessary to multiply instances of poverty and indigence, inasmuch as the fact is most miserably indisputable. Shirt making at 3 cents, pantaloon making at 5 or 6 cents, unceasing labor of 14 hours a day, bringing in only 60 or 80 cents a week, and competition even to obtain this. As the London Times once said, The needle is the normal employment of every English woman. What, then, must be the condition of those tens of thousands who have nothing but that to depend upon? Of late years, too, a still farther competition has been introduced in that ingenious invention of our country, the sewing machine. In order to show the relation between unpaid and excessive labor and prostitution, we will instance a few cases. One young woman said she made moleskin pantaloons, a very strong, stiff fabric, at the rate of 15 cents per pair. She could manage 12 pairs per week when there was full employment. Sometimes she could not get work. She worked from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. With full work, she could make $2 a week, out of which she had to expend 38 cents for thread and candle. On an average, in consequence of short work, she could not make more than 75 cents a week. Her father was dead, and she had to support her mother, who was 60 years of age. This girl endured her mode of existence for 3 years, till at length she agreed to live with a young man. When she made this statement, she was within 3 months of her confinement. She felt the disgrace of her condition, to relieve her from which she said she prayed for death, and would not have gone wrong if she could have helped it. Such a case as this scarcely comes within the term prostitution, but she stated that many girls at the shop advised prostitution as a resource, and that others should do as they did, as by that means they had procured plenty to eat and clothes to wear. She gave it as her opinion that none of the thousands of girls who work at the same business earn a livelihood by their needle, but that all must and do prostitute themselves to eke out a subsistence. Another woman, a case more directly in point, also said she could not earn more than 75 cents. She was a widow and had 3 children when her husband died. Herself and her children had to live on these 75 cents. She might have gone into the workhouse and been there better supported than by her labor. Had she done so, the laws of the workhouse are inexorable. She would have been separated from her children. Although one child died, she was now so reduced that she could not procure food. She took to the streets for a living, and she declared that hundreds of married and single women were doing the same thing for the same reasons. A widow who had buried all her children could not support herself. From sheer inability to do so, she took to prostitution. A remarkably fine-looking young woman, whose character for sobriety, honesty, and industry was vouched by a number of witnesses as unimpeachable, had been compelled to work at fine shirts, by which she could not earn more, on an average, than 35 cents a week. She had a child, and being unwilling to go to the workhouse, she was driven by indigence to the streets. Struck with remorse and shame, and for the sake of her child determined to abandon prostitution, she fasted whole days, sleeping in wintertime in sheds. Once her child's legs froze to her side, and necessity again compelled her to take to her former course. Her father had been an independent preacher. These circumstances, and innumerable others, will establish incontestably the intimate relation which poverty bears to prostitution. A consideration of such circumstances as the foregoing, and the everyday observation of hosts of others of a similar character, which will come within the cognizance of anyone who searches into human motives, must incline all but the most outrageously virtuous to judge more tenderly of the failings and errors of their fellow creatures. All young females engaged in sewing are liable to the same distress, and the same resource against it is, of course, open to all. The hard labor and long hours are the least part of the evil, although in that light, even there would be ground for commiseration. The real grievance is that the most patient and industrious cannot by any hours of labor, earn a sufficiency to support themselves. It is true that the workhouse is the legal refuge of the poor, but the tender mercies of the workhouse have passed into a proverb. The policy of the poor laws, as administered, is to deter the needy from applying for relief, except in very extreme cases. Hence, many rules are made and much formality is interposed, which render the legal provisions so irksome and unbearable that many fly to the nearest means of satisfying their wants, rather than demand their legal rights. Domestic servants are, in respect of their removal from absolute want while in service, more happily situated than those who are thus dependent upon the needle, but they are open to influences of another kind. We mean seduction by masters and male members of the household. Where this evil begins is an exceedingly difficult question to determine. When corrupted, they become themselves, by the very opportunities they possess, ready and dangerous instruments of corruption, and contribute to disseminate the poisons of immorality and of bodily disease. We have already incidentally mentioned that this class is at times open to a great deal of poverty and distress, namely when out of service, and at such times they are peculiarly the mark for the lures of persons who make seduction their business and profitable occupation. The domestic servants and the sewing women are the principal adult labourers of Great Britain, except the factory girls. In 1851 there were female domestic servants 905,165, dressmakers 270,000, seamstresses 72,940, staymakers 12,969, and of these 1/3 were under 20 years of age. Places of public amusement in England are few when compared with those of the continent, and their influence must be proportionately less. On the continent, dancing saloons are a prominent feature. In England, this character of entertainment is almost unknown. In London, there are a few places of this sort, such, for example, as Cremorne Gardens. Mr. Tate lays some stress on the evil effects of dancing houses in Edinburgh. We should be inclined to think the cases of misconduct traceable to these places actually few in number, though not unworthy of notice. The single females who frequent dancing rooms, theatres, and other similar places in England, without friends or family escort, have very little virtue to risk. The country fairs are far more injurious. They are indiscriminately attended by all ages and sexes, and their effects upon the female agricultural population are often very pernicious. Greenwich Fair, a 3 days scene of rollicking and junketing, was held at Easter and Whitsuntide, in the outskirts of London, but is now abolished. It had its uses a century or two ago, but recently had been attended by all the idlers of London of both sexes, and was justly dreaded by the friends of youth. It is proverbial that more young women were debauched at Greenwich Fair, allowing for its duration, than at any other place in England. Ill-assorted marriages are decidedly a cause of prostitution. Certainly breach of the marriage vow is one thing, prostitution for hire another. In estimating the number of prostitutes in Edinburgh at 800, Mr. Tate adds 200 to them under the head of married women, which he considers accrue from ill-assorted marriages. That the marriage was ill-assorted is plainly shown by its result, and that want of congeniality and temperament is the cause of prostitution to the extent thus named. We have no ground to question. He speaks of such women selling their favours generally to one lover only, occasionally to anyone who will pay. Although the latter forms what is commonly known as prostitution, No other construction can be put upon the former. Love of dress is another incident which many writers, and Mr. Tate among them, have introduced into the direct causes of prostitution. We should consider it doubtful if any woman ever positively sold her virtue for a new gown or a knot of ribbons. Of course, after the Rubicon is crossed, all subsequent steps are easy and may be taken from any motive. The love of admiration, which, under regulation, is sometimes a commendable instinct, when uncontrolled, becomes a snare. The love of dress is a modification of this sentiment, and may help to work out the effect when other causes have overthrown the balance of the mind. Juvenile prostitution. We have now arrived, in the consideration of the causes of prostitution in England, at decidedly the most painful of all the phenomena connected with this condition of human life, namely, the immense extent of juvenile depravity. We have already sketched the evils of insufficient house accommodation and its noxious effects upon the morals of the rising generation. In this connection also, bad example is particularly prominent. Perhaps, indeed, with respect to the young, evil communications are the greatest dangers. The workhouse was formerly one great hotbed of vice, and the greatest license and irregularity prevailed in every department. That children born or brought up in such a place should grow up debased was perfectly in the expected course of things. Now, however, under the new Poor Laws Commission, the scene is stripped of its more revolting accessories. The sexes do not mingle, children do not associate with adults. Some modicum of education is given. The sweetest and holiest of all ties, that of family, is yet wanting, and self-respect is totally deficient. In the absence of these protective influences, the wonder is, not that so many children should turn out ill, but that so many girls should turn out well. Formerly, also, there was a system of compulsory pauper apprenticeship, and the interests of the parish apprentice out of doors were very little looked after. This, again, has been altered, both in town and country, and the improvement is marked. Even with all this, it is recorded in the London Times, June 1848, that a correspondent visiting one of the metropolitan workhouses was struck by the happy and healthy appearance of the female children, and inquired of the master of the workhouse what became of all of them. He was informed that they were sent out at the age of 14 as servants or in other capacities, and that 9/10 of them, after coming backward and forward from their places to the workhouse, eventually got corrupted and took to the streets. Factories are made accountable by many writers for much juvenile immorality and prostitution. Factories in England are, as most of our readers are aware, institutions materially differing in some respects from those of our own country. In no feature is there so wide a dissimilarity as in the character of the workpeople. The factory children of England are the offspring of the poorest of the community, whose only heritage is pauperism, with wages at no time too good and often at starvation point. The miserable earnings of the factory operatives are still farther reduced by constant strikes and contests with their employers, in which it is a foregone conclusion that the workmen must yield. Macaulay tells us that 2 centuries ago, the employment of children in factories and the dependence of the parents' bread upon the children's earnings was a notorious fact, much condemned by philanthropists. The introduction of machinery and the value of child labor gradually aggravated all the horrors of the factory system, the enormity of which called down the indignation of the non-manufacturing community and compelled the protective interference of Parliament. The 10 hours bill, the factory children's education regulations, appointment by government of factory commissioners and inspectors have all contributed to ameliorate the hard lot of the factory child. The employment of very young children in factories is still to be regretted, or rather its necessity, for probably it is better they should be employed in a not very laborious occupation than left to roam the streets. The direct influence of factory work on juvenile prostitution is insisted on by many writers. By others, some reservations have been introduced, such as the young associate only during hours of recreation. In business hours, they are generally employed in different parts of the building. They have a certain amount of education. Their parents are generally, or very often, employed in the same establishment. Assume that these children were not in the factory. Where would they be, and what could they do? Are evil influences rife only in the factory? The overcrowding at home, the frequent drunkenness and debauchery of their parents and associates, the endless indigence, the frequent visits to the workhouses are all circumstances which have been considered and argued in the case. But of the fact of juvenile prostitution and depravity in factory populations, none can doubt. Of its being exclusively or chiefly attributable to factory life, others are not certain. That children who labor in factories and thereby contribute to the family earnings and their own support could do better in the present condition of English society is doubtful. Mill owners are required to devote a portion of their time to education. Sunday schools are established. Personal attention is paid by leading mill owners to the improvement of the poor. Many build good cottages, for which, by the way, they receive a good interest in the way of rent. Many inspect the schools. Some build schoolhouses and pay the teachers. The good example of benevolent mill owners, in a measure, compels others, whose moral perceptions are less keen, to follow them. We would not be supposed to argue that English cotton factories are types of the millennium, any more than are similar institutions on this side of the Atlantic. In fact, we have a very decided opinion on the matter, but common honesty requires that the opinion of all who have investigated the subject should be fairly recorded. In submitting the various arguments adduced in favor of factory labor and its bearing on immorality, we present merely subjects for consideration. Disease in children. A fact of importance to public health is the disease acquired by children. In the first address issued by the London Society for the Protection of Young Females, it is stated that in 3 of the London hospitals during the preceding 8 years, there had been no less than 2,700 cases of venereal disease in children between 11 and 16 years of age. Dr. Ryan, on the same subject, speaking from his professional experience as medical officer of several charities, mentions the shock he felt on seeing numerous cases of venereal disease in children. Mr. Miller of Glasgow testifies to the same fact. The very imperfect data which exist on this important branch of our subject will not enable one to form any sound opinion on the spread of disease from these juvenile sources. It is, however, reasonable to conclude, from the few facts and from the very facilities afforded at their age for intercommunication between children, that the spread of disease from direct contamination and the deterioration of health and constitution from unknown excesses must be very great. Obscene publications. Of these there are vast numbers, and the extent of juvenile contamination from this source must be very great. The Society for the Suppression of Vice in London reports having seized at different periods thousands of obscene books, copperplates, and prints, all of which they caused to be destroyed. Within a period of 3 years, they procured the destruction of blasphemous and impure books, 279. Obscene publications, 1,162. Obscene songs on sheets, 1,495. Obscene prints, 10,493. And even this was but an item in the calculation. The police of London take but little interest in this matter. The above-mentioned society is the principal agent in the repression of this infamous species of depravity. There are certain places in London in which the trade still lives and flourishes, notwithstanding the attacks made upon it. Holywell Street, in the Strand, and the vicinity of Leicester Square are places of disgraceful notoriety in this respect. The secret is that wherever there is a public demand, no repressive laws will ever prevent trade. The attempt at repression but makes it more profitable. To the corruption of the youthful mind and the preparatives for prostitution, these publications must contribute. It is a matter of question what number of prostitutes have become such directly from this cause. The results of visitorial inspection do not show among London prostitutes, any more than elsewhere, a taste for books and prints of an obscene tendency. Their taste in literature is that which would prevail among persons of low intellectual caliber. Startling tales, romances with a plentiful spice of horrors, thrilling love stories, highly wrought and exaggerated narratives are their taste. In the practice of prostitution, the use of indecent or prurient prints is chiefly for the adornment of visitors' rooms in brothels. Education. In the relations between education and crime are found no distinctive marks whereby prostitution may be separated from any other development of vice or immorality. It is to be presumed that the same general laws which apply to the unregulated manifestation of the passions apply to those with which prostitution is chiefly implicated. In the present generation, it is generally assumed that crime is the offspring of ignorance. Therefore, education is the cry. Education has become a party watchword in England. The necessity of education, the quality and the quantity, with all the minor propositions that branch off from the main question, are, and have been for years, the subject of the hottest polemics. But recent results, evolved from statistical inquiries, would seem to call up the previous question as to the value of education at all. The present work is not the place in which to discuss the fact, or to point out a remedy, or indicate the deficiencies of a system which can suffer such a question to arise. We give the facts. From the parliamentary reports of 1846 to 1848, it appears that the number of educated criminals in England was, at that time, more than twice, and in Scotland more than 3.5 that of the uneducated. 1846, England, educated 16,963, uneducated 7,698. Scotland, educated 3,155, uneducated 903. 1847, England, educated 19,307, uneducated 9,050. Scotland, educated 3,562, uneducated 1,048. 1848, England, educated 20,176, uneducated 9,671. Scotland, educated 3,985, uneducated 911. In calculating a percentage on certain criminal returns during the undermentioned years, the results were 1839, uneducated 33.53. Imperfectly educated, 53.48. Well educated, 10.07. Superior education, 0.32. Unascertained, 2.60. Total 100%. 1840. Uneducated, 33.32. Imperfectly educated, 55.57. Well educated, 8.29. Superior education, 0.37. Unascertained, 2.45. Total 100%. 1841. Uneducated, 33.21. Imperfectly educated, 56.